Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and being part and parcel of our online open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has happened today, even as the countdown to the general election quickly approaches. It is 38 days to go, and all the candidates are up and running, trying to woo and persuade as many Kenyans as possible to ratify them for the jobs available that these general elections will bring to pass in people's lives. Well, Raila Odinga backs Nyamira by striking a deal and ensuring that his staff is covered, and he has 100% of the support from that end. William Ruto with Kenya Kwanza were in Embu trying to see to it that they get as many voters from that end supporting them as they can. We really look forward to having a great time tonight, even as we look and compare the two. Martha Karua was roaring in Kissi and say he cannot be covered by the coward attempt to disrupt her meeting yesterday. Well, things are going on. We are yet to come out of the woods with the issue of fake degrees in this country. Well, there has been a second revocation of Sakaja's fake so-called degree from Tim University by the education authorities in the country. The High Court is also blowing another, cold and hot at the same time. We don't know how all will work out, but let's get talking. This is an opportunity you have to ensure that everyone tunes into this great show and participates completely to see to it nothing is left to chance. Well, karibu sana. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is to click on it, allow StreamYard to configure the camera, your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to, get down to talking everything politics today. Thank you so much. Kuna Ngige Peter, karibu kwa show. Kuna Mohamed Nyamawi, karibu kwa show. Habari yangu ni nzuri, nashukuru. Judy Tamara Williams, karibu kwa show, tunashukuru. Sarah Serange, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Hello to you. Kuna Kangulu, Kungulu, Kwangala. This is Kwangala. This is serious. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Patella Seboka Manyi, you're welcome to the show. Hii ni gani from Ethiopia, karibu sana. Kuna Bakis Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Kuna nanu Enoka Motiriot, you are welcome to the show. Nani huyu mwingine, Sultan Chris Inanga, you're welcome. Hilary Sigei, welcome. Kuna Dailan Mwashi, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Kuna huyu na Abdirizak Ibrahim, you're welcome. Mohamed Kulundu, you're welcome. Kuna Bita Jakobonyo, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Nani huyu Hesbon Kaunda, you're welcome. Kuna nani huyu Hesbon mwingine anaitwa Hesbon Sorobi, Alfred Kandie, you're welcome. Well, make use of that link, and if you're able to get us, please make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to tune in and be part and parcel of the discussion tonight as we look at Raila Odinga and Azimio La Umoja in Nyamira, the gains, and of course, Deputy President with Kenya Kwanza were in Embu trying to get as many voters into their fold as possible. Fake degree saga, Iebc courts, PING-PONG, to and fro games. What is at play? Are people going to survive this, or is the end of the road to some of them? election countdown, 38 days to go. Are you set? Is your voters card ready? Are you decided on who you're voting for? Let's all get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is in the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. Come into this space. Let us get talking. Well, this is our country. We have full responsibility on what becomes of it by the decisions we make come August 9th, 2022. Don't be left out. Don't be left behind. We have a great responsibility on our shoulders to decide the future of this country by the people we entrust with the responsibility of leading us. So make sure that you don't vote for everybody on the ballot. You have a right to choose who to vote for and who to vote against, because every decision you make, we are told that choices have consequences. Well, let's get busy and ensure that we do the honors of electing people that we can stand by, people that we can entrust with the future, people that have demonstrated that they can put their interest last and put the interest of the country first in order to safeguard each and every Kenyan. The best leader for this country is the one who has the interest of each and every Kenyan at heart, and he knows that on August 9th, 2022, when he's ratified as a leader or she's ratified as a leader, she's carrying the 50 million plus as on his shoulders every day, every night. Now, that's one criteria for you to choose who becomes who when you go to that booth to vote your MCA, to vote your governor, to vote in your senator, to vote in your women rep or your member of parliament. So you can't afford to play with the information we are passing across on this particular channel. And so we urge you to continue inviting as many as you can to join into the discourse. The link, once again, is on the, wherever, in the comment section. Make use of it. Thank you so much. Kuna huyu Kungulu Kwangulu Sebena, do you think Azimio has an opportunity to have many MPs even if there is no zoning? Yes, Kenyans can make up their mind who becomes a leader where. Opportunities and there is a reason why there is competition, but a good leader will get enough support to win an election, whether he's running against 10 or running against 20. Will always end up with somebody. So we don't have to preempt everything, and we don't have to guard against everything. Some of these things you let them sort themselves out, because they give you a package that you will carry for 5 years for nothing, absolutely nothing. Because you strike a deal for somebody to step down, and then you guarantee them a job, or you guarantee them an appointment, and that appointment may not even deliver. They may end up working with the opposition. So it's just a matter of chancing, even with the zoning. So with or without zoning, I still believe Azimio has a good support on the ground, and they will get enough members of parliament, enough senators, enough governors to be able to govern without much, borrowing, or depending on the. Maybe we are also going to have a phenomenal, substantial number of independent, I believe, and those independent are also going to strike a balance between maybe those that will come in on Kenya Kwanza and those who will come in on Azimio. But no doubt, I believe everything will work out according to plan. Well, let's get talking. One Sospita, you can't go behind the curtain for quality purposes. Thank you, sir. How are you today? You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, I'm fine, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. How is today?
Yeah, today is a great day. I'm in Manhattan, New York. I'm here on a little vacation, so that's where I
Great.
am. So yeah, I'm a fan of your show, but I've never gotten a chance of getting in. The last time I tried, I think the network would not let me get into my phone, but today I used my laptop. So
Okay, that's great. That's great. Give your take on the latest happenings as we move on.
the latest happenings, especially the Sakaja degree issue, I think even as we move forward, I think the country needs to find a way of empowering the CUE so that degree certificates are verified, on a continuous basis. What I'm talking about is when people finish a class, let's say we need like a centralized way of submitting transcripts as soon as a class is finished, so that universities are given like 90 days to submit transcripts or qualifications, so that if we go back, let's say Sakaja says he went to school and graduated in 2016. So if you have to fake a degree, you have to do it so much retroactively, because anytime colleges submit to like a cloud-based system, there's timestamp saying somebody did a class during this semester and within 90 days this was submitted. So if you wanted to fake, let's say you're saying that you went to school in 2020 and you graduated in 2024, so you have to fake from like 2020 all the way to 2024, because we are expecting that transcripts kept going every 3 months to this centralized system, and there will be timestamps. So we don't wait until like 2027 for us to start doing the audit. Are you tracking me? Are you tracking me, Bernard?
Sorry, no. You are yes, we are together. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's the main thing that I can talk about. About the manifesto launch, I think Wajakoya. I mean, the fact that there was a Wajakoya and William Ruto doing the launch at the same time, and of course the Kissi event. The Ruto launch was swallowed into the fog, and I think he gave himself a lot of time, hoping to use that opportunity to take the heat out of Raila and swim through it to August 9th. But unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. His manifesto was swallowed into the whole issue of Wajakoya. Wajakoya was trending at the same time with him. So we had some kind of a split screen. And then, of course, the Mother Karua thing in Kissi, just swallowed him into the fog. And so Ruto has to work harder. And when I look at his rallies in Embu, there's a lot of social distancing as opposed to what we heard about 3 months ago in his rallies. So I think his wave is waning in central Kenya. And so I do expect that Azimio will eat into a big chunk. And remember, their target is just 30%. And I see them hitting that very well, considering that Ruto is seriously losing momentum. And Embu is very critical considering that he's there and his wave is running out. Embu is very critical because if I look back to like 1992, if I go back to 1992 when Kibaki and Matiba ran, and we had somebody from Nyeri versus somebody from Murang'a, the voting patterns tended to be like Kibaki took Embu, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Meru. And then Matiba took Murang'a. So, and the demarcation there is River Sagana, okay? So anything south of River Sagana, Matiba took. Anything north of River Sagana, Kibaki took. So if you're saying Rigathi is expected to deliver the Kibaki zone, and Mother Karua is already making the Ruto wave when as we are seeing in Embu, then if Rigathi cannot match Kibaki's performance in 1992, then, UDA is gonna have it rough, in central Kenya. And they don't really have to get it really rough. They just need to start scoring like 60s, 50s, and 70s, and they'll be in big trouble. Karua is not called upon to deliver everything. She's just called upon to deliver like 30%. Anything above 30% is a bonus. Yeah. Any
All right,
Okay, good.
Thank you, Sospita, for that good start. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rigathi and his microphone, I don't think he can deliver much, but let's see how it plays out. Bwana Wangira, how are you today?
Sorry, Bernard, I was still on mute. How are you?
I'm well.
My regards to everybody in the studio.
We greet you.
Bernard, allow me to start with this clip that I've just watched a few minutes ago, where William Samoei Ruto is referring to the Inspector General of Police, Mutembei, as the most incompetent Inspector General in the world. Then at the same time purporting that Uhuru Kenyatta is the Inspector General of Police, and at the same time claiming that Uhuru Kenyatta is his competitor. Then I was just trying to try to balance his statement, where he's purporting that already the Inspector General Mutembe is incompetent. At the same time, the Inspector General is supposed to be Uhuru Kenyatta. At the same time, Uhuru Kenyatta is his competitor. If you try to put his words into perspective, they don't balance. When did Uhuru Kenyatta become William Samoei Ruto's competitor? And when did he discover that Mutembe was incompetent? Does it mean that if you're a public servant and you don't agree with William Samoei Ruto, you become incompetent? No wonder those people who have analyzed his manifesto yesterday, his manifesto is based on vendetta, you see. Yeah, vendetta, is promising to even come up with an ombudsman to investigate the police on what he's claiming to be the harassment of the youth. You see, it's a manifesto based on vendetta, given in the way he's trying to handle this matter. And again, if you are Mutembei and you're a human being and somebody is calling you incompetent, and perhaps you are commanding like 100 people who you have influence over at family level, because Mutembei was born somewhere, he has cousins, he has brothers, he has sisters, he has his own children, he has his own wife. You want to tell me that will not make Mutembei vote for Azimio? Because already you have been called incompetent. So if this guy believes you're incompetent, then why support him? You see? So I'm seeing a William Ruto who is trying to clinch on anything for survival, and having discovered that he's losing this election, he has gone on blame game, because he's saying that he does not have the problem with the police, but he has the problem with the command. So which is which? You don't have the problem with the police, you have the problem with the command. Which is which? Huh? No, I see 38 days to the general election, and William Samoei Ruto is becoming more desperate. And to see that he's even more desperate, I watched his clip today in Embu, where there was this gentleman who was selling him, I think, a jacket at 2,000. And for purposes of PR, he decided to buy that jacket at 20,000 shillings. Of what essence is it? Then you are doing it in public show off. You want to show people that you can buy one jacket at 20,000 shillings. Of what value is it anyway? Because are you telling us that every Kenyan now will be buying a jacket that is worth 2,000 shillings at 20,000 shillings? Let me go to mada ya siku ya leo. Let me start with this issue of Sakaja and the fake degree. For the first
Just a
time,
moment, One moment, Wangira. Be sure to say is Mutiambai.
Yes. Yeah, that is why I came here, and I'm wondering, when did we become the IG? I mean, he has cast aspersions that we are the IG here. It's Mutiambai, Mr. Wangira. Thank you very much, Wangira.
Asante, Alex, to save us. Thank you so much. It's not
Okay,
debate.
okay.
And there are people already fighting us on the comment section.
Oh, sorry. It's called Mutiambai. Oh, it's Mutiambai. Thank you. The IG is called Mutiambai. You know, these names are almost, they sound almost the same. Now, let me move to the issue of the Sakaja and his fake degree. You know, Bernard, they say that the law is an ass. The law being an ass, you know, you apply it the way it comes, you know, and on this, I tend to agree with the IEBC and Chebukati. And these are my reasons. Because, you know, the issue of Sakaja and his fake degree went to what we call the IEBC complaint dispute committee, which is a judicial organ of the IBC, and it listened to this matter and it came up with that judgment. It said that it does not have jurisdiction to even hear that matter. And you know, on that basis, they say that you know it was okay for Sakaja to continue running as governor for Nairobi. So, if the Commission of University Education has problems with the Sakaja degree, you know, the best place to go back is not through the IEBC. You know, the best place now for the Commission of University Education to move to is to the High Court. Because if they believe that they have concrete evidence, they have all the facts, that everything about Sakaja is wrong, then the place they should be moving to immediately is to the High Court. Let them move to the High Court as fast as possible so that they can seek orders from the High Court, orders that will perhaps, one, say that his name should not be gazetted, two, that you know this matter should be heard and determined first before Sakaja can be allowed to run as a gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi. But so long as they are engaging in this letter writing thing that they are writing to IBC on a matter that has been concluded by an organ which was quasi-judicial, then it's not going to help, you know. And I think, you know, the people who have let down Kenya on this Sakaja thing is the Commission of University Education, because they are the first people who endorsed his degree, then they purported to revoke it, and you know they are revoking it without following what we call due administrative action. And you know, in every act of government, there must be what we call due administrative action. And now, where they are now getting us to where they are now getting us to, Bernard, you know, this is just a circus that is just creating confusion and is not going to help anything here. Because if they need to deal with this, if they need to deal with this Akaja issue once and for all, you know, they are they are what we call a body corporate. They can sue and they can be sued in their own name. Let them move to the High Court and, you know, raise this issue of the Sakaja there instead of just writing letters to IEBC. On this one, I agree with Chebukati. And finally, Kissi Nyamira today was fire. And, you know, I listened to Mama Masa Karua in Nyamira. And, you know, she said that what happened in Kissi yesterday was a small thing that cannot shake her. And you know, she said that that was the reason why she was even back in Nyamira today to continue with the messages you could have given in Kissi yesterday. And you know, that is encouraging that you know that Martha Karua is a strong woman that will not be shaken by things that don't look very very good, because we are in a political season, and you know, political season is a silly season. Many things might happen, and you know, if you are a person who is going to be shaken by any and everything that comes up, then you'll end up becoming a weaker politician. And today she was proving that she's a strong woman who can, you know, who can come out despite of, you know, the challenges that are on the ground, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that, and I allow somebody else to also contribute.
Okay, asante bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele kwa in the interest of time ili queue isikuwe mrefu sana. Bwana Mike, karibu. Namna gani?
Asante Bernard, I'm good. Good evening all.
We're good, thank you.
Nitachangia kwa I'll pick one topic and be very brief and allow others to continue. I'm attracted to this discussion on Sakaja, and I have a different angle to it, and I will allow the panelists to interrogate my theory. In 2018, I'll give you. Let me give you a story first. In 2018, a journalist by the name Gashogi was murdered, and the trail was recorded on CCTV, and the issue was linked to the Saudi prince, and the issue became so clear, and there was so much evidence to link the family of the Saudi prince to the murder of that journalist. The government of USA, I think, was put on the notice because they had a relationship with the Saudis, and they seem not to have taken action whenever such things happen on human rights, and what America is always on the forefront to make very, very stern measures on whatever they think is wrong. But on this case, Bernard, if you look for the story, you will see Trump, the president, who is known to be very forthright, sort of chickened and didn't want to give very, very decisive feedback on what he thought should happen. But the whole country wanted sanction on Saudi Arabia, but Trump sort of played it until the case died. But the evidence was very, very overwhelming. What am I trying to say is that countries, what we have with Sakaja is no longer a legal issue, because all the evidence actually show Sakaja does not have a degree. That one doesn't, is no brainer. That one is a very straightforward but simple thing.
One moment, Mike. But Alex, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Are you able to chair for a moment? There's something I need to look at.
Sure.
Thank you. I'll be back. Mike, go ahead.
Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. And what we have here, Bernard, is Uganda, Kenya, our biggest trade partner, actually in the world, is Uganda. And that's not a country you want to casually demean or discredit their institution with or without facts. Because what we have now is a country saying that Uganda government is facilitating or perpetrating fraud and messing their country. With the evidence and the way institutions are behaving is like everybody wants to pass the buck to the other to make that difficult decision of faulting the team's university. Because by extension, they'll be faulting the country, because this is accreditation is also goes through the Ministry of Education of that country. So by extension, the government must have been sleeping, or it facilitated the wrongdoing. So what I'm saying, Bernard, and this is my observation, and I don't have facts, but this is my observation, is Sakaja's situation presents a very delicate diplomatic balance that I think people are struggling to come out and make a very simple but tough decision. The decision is simple because Sakaja does not have a degree, but it is tough because then it opens up some serious diplomatic raw discussions, whereby somebody will wake up and say Kenya has started discrediting our Ugandan institution, and by doing so, we shall also discredit their eggs. We shall not buy their eggs because they are not up to standard, and such like small things. So I think there is a bigger problem than what we are seeing, and in the fullness of time, the clarity will come out on why there is back and forth and delay in making a very simple, straightforward case like what we have. You see an ESCC director saying that people are insulting institution and yet they know they are fake degrees. Everybody has facts and information about the genuineness of that document, but nobody wants to come out and take ownership and talk with finality and talk with decisiveness on this matter. So for me, that is the issue, and I would like to just comment on that alone and leave it for the panel to ponder on that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for that divergent view. But for me, I think it's a lousy way of looking at educational institutions. And I think the equalizer we have today in the world, as you and me know, and the more reason you and me are here even to debate and be able to hear our views is because we cherish education. And if there are things that we don't ought to compromise, even in our comments, our education and our health. So whatever might be, and I think you're right. It has taken a political angle. It's no longer legit that this young man holds any credentials from any institution. However, to extend it to be a diplomatic issue, I think you're blowing things out of proportion. The problem lies with CUE. They made a blunder. Money passed hands, and that is the nature of our society. Remember, I comment this so that somebody remember when Matiang'i became the Minister for Education, was corruption when it came to education of Kenya. You found that there were schools which were perpetually on the top in Thika, Mosocho, Mumias, so on and so forth, including the top-notch so-called national schools. But further interrogation, Matiang'i found out that the deep-rooted corruption, the buying of examination, the teaching of examination, and he had to deal with it. He stuck his foot on the cement. The stakeholders of the corruption and the selling of those papers, schools from left to right, but the guy stuck his feet to the cement, and finally what happened? The rest is history. And I think the buck does not stop at Museveni. The buck stops at CUE. Their clearance shows that money passed, and now we must ask who received the money. Why did they even do that? So I think we must hold them more accountable than putting the Ministry of Education and the diplomatic relationship between Kenya and Uganda between the Sakaja saga. The whole issue lies in our institutions, which are deeply corrupted. So that's my view in regard to that. But I think I still respect your view. You're very right. It has taken a political angle, which is not right. So who was the next? Was it Nathan or Joshua? Nathan. Yeah, Nathan. Oh, Nelson Odhiambo. Wacha Netura. You're the next one. Yeah, one tier. So you just give us your view, your perspective of the day, and we carry the debate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone, and I'm very happy with this channel, and I really appreciate each and every person that takes time to come here and to help us to educate our people, because knowledge is power. That's why Baba is saying ujinga lazima ipigwe kwa njia zote. And that is one of the main aim why Azimio has to lead Kenya. Now, I will take a very short time and I will go straight away to the Sakaja issue. And I'm so sad because this issue is just like Mike is saying, that it's taking a political direction. But we like to politicize things that are even important that we should look at them in a different manner. Kenyans are suffering outside here. If you are in Kenya, you can do anything. You can be in a very big office. You can do anything with fake papers, with fake ways, with your money. But then you are limited beyond the borders of Kenya. And this Sakaja issue should be an eye-opener, so that our ministry, our government, should ensure that such things are eradicated. I'm not going just to talk about it at this moment, but it is something that should be carried forward so that a proper audit be done, so that our people, our institutions do the right thing. I'm so sad about this because I've seen Kenyans suffering. You have papers, but when you are told now attest the papers so that we give you a job, they cannot get the job. You get an institution, you get a university you want to join, but your papers are fake. You cannot join the university because your papers are fake. Where do they come from? They come from our system. Some of us, it's not even Uganda. Some of these Uganda, China, and all these things are in River Road. They make them there and call them, they have come up with them from other countries. Our government should come up and help us. About the campaigns which are booming and doing very well, I'm happy with Azimio and the campaign that they are doing everywhere. I'm happy with Ruto. Only one thing that I'm sad about is that we are misleading Kenya. We are making Kenya look like we are in another planet. When the whole world is suffering, today you go to places like Dubai, fuel, the super is 4.8 dirhams. Super is about 5.25. You come to the US, the fuel is now going per liter about $5 to $6. Every commodity is going up because of certain things which are going around the world.
Per gallon, not per liter, per gallon. 3 liters equals 1 gallon. Yes.
And this thing is affecting the whole world. And our people must know that there's a problem so that they should know where they are going to. Lakini wanasiasa wetu wanatuficha ili to focus on their manifestos, on their own interests, to make us look like fools, to believe what they are telling us. Uhuru ameongeza unga, wapi? Raila ameongeza unga, handshake imeharibu uchumi. Uchumi imeharibika dunia nzima. Our people must know, and we must tell people the right thing. Ruto must change the tactics and talk of something different if he wants to win. And this gives Azimio an upper hand. Thank you, gentlemen. Let us drum up this truth and let our people know the truth, so that when it comes the day to make their votes, to cast their votes, they will know exactly what they need to do and what is the truth and which direction they should take with their votes. I don't want to talk much. These are the two important things that I wanted to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nelson. Alex is out briefly, but I will try and moderate as we move on. What you are saying is true, and I agree with you that people are giving very many false promises. But as voters, I think the benefit we have is one person had an opportunity to provide a scorecard, and the other, actually the only person who should be giving a promise is Raila and Wajakoyo in the presidential candidates. But the other is supposed to give a scorecard, not a promise, because they have been in a position to show what they could do in 9 years. So what they bring is a scorecard, not a promise. Promise is for people who have not had the opportunity to sit in that office. So I agree with you that we have very many fake promises that give an utopian type of life in Kenya. But we need to understand that the choice is not about the promise, it's about the trust of who can deliver. Because me telling you I'll give you 1 million shillings is a promise, but can I give you that? I would rather tell you would rather trust somebody who will promise you 10,000 shillings and give you than somebody who will promise you 1 million, and you know well the last time he even promised you 10 shillings he didn't. So I think as a country we have an opportunity to make a decision based on the character of the somebody, of the person promising. Don't look at the promise, look at the person giving the promise. I think that is my take on the promises. It is the carrier of the promise, not the promise itself, that should drive your decision. Unless somebody has a comment, I can allow the next person any comment before we move to Joshua. Now, no comment. Joshua, you can give your views as we move on.
Yes.
Alex, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I just have concern on the issue of Sakaja, and the way the other panelists have said, this issue has taken a political angle. And you realize that in Kenya, we have so many politicians who have fake degrees. And they are a little bit mentioned some time ago, few weeks ago. We had Samboja, we had Ovinya, we had Malala, we had Simbarati. The names were mentioned. And then we also had Sakaja. The names were mentioned. And now the problem is here in Kenya that there are things that are happening, they try to hide them. Like the issue of Sakaja, it is a pure truth that Sakaja didn't attend, because I was watching Churchill show 1 year ago. I was watching that show in the YouTube 1 year ago. He was bragging that he bought a Mercedes Benz when he was in 4th year. And then when he went to today, when he was in one of the radio station, he said that he could not manage to finish his degree because he could not manage to get school fees. So I was wondering that if he managed to bought a car at the time when he was in 4th year, now how comes again that he could not manage to get these school fees? So the issue of Sakaja, that's something plain and true that Sakaja did not attend. If in any case he attend because you've been told that you went to UN, but didn't finish. So I wish that our politicians should be sincere, because it's very unfortunate that we have Kenyans who are suffering. They have attended their masters, degrees, but they cannot get a job. But our politicians have taken this thing as a simple. They fake degrees, and then they maneuver their ways to parliament, and some even now they even want governor. Governor is not a simple position like that. So I think that Kenya should come out as citizens and condemn this act, because this act is not only politicians, even in companies, even in parastatals, even in public service. We have so many fake degrees and masters. So Kenya should come out, and we need to weed this character out so that people should sincerely, and they should be employed on a merit, not just somebody has faked a degree and want to maneuver his way. The issue of Sakaja, I see he may go to an election. There I'm seeing things are moving like this. They want to cover this thing, and because I'm also wondering with the Iebc. However much people defend the Iebc, but Iebc is not sincere also to us. How could they manage to clear Sakaja? Yet they already been told that Sakaja had a fake certificate. They ought to have done interrogation. They ought to have given the DCI their time to do the interrogation. But now we realize that they went ahead and they clear Sakaja. So the issue of degree here in Kenya is becoming a thorn in the country. We need to weed it out as people have learned, so that everything should be done according to the way it's supposed to be done. If somebody is supposed to have a degree, let him have a degree. And if it's not having, it doesn't have that degree, whether it's in Azimio or Kenya Kwanza or the side, it should be weed out so that we have people who have clean certificate to lead us. Now, on the issue of the campaign, I saw the campaign in Nyamira. It was very well attended, and I saw the way Matiang'i spoke today. Matiang'i today, he tried it was trying to bring out the lies of Ruto, because he was trying to tell us that however much the Ruto is trying to blame Mtambei, that is one of the fake, is one of the useless IG in Kenya. Matiang'i was trying to give us the reason why they're trying to rubbish Mtembei, because he was trying to say that there are things that these people wanted to buy, and Mtembei decided to refuse and went to get them in a cheap price. So today I saw the way Matiang'i was speaking. He was speaking boldly, and if we can continue like this until election, we'll know the true character of this man known as Ruto. This man is a con man. And sometimes I wonder with Kenya citizens, Ruto is just a con man. I'm sorry to say this. Nani mtapeli. There are things that he say today, tomorrow he say this, another day he say this, but you realize that there's some people who just follow this person blindly. So today I saw the way Matiang'i was bringing the point well. If we can get people like this who come out and speak the truth, then I'm telling you, the remaining 37 days remaining this, we are going to weed the character of Ruto out, and many Kenya will know the real character of this Ruto. So the campaign today was well attended, and I'm expecting tomorrow they're going to Siaya. I'm expecting to see a nice campaign. What happened yesterday, it's unfortunate the police was arrested, but you want to see the action taken to this policeman, because it's a very unfortunate that at the time of an hour like this, when you are approaching an election, someone can decide to do something like that. So we need an action to be taken against this police, and if he should be sacked, because he was trying to defend himself that he was not in the scene, but he was seen in the scene, and it's unfortunate that he was about to be killed. People were almost killing this man in the incident, but unfortunately he was saved and he went out safely. So I'm trying to ask the state that they should tell us the reason why this person was sent to come and do something like this, because if that was a bullet, I'm telling you that it could have hit one of those women who came there to support Baba and with mother. But unfortunately that it happened, but by God's grace, things went on safely. So the campaign was nice, and I'm encouraging Kenya that they should come out and speak the truth, so that we can bring this man known as Ruto, so that Kenya can know the true character. This man is a con man, mtapeli wa hali ya juu. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Bernard, welcome back. Continue.
Asante. So yo mkururo tulikuwa tunafuata is Stafford.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be in the show again, once again. And today I'm pleased that this is a reality show. Because there before we've been discussing people, and now I feel we are making sense. Reality should be the carrier of the day. I'm so happy that today's rally was so successful. We saw some point, tranquility of peace. I mean, I saw a sense of direction and leadership. That's the Kenya we want. The Kenya that is full of peace. The Kenya that people discuss ideas, not people. Like now, in this case, I echo your words, because I got to the show and I felt some realities being discussed about matters, economy. You know, it's so wise. at least we should feel that our government is going to give the best out of these tough economic times. So Bernard, today I don't have much. You saw what happened in Nyamira. A lot of peace, a lot of love. You know, that's the Busi land that we feel we're proud of, not the hooliganism. Today, even the gubernatorial aspirant was so happy addressing people, you know. So I applaud the people of Nyamira for hosting a peaceful rally. I really love that, and I'm so happy. So I don't have much to contribute today. Nimefurahi sana kusikia leo tuna discuss ideas. I love that. Let's stop discussing people who don't have direction. Asante.
Okay. Asante sana Stafford, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Ni muhimu kuangazia kila kitu ili kusiwe na yote ambaye atadanganywa kwa sababu fulani ndio fulani. Ukiangalia kwa kina siasa zetu, aidha mtu analia anaonewa, mwingine analia kwa sababu fulani wa fulani hampendi. Alafu of course kuna wale ambao siasa zao ni kutumia propaganda. Sasa kama vile Mr. Wangira amesema, DP leo analia kwamba sasa competitor wake sio Wajakoya, na sisi tunajua yule mtu anapatia yeye hard time ni Wajakoya. So badala aseme tu vizuri Wajakoya amemlemea, anaenda kulia huko eti ni Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta ako wapi hapa? Yeye aseme tu Wajakoya amemfikia na anaona ataaibika akishindwa na Wajakoya. Tuelewe hivyo. Tusisumbuane kwa masuala ambayo iko wazi na kila Mkenya ameona. Lakini naomba sasa tumlete nani kabla Shiko akuje. Tumsikilize huyo Joshua mbio mbio. Najua Shiko atachukua muda mrefu. We are in the women's world. Yes, Joshua. Oh, there are two Joshuas.
I think I'm done.
Yes.
Bernard.
Kuna Joshua
Bernard,
Kwanda. Yes.
Yes. How are you, Mr. Bernard?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm also good. Huh?
Yes.
I can see today the show is looking hot and something fruitful is being discussed. And the good part of it is that some of the issues we discussed last time and it's the same thing happening. We talked about the security and you saw what happened in Kissi. We don't want to talk it anymore because you also saw it. We want you to take that issue seriously. If there's whoever person you can forward that issue to, do it immediately. We don't want to talk it anymore because everybody was annoyed about it. Me, I was terribly annoyed and I was pissed off. I was in pieces. But I just had to swallow the bitter part of it. However much it happened, I had Iron Lady talking today when she's so strong. She even say that she cannot be shaken by some petty tear and we want her to have that courage. And you see, when you want to be like an ego, you have to develop the characters of an ego. You have to be very strong and you move with the people. So I liked the motive she had today. However much she was disappointed, but what happened today, how she talked was good. Bernard, I'm seeing the gear they have put into in campaign trail is not that bad. I'm seeing things are moving on very well. We expect something massive in Siaya tomorrow, like what was in Migori, and after that we are in Homa Bay. We just need to push this thing seriously. If there's something which has not been turned, there's a stone which has not been turned, let rush and we let it done. Time is running out of our mind. Time is running out of our space. And we have to show these guys that the manifesto they read yesterday is immediately what Nani cautioned them. Sifuna cautioned them that don't copy our manifesto, and that's what definitely they did. And there was something very important which we were expecting from their manifesto, but they were not able to analyze it out because they are the co-carrier. They are the ribbon of that mess. They cannot discuss the disease which is affecting them because there's no way they can handle it. There's no way you can challenge Kenyans or make Kenyans understand that they can easily talk about corruption. And it's good that's where everybody was waiting to hear what they are going to talk about corruption. They never touched about it. So this one we are happy. Definitely, as I can see, they even said most of the people were doing analysis. I was getting some of the speeches of most of the lawyers who were analyzing today in the morning. They were saying that Wajakoya's manifesto was even more better than for Ruto. And I was like, so Bernard, today I don't want to talk much, but I just appreciate let people keep in. We push up and we do everything possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Before I let Shiko come in, I just want to correct you on a very light touch. You cannot encourage mother to be courageous. You cannot encourage mother to be courageous. In 2001, Martha walked out on a sitting president. That is 20 years ago, when no man could cough around Moi. So that word encouraging Martha, you should remove it from your statement. She's the one who should encourage you. I thought I should just let you know that. Thank you, Bernard. You can take over.
Mike. Mike.
Yes,
Bernard,
sir.
let Mike unmute. Mike, you see, this is something, actually, this is something we were not expecting. We were not expecting our young lady to get this from Nyanza region. You see, it is something which even herself, she was not expecting. But even by the time yesterday she left the podium and she was carried off, I was not expecting her to be back to Nyanza the following day. You see, it's something which shocked everybody, and the way she talked, that's why I talked about it. But I know definitely political-wise, she's strong, I know.
Okay, asante.
It's okay, Joshua. It was on a light touch.
Sawa. Do we leave it to rest there?
Yeah, I'm okay. Today
yes,
I don't have much to say, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Joshua, tunashukuru. Ningependa kuwahimiza wote ambao mnatupata, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili, watatu, wanne, watano wajiunge na kipindi hiki. Naamini kwamba watamakinika wakisikiliza Wakenya wenzao wakijadili siasa. Hapa utachanganyikiwa kwa sababu tunahakikisha kwamba ukweli unasimama, uongo unajitenga na propaganda hairuhusiwi hapa. Kwa hivyo ukitazama, tafadhali karibisha mama, karibisha baba, karibisha ndugu wote, locally and diaspora. Mtembei TV is unique in such a way that anybody who can connect to the internet is able to get the broadcast. And keep sharing that link in all your WhatsApp groups, all your Facebook groups. Let that number of viewers rise now with everyone participating and helping out. And those who have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. It is important. You will be notified anytime we put up something that is of interest. So if you are following us on Facebook, make sure you follow our page and follow our profile, as well as subscribe on YouTube. Don't stick in on one platform. We may stop going to one platform and remain on the other platform, especially YouTube. So please do that. And those who can join as members of Mtembei TV, please do, because we may end up, cutting off some people because of the funny characters that are trying to hack our system and frustrate our efforts. So tafadhali jitahidi kila mmoja umakinike, usibaki nyuma. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize mrembo Shiko tuambie vipi leo. Our sister Shiko, are you here? Or is she on phone?
Bernard, hi.
Hi to you.
Long time.
Long time no seen. I'm happy you're here. Karibu.
Nimekuja uchokozi, niko huku kwa kwetu nyumbani. Nilisema kwetu hakuwezi chomeka nikiwa kwa wenyewe. Kwanza ni nyumba yetu tujaribu kuipanga. Na wasikiza nitakuja baadaye. Na nimeona mko na wageni, but the only person I can recognize here ni Joshua na Martin Deto. Nitakuja baadaye.
Okay, sawa. Thank you very much. We will be waiting for your submission later on. Charles Wanjala. Charles Wanjala, how are you? Wanjala, you unmute. The mic is beside your name. Yes. Wanjala, you unmute. The mic is beside your name. Yes. Wanjala, there is something wrong with your configuration. The mic is beside your name. Yes. Wanjala, there is configuration. The mic is beside your name. Yes. Okay, let's do this. Wanjala, okay, Wanjala, your configuration has an issue. We can't hear what you're saying, although you have unmuted your mic. So we suggest get out of the studio and then restart. If you're using your phone, restart your phone so that it can pick your mic rightly. There is something wrong with your configuration, so we can't hear what you're saying. We need you to come back and so that you can make your submission. Please do that. If you're able to get me, just restart your phone from the beginning, and then when you join the Discord by clicking the link. Don't guide StreamYard. Let StreamYard allow StreamYard to do the configuration for you, and now utakuwa hapa na utoe mchango wako bila kusumbuka. Don't guide the app. Let the app do the configuration for you. Those requesting the link, there is the link. Okay. Sawa. So naomba turudi kwa Toya, how are you? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, Toya, is it? you unmute, you click on that crossed white stuff beside your name once, then it will open up. We can hear, so that we hear your voice. Sayata ukishout hatuwezi sikia. Okay, I think he had some technical challenge, but relax, don't panic. Right. Okay, we'll give you time to study the process. Mama yetu amefika. Mama Selina, how are you today?
I'm good, Fernand.
You must be happy today.
Strong like my chairperson.
Yes.
Strong like
chairperson
my PPP president.
Hawezi kutishwa na moshi kidogo.
Hatuwezi tishwa na mamoshi. But anyway, Nyamira was so good. Tulipenda vile wamejitokezea. In general, the all Kissi land is good. Ni hiyo tu shida ya hiyo police, na tuliambiwa alipelekwa Kisumu, but we want to know really what happened. Somebody is talking or what?
Just carry on. Olara, you stay off the mic until it's your turn to speak, please. Let's stay within our standing orders. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Penat. Baba alikuwa strong. Kalonzo, everybody kwa Kisii, Matiang'i was given a warm welcome and recognition ya kwamba baba ameambia wa Kisii, I will be with your son, of which that is great for Matiang'i. He will continue with the security of the country. We want to thank Baba because watu wengi walikuwa nasema hawaoni China ya Matiang'i. But you know, Matiang'i is from Nyanza, Baba is from Nyanza. How can you work with outsiders bila kukuwa na mtoto yako nyumbani? So tunataka kuambia Baba asante kwa kazi mzuri. Baba alisema anajua Matiang'i zaidi. Hiyo ndiye ningeongea kwa sababu niliona everybody in Kisii was okay. Well, mambo ya nyumbani imefanyika. Bwana na mama na bibi wanapigana kwa nyumba, alafu wakeni wakikuja wanasahau. So we don't want to dwell with happen in Kisii, but tunajua everything will be smooth and the best will win, Penat. The best will win. Tunamwombea kijana yetu, sisi ni wamama. Unaona Martha Karua alisema wamama na watoto yao na vijana, alafu na wasee mnatufuata. Unajua nyinyi wasee wetu, but mostly mama na vijana yake. So Simba Arati is our son, and we have to pray for him. Hata kama pikoko wanang'ang'ana kumufinya, tunashukuru kwa sababu hiyo kiwanja yote ya Kisii. And Alex, thank you to see you. Unajua sijui hiyo safari ulikuwa umeenda, ukienda ni kama kila kitu tunatakanga update. You have been telling us, watu wamefikiria ilikuwa ni siasa yako, but the truth has come out. So sometime Pena, tunataka kushukuru wale watu wanashikilia crown na wanajua what the crown has saying. So mimi nataka kupongeza Alex sana kwa kazi mingi alikuwa ametuambia, and it has come to pass. Nyamira na baba nimeshukuru. Amesema hiyo watu yote ni yake. Wacha ule wananchi wenyewe watamchakua. Sababu baba sahi ODM lazima wajipange kama ODM. Baba ni Azimio na baba atasimama pale juu. Hiyo nyumba yote hawezi pendelea nyumba moja. The only thing tunataka kusema ni bora kura yetu isiende kwa Kenya kwisha. But any sons of Kisii bora wamesimama na Azimio. We really say, but again kuna watu ya Azimio yenye hatujui kama wako kabisa. So hapo ndiye nataka kusema. Mingine hii ya Ruto hata sionangi siku hizi. With my 37 days to come, I cannot waste my time kuona what Kenya Kwisha are doing, wakwishe wapone, I don't even care. The only thing I want to know, 38 days you cannot, unajua saa ile mama anataka kujifungua, ametafuta wembe, ametengeneza kila kitu yenye inatakikana hospitali. This time round, we are not playing, tuko ready, na munasikia constituency ya kina mama unaona wakiongea, wanasimama, wanamsimamo. So sisi tuko tayari kudeliver this boy, our twins, tuko na kijana na msichana. So sisi kina mama we are very ready to deliver that boy. So ukienda tena kuangalia nyumba ingine wanafanya nini, hatutaki itu. Wacha wakwishe, waendelee Embu, wafanye vile wanataka. Fake degree, Saga, IEBC, code pinch. Sasa hii nilisema juzi. Na bado tunaendelea kusema. Kama wenye madigiri ama wenye mashule wanaweza sema penalty, you are not qualified ama hukumaliza shule, kotini itakusaidia aje? Na kotini ijaifanyia watu mtihani. So kama unataka kukataa kusoma alafu unakimbilia kotini, unasema unawekea watu sijui nini, hiyo penalty. Otherwise, kina mama, kipande iko wapi? Kura yako iko wapi? Kama baba amekuwekea, jaribu kuongelesha hiyo mzee akuachie. Hii si wakati ya kuwekewa, na wewe utoroki kwa boma. akupatie tu baada ya kupigia baba kura na mama, kucha patie hiyo kitambulisho na hiyo kura akuwekee. As for now, tunataka kulala na kura zetu kwa nyumba. Ingine kina mama, tarehe nane usiku, hiyo ni siku, uamuke mama amuka saa 9, tengeneza chakula, amusha baba, patie maji, wacha aenda aoge, amusha vijana, amusha wasichana, ambia sasa by saa 11 saa 9 baba amesema anataka vijana yote saa 9 ya usiku wametoka, ndio waese wasaidie wase. So mi nataka kuambia kina mama, tutengeneze rongori, tutengeneze uchi, tupeleke kwa polling station. Alafu ingine kina mama, tuko na vijana yetu na wasichana yetu maagents ya Azimio. Tafadhalini, msiwache wasikie njaa, mununue maji mingi, mkuwe na soda, wacha tufanye hiyo kazi. Kina mama, chapati, tengu, pelekeni pale, wacha watoto yetu washipe, ili waweze kusimama. Na wale vijana ya pikipiki wanatembea barabarani, kina mama, kuweni na uchi kwa barabara. Mtu akipita anachota, anakunywa uchi, anaenda kazi. Ikifika saa 9 ama saa 5 ya usiku ya tarehe 10, kina mama sasa, kina Penat, kina Alex, hawa yote tunatoka nje, tunaambia mama ametiliva na vijana, watoto yote wawili wako uwai, na tutawaambia kijana ametangulia, msichana amefuata, na tumechunga kama kina mama wako safe. Kasi ya Alex, kasi ya Penat na wase wengine Orare na kina Joshua, tunataka mtuletee towel ya kuchunga watoto kwa sababu wanahitaji kuwa warm. So please msitulet down. Wamama mauchi barabarani, wamama chai, fanyeni kila kitu kwa uwezo ya kina mama kuchunga mtoto yetu asipotee ama asishikwe na baridi. Tunajua kuna hii kitu inaitwa corona na tunajua kuna limonia. Hatutaki watoto yetu tuambie ati otherwise Kenya kwisha, watulie, wafanye vile wanataka. Na Martha amesema ya ukweli, baba ametupatia kiti ya running mate. Nasikia Kenya kwisha batu wanadanganya kina mama pale, anaambia nitawapatia. Patia mimi ile ninaona sahi. Dating, kama mwanaume anakuambia ninakupenda, akupende saa hiyo, akupeleke kwa wasasi yake saa hiyo. Asikwambia anakupenda kwa barabara, anakumba ako na wengine huko, mama yake na baba yake anajua. Kwa hivyo hiyo date ya Ruto na wamama tumekataa. Tunataka ule amelete msichana, bwana yake amelete msichana nyumbani na kusema ninaoa huyu, na sisi tuko tayari na Azimio kwa sababu amepatia wamama haki yao. Kura ya Karua ni kura yetu kina mama, ni kura yetu wasichana yetu. Asanteni sana Penat, nitarudi tena. I know yesterday ilikuwa moto, but lazima tukue, we are not cowards. Hatuwezi kuja kuokopa, lazima tuongee, hii ni wakati yetu. But today I'm talking in another tune. But yesterday ningekuwa na mtu ya kukula ningemaliza. Thank you.
Jaka Mama Selina, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Naomba tumpatie Alex. Alex, make your submission so that we get you off the screen. Umesema unataka
No, nimevamiwa account zangu zote mbili. I think kutoka jana nimejaribu kuingia, ni kama hawa watu leo kutoka jana wamenivamia. So first and foremost nataka kusema kuwa, unanisikia?
Yes, you are clear. You are clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, tunataka ku apologize kwa Wakenya. The incident of yesterday was not unexpected. It was expected. It is an incident whereby the security knew, but they still refused to give details about it. Remember when Baba was coming to Kissi last time, we were here on the record saying that it's going to be bad. Not this time around, last time when Simbarati was warmly welcomed and he embarrassed Ongwae and the rest. And there were some weapons that were found in a place called Mwembetayari. And though they did not give the full disclosure of the weapons that were, wakadanganya tu ni machete. You know, you don't just take 10 pangas and say, you know, there's a security operation, ABCD, and then they wrap up the security of the whole, you know, county, and even they affect the network. So it was more than that. But Bernard, as we have said here more so often, is that the toxicity and the polarity of Kissi politics has gone to a higher notch. Those who are pro-Ongwae totally, completely hate Simbarati. Those of us who are with Simbarati totally hate Ongwae. We just don't want to see him even anywhere near Azimio. I think maybe it's only forgiveness and the grace of God that will be able to bring us closer. But Bernard, and I think ODM should be very careful with this man Ongwae. The other day, in a classic chronology, he comes with Mbadi, and conspicuously Simbarati is missing, and they are giving us of the heads up of the coming Azimio meeting in Nyanza. The co-chairs were both Ongwae and Simbarati. And we realize Simbarati is missing. In the same meeting, we find Ongwae ranting and saying, oh, this man does not know English, this man did not go to school, or we have better candidates within Azimio, or we have one who has been a minister for 40 years. We have another one who is a professor. And we have another one who was a member of parliament from this region, but this one does not qualify. So, I mean, then we sit down and ask ourselves, now, this is the chairman of ODM, sitting with the chair of ODM, Kissi County. What they're trying to tell us is that they nominated an aspirant to become a candidate who was not qualified. Because if Simbarati was given the nomination certificate, and remember how it was contentious, until he was to be given that certificate at KICC, you know, remember, there are not so many candidates who are given their certificates with Baba himself. But remember, it was a big occasion whereby Simbarati was given that with the rest of the Kissi, MCS. So we have reached a point, the high octave politics in the next 3 weeks, whereby it's do or die. And whether Baba comes, whether Martha Karua comes, whether anybody tries to come, we are electing Simba Arati, wapende wasipende. And what we are doing right now, we are having 2,500 polling stations. And already we have started fundraising to make sure that we have credible people to man and protect the votes of one Simbarati. We are not even protecting the votes of Baba, because Baba is getting his votes, you know, for him he's getting his votes. So we are just afraid that there's a lot of manene ya jikoni inaendelea huko. The person with this scenario, what we saw yesterday, at some point was attached to Ongwae. And some people are saying that alitolewa macho with the crowd, but Bernard, he was given a thorough beating. I mean, he was given a thorough beating. I think it's just by the grace of God that the guy, he's alive. And I believe his family and the relatives were really protected, because I think, as it's in the case in Kissi, kama unapatwa in that scenario, wanasema wewe ni mchawi na wanachoma nyumba yako na wanawachoma nyinyi wote na wanawamaliza. And I think that was what was supposed to happen. But then we thank God that the security came in handy quickly, and it helped the situation. But Bernard, our question hasn't been answered. Why are we protecting Ongwae? On the 15th on June, our county assembly session for 2017 to 2022 came to a close. On the 16th, he found a few members of parliament. The speaker was not there, and members of our county assembly. They went to the county assembly. They passed a budget of 400 million, where the speaker was not there, the majority leader was not there. The previous majority leader of Kissi County defected to UDA. A letter was written to Sifuna, and therefore we changed the leadership of the ODM leadership, majority leader in the county assembly. So while they were passing the 400 million, after the assembly had officially, the session has been closed until 2020. After the election, then we will come back with a new MCA. Ongwae passes a record of 200. So and when Simba brought that up, Ongwae comes up with a counter which says that it was money from World Bank, it wasn't from the government, and therefore World Bank wanted that money to be budgeted before the end of the year. And on top of it, there's more money that is coming, 100 million. So after the session is over, Ongwae again is stealing 500 million from us. They broad right. So I think that your anger it has completely taken us to a different level of politics now. So I think for the future, if the security tells these people that they don't need to come, because these people have decided legally well, and you remember on the record I was here, I was supporting Ongeri with all my heart. But Mahari Mefikia, Bernard, I mean, we cannot support somebody who keeps quiet when money is being stolen for the last 5 years. So that's all I can say, that Mata was not the target. Mata was, what they were doing is to disrupt the Kissi and the fanatics of Simbarati, so that they can do what they want to do and steal an election from him. They had even told Simbarati not to come there, because in the morning there was an occasion whereby Ida and Mama Karua were open mother-child hospital, which is KRH, Kissi, teaching and referral hospital, and Simbarati was not welcomed. And when he came there, there was a lot of tension between him and Ongwae. And I think it's a high time, if there's a clause within ODM or Azimio, to expel one man, Ongwae, from that party. I think it should be done as soon as possible, because he's causing more harm than any goodness. The fear I have, if they allow this man to be in the next 2 weeks, because we know the nature of politics of Kissi, those who are working in Kissi County Assembly have been given a fear cloud that Simbarati anaenda kuvuta kila mtu, and therefore they've been given money to go and make sure that all their relatives, all their village people vote for one Machogu. So openly, Ongwae is supporting one man called Machogu, and is in the record saying that, because Project Ongeri failed, Project Obure failed, and Project Manson has failed. So the only person who is coming head to head with Simbarati is Machogu. So he has shifted base. During the day is in ODM, wakina Martha wakikuwa, wakina Aida, but during the night, all his energy and money is going to the UDA candidate. I think we should sever our relationship with James Omariba Ongwae as soon as possible, so that we can have a credible election in Kissi, whereby we know that Baba is supposed to win and Simba Arati is supposed to win. Failure to avert that, our people are hungry. People don't have money. Shule zimefungwa. Na nakwambia Bernard, what is happening? There's something called Ogoserwa. People are being given money left and right. This money can tilt the election in the last 3 days. So we must make a decision whether we are going to court Ongwae. So because he's making a lot of problems and within the ODM, we should make a decision that do we need to continue to massage him or we should expel him and work with Simba Arati, because Simba Arati can deliver more than 80% to Baba. If we take that away, there is also a benefit that we will get. The benefit is the gubernatorial candidate, and truth be said, of Nyamira is very weak compared to one man called Nyambati. Nyambati has been very soft towards the Azimio people. He does not abuse them. He is not going head on head. He is a very good friend of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And it's perceived that he is a front runner, as we say. So if we avert what is happening in Kissi, by extension, if Simba goes only for 3 days to campaign for one Bosire in Nyamira, then we are sure the fanatics, like the other day they were in Isecha Manga, and these are in Nyamira, people who came from Nyamira to see Simba Arati and to vouch for him. I think then we can extend his base to Nyamira so that we can have a clean sweep. Otherwise, in Nyamira, we are in danger. The members of parliament who are supposed to win there are not there. I think there's no credible frontliner of ODM in members of parliament. That is the truth, and we must deal with that. And secondly, our one treasurer is not campaigning after the death of the dear wife. I think he was really affected after the death of the wife. So if we avert what is happening in Kissi County and Simba is given that laxity of going to Nyamira to campaign, he campaigns in Kissi in the morning, in the evening he campaigns for 2-3 hours in Nyamira, then it will be a clean sweep. So I hope we do that. Otherwise, Nyamira inaenda kwa UDA tukiona, man. That's a fact. Let's not lie to each other. Nyamira is going to UDA while we are looking and thinking that Nyamira is in the hands of Azimio. People love Baba, but the damage that Ruto has done there, na umeona watu wengi wanatoka Nyamira wakikuja hii panel, they are fanatics of Ruto. But there is a way we can do it. And that dawa peke yake ni Simba Arati kuenda huko jioni ama 2-3 days in a week, and we'll make sure that we change the whole scenario. Ongwae should be expelled as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Asante sana for that information. And we believe the authorities should act fast. We don't need to take chances. Just some housekeeping before Martin comes in. Please, they are standing orders, and we are here on a public platform, but we are governed by rules. One of the rules is that we cannot allow people without clothes on the screen. It will put our channel in trouble. Secondly, smoking on live TV is not allowed by the YouTube community, or taking hard drink. So please don't put us in problems. You can relax yourself, entertain yourself anyhow. But when you come on air, keep off anything that is excessive, because it is YouTube rules. It's not Mtembei TV. And I don't think we have time to run anybody's life. We are all adults here. So I wouldn't want to interfere with your life or interfere with my life by trying to run you. I have no business of telling you what to take or what not to take. My business is that the YouTube community requires that people dress well when they are on national TV, on public TV. This is a public platform. If we want it to be for nudes or people without clothes, we must give and wherever. It must be a different channel. It can't be this one, for that matter. So please, let's respect our standing orders. Don't put us in problems. Thank you. Let's Martin, your hand was up. Please carry on.
Yeah, I really had a big I know this was supposed to happen yesterday. Mr. Alex, always nice to see you, brother. Always good to see you. I had these questions for you yesterday, but apparently yesterday we couldn't do it. How far is Kisii? I mean, I've done road shows in all those places, but I mean, it's been a long time, almost 10 years. How far is Kisii from Nyamira?
It's a 25 minutes drive from Kisii town to Nyamira, 25 minutes to 35.
Okay, thank you. So is it a whole big different ball game with Kisii town and Kisii area and Nyamira, or is it the respect between whatever happened yesterday and what happened today, because there were two different things? Is it a whole different ball game between the two? Is it two different kind of political kind of, you understand what I'm saying? I know you're unafuataga vitu vizuri and you're very well, well elaborated on those things. What's the difference between that Kisii story of it inaendelea Kisii pale na hii ya Nyamira? Because what I saw yesterday and today is two different things.
You know, generally, the truth is that Nyamira is just like a sub-county of Kisii. The governor, the MCAs, the doctors, everybody goes to work in the morning in Nyamira. In the evening, they are in Kisii. There are no rental houses. There is no water. There is no, I mean, that's a ghost city, a ghost town. So when you see people in Nyamira, in retrospect, these are the same people who are in Kisii. And that is why the other time there was a guy who was saying, oh, we shipped people from Kisii to Nyamira. How can you ship people who come to work in Nyamira every day and go back to Kisii in the evening? You don't ship them. They just, it's like you wake up in the morning, unatoka Machakos, which is Utawala, unakuja town, na unarudi Machakos. Who is transporting you? It's a distance whereby you go work. So the county of Nyamira was a de facto county council in the colonial times. So by virtue that when one Martha Karua who proposed that if we cannot agree on the 8 regions of counties, how we are going to govern Kenya in the devolution, let us go to the county councils that were before during the colonial moment. And it was a luck that Nyamira, which was given thereafter a district by, I think, Moi, had also a county council. So the truth is that Nyamira is basically Kisii, and Kisii is basically Nyamira. There is no difference. It's just these political and boundary demarcations. But somebody like me, I am originally from Nyamira. But from my house in Jogo to where my father was born in Yaikuro, it's a distance of basically 10 to 14 minutes if I'm driving without stopping. So what I'm saying is that we have a situation whereby you can't know who is in Kisii and who is in Nyamira. We live interdependently. So people who work in Nyamira and people who work in Kisii, for the entire government of Nyamira, all their meetings, all their parties, they do it in Kisii County. So it's basically like Nyamira County is Kisii County. So when you saw that reception, when you saw all those people going there, they were not happy what happened in Kisii town, and therefore they were going to give Mother Karua the reception that she needed. So there were angry people that this should not have happened. So you found people coming from Kisii County, driving all the way to Nyamira to give them the support. Now the people who live in Nyamira, they are weird people, and these are our people. And for the record, I have not been afraid to say the truth. The UDA candidate for Nyamira, unfortunately, is my uncle, blood uncle. and he has been very good to Azimio. He has never abused Azimio. He will find ODM caravan. He will give them money. He's a friend to Timothy Bosire. And he's a friend to Raila. I mean, he's well respected within the politics of and you will ask even people like Bundi, people like people who are strongly in ODM. When it comes to Nyambati, they have a soft heart to him. So that's the conundrum we are having. A person in the enemy territory, but also very friendly to us. So because of his nature and his attitude, people are not able to fight him. So unfortunately, so we are losing that seat to him, and because of that, he has a team of members of parliament, MCS, and also a good running mate. So we are afraid that Nyamira is totally going. But if Simba comes, because Simba doesn't care about the guy, Simba knows how to fight him. So if Simba is given the opportunity to come, Simba will deconstruct him 2-3 days and he will be normal. Apart from Simba, there is nobody who can campaign against the UDA candidate in Nyamira. That's the truth.
Okay, Alex, if Bernard allows me, I have 2 more questions for you, and then mi nitakuwa nimefunga hiyo until my time comes. Because I'm going somewhere. So, Alex, because I've been to Kisii. Is Nyamira the stadium? Just let's talk about where the 2 happenings were happening. From Kisii, is Ikonge past where they were, or is Ikonge in between it? Where is Ikonge into the location of that? If you understand what I just asked you.
Okay, Ikonge is not between Kisii and Nyamira. Nyamira town, Ikonge is on the other side. Either you go to now Kalenjin, or the other side you go to Sondu or Chabera. So it is actually the borderline of Magwagwa, Chabera, and the other side of Kipsigis land.
Okay, you've answered me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yesterday, I had so many questions for you, but I know you didn't. You were not able. Now, my last question and the most important question. I know you struggle when you lipitia na Simbarati and everything to get where you are today in your decision making. We've been here with you for a long time. Now, are you promising us that Kisii is intact in hizi za chini mpigane, lakini when it comes to Baba, because me, you karangad me kabisa, and I told you, see Ukambani, we are trying to give 80% at least. Are you promising us that those are just sibling rivalries and those are not things that we will see again, and that Kisii is iko ndani kabisa?
Okay, let me be very categorical, and I've never been in this panel before. Magara is a good friend of mine, very good. Kibagendi is a stalwart friend. If I was to wed today, he was going to be my best man. If I was able, and we were able to get these people from UDA, one was a treasurer, one was an organizing national secretary. It did not take faint-heartedness to get these people from there. We looked in their face and told them, you cannot vote for a wheelbarrow. And they moved. And the truth is that when it comes to Baba and the Kisii people, they are tied with a Wi-Fi called a political umbilical cord. If you understand what I'm saying. It's the same way, you and your mom, you can't sever your relationship. Your Wi-Fi between you and your mother is the umbilical wireless cord. And that is politically, we are tied to Raila Amolo Odinga. Nobody should lie to you that any sane person in Kisii will go to the booth and vote one person called William Samoei Ruto. Nevertheless, when interests come, William Samoei Ruto was able to capitalize on our mistakes. Okay? For instance, let me use Duke's favorite word. For instance, when Ongwae Omariba was a governor for 10 years, he isolated the Nyaribari people. So when he was seeking a gubernatorial candidate, he did not go anywhere. He went for a people who felt they were isolated in the county issues. And that is why we are having a problem in the governorship. So Ruto understands, and whenever he goes to Kissi, utampata tu round and round, anapita tu Nyaribari. And then he put this young man who was involved in that gold scandal, this Kaindi Jaher, this young boy who was involved in the gold scandal, ya Wetangula. That boy is a wash. Simbarati is known in saying during a funeral for Maangi that DP Ruto, hivi jana munatembea nayo hapa, yote ni wash. That's in the record. These people have money. My brother, they are splashing money like crazy. And nani apendi pesa Kisii? Wote wanapenda. But ikifika kwa vote ya baba, nobody should lie to you. Hata Duke anajua. On private, I speak with Duke. Even at Tuya, they all agree that Baba is winning by a large majority, over 80%.
But then you guys will not give us. I mean, we need to be careful on the how many leaders we get there for the support of Baba, because he needs that support, the MPs and all that, and the MCAs. So we might have a problem with that. And the reason I'm telling you that, I have a friend who's in UDA, and he's running for, MCA. I support him, yes, and it's in Kisii. I support him. Actually, no, it's in where is it? Nisaidia Waluya. And I support him, but I'm like, you went to the wrong side. But yes, I will. So is that what you're telling us, that we might have a problem with the MCAs, and we might have a problem with the MPs, and maybe the county government, the supporting to the parliament, and maybe the Senate, na vitu kama hizo. You're telling us at the head we will get, but hapa chini you're not sure.
That's a topic for another day. Let's speak about the presidency, and I think the presidency is going to Raila Odinga.
Okay, thank you. That was a long one, but we appreciate it. I believe right information has come out of it, and we need to be vigilant as a people. Remember, a bad leadership equals, I'll revert to the Bible as usual. Mtanizoea na Biblia. He said, when the wicked rule, there is a cry. But when the righteous rule, there are shouts of joy. So the moment you elect a bad leader, there is no way you're going to have a good life. So don't play with your vote. Whether you're voting in an MCA, you're voting in an MP, voting in a governor, don't even, let me take it a notch higher. Don't even bring about the party difference to a level whereby you are now cease to assess leaders critically, simply because somebody is in UDA or is in Kenya Kwanza and is competent. Then you have another Maembe who is wearing oranges, and then you want to vote them in simply because they are with orange. No, it is important that we make decisions that will help the country and help our people. And the only way to do that, let's vote in sensible people, responsible people, people who are concerned about the welfare of the people, not the welfare of their seat and how prestigious the seat is and how much accolades they will come on them because of that particular seat. Let's vote in people that will help us. And all this information we are sharing here, the time we are spending here, is geared towards that, at least helping you understand the situation so that you make an informed decision. Sasa hii na nini hapa channel imechanganya. I don't know where we were, but nataka tupatie Yufin kwanza for the ladies, and then tutarudi kwa Olara. Ngoja ladies first, men before. Ladies first. Yufin?
Hi everyone.
Hi to
Hope
you.
you're doing great.
We are awesome. Alex, to confirm whether
Alex,
your voice
welcome
is
back.
higher.
We looked for you yesterday.
Agal, baby, I'm here.
Alex, we looked for you yesterday. You are not around.
Agal, baby, I'm
Welcome
here.
back. You're welcome back. Beto, how are you? Okay, Raila, if I can talk about the rally in Nyamira, that was fantastic. And I loved the speech for Martha. She said she cannot be intimidated with just a small smoke because she has been cooking in the kitchen for so long, and in the kitchen there, the smoke is a lot. So that should send a message to the people. That shows how strong. That shows the strong woman that we know. And then about the case of the degree, I think this case, it has been exhausted enough. And when Sakaja was being interviewed today, he said he lacked the school fees. He was a hustler. And this is the same person who told us that he bought his first car when he was still at the university, second year. I wonder, how can someone drop out of school when you can afford to buy a car in your second year in university? This man was really just playing. They're just playing with our psychology. They are using reverse psychology on us. But we've moved on. We know them, we've discovered that, and we've moved on from there. Wajinga walisha Kenya, hatuko huko tena, na tulitoka. And then we are waiting to go and vote Baba in. That's the only thing that we left. Let's continue wooing people. Let's continue explaining to them. You know, for someone who pays school fees, if you explain to them that, if you tell them, can you just think about it? If you won't be able to pay that school fee, the child will just be going to school, and then think about the burden that will be lifted off your shoulder. Then maybe they won't agree with you at that time, but later on when they sleep with it, when they think about it in their sleep, they'll make the right choice. Or if you tell someone you'll be going to the hospital without paying anything, that's a plus. Most of us can't even afford hospitals. You go to the public hospitals, there are no medicine. You can't afford private. What do you do? Most people end up dying. If you talk to someone about that, they may not agree with you at that moment, but later on they'll come back and see the reality, because the truth always prevails. And I'm saying this because it has worked for me. If I meet a friend who tells me they are UDA, they are Udaku Damu, I just talk to them and then tell them, just think about it. You give them time to think. Next time you ask them about it, maybe after 2 weeks, they shall have changed their mind. So let's not tire. Let's not think that we've won. We need to bring more people. We need to win more people. We need to work hard. This is the time that we need to work harder. You know, let's invite our fellow Kenyans to join the team. Team Azimio, Team Blue. Blue is the color. Politics is our game. And Azimio is the team. The captain is Baba. The assistant is Mama. And the train has left. So you need to join us, because we are picking people as we go. We'll not leave anyone. We are picking on our way. So whenever you see someone, just pick them and let's go together, because it's good to celebrate together. Victory is good when you celebrate together. Thank you, Bernard. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Eufin. We appreciate it. It's awesome, and it's our duty. It's our civil duty to see to it that we push for what is right for Kenya. Just to establish some understanding on the comment section. We're here to debate, not for you to pass a ruling. There is this guy here. Let me see, who is it? He says, your Baba is not capable at this time. He's a project of Uhuru. I have said here before that Kenyans don't have a problem with Uhuru Kenyatta. Trying to set Kenyans against Uhuru Kenyatta is a wrong move for William Ruto. That is why we have advised him, instead of him going to Meru to tell Embu, to tell people that he's running against Uhuru and Uhuru is frustrating him, he should come out clean and say the person frustrating him is Wajakoya. Wajakoya is on the ballot. Na memlemea akuje akonfess, tutaangalia vile tunawaleta pamoja. Wajakoya anaweza kwenda slow, lakini saa hii asumbue, asilete Uhuru Kenyatta kwa hii maneno, na baba ashaenda ako mbele kabisa. So wapambana hapa, hii number 2 ndio iko available, hii ingine ishaenda. So Cherukut Charles, tell your brother the right truth. It is good for brotherhood kuambiana ukweli. Hii story ya kujaribu ku encourage mtu on a wrong path, you see the person is a wrong path. Kenyans don't have a problem with Uhuru Kenyatta, and Uhuru Kenyatta's project have been Nairobi Expressway and have succeeded. All the roads, the infrastructure, the ports, everything, all the projects Uhuru Kenyatta has undertaken, Kenyans are happy with it. So wewe ukisema ameleta project zinaitwa baba, tukatae, sisi tuwezi kataa. So please advise your guy properly. Wajakoya is going to floor him, and it's going to be very embarrassing after campaigning for 4 years. Wajakoya just came the other day. I went to town today in the city center, and the Makangas, they say mtu wetu ndio huyu, at least kuna mtu anaongea lugha yetu. Please, Cherukut Charles, piga simu sahi UDA headquarters, waambie shida yao sio Uhuru wala baba, shida yao ni Wajakoya. I'm not campaigning for Wajakoya. I'm just informing our able deputy president who is confused on who is running against, so that he can put his energy in the right place. He's fighting shadows for nothing. And so since we are good people, we will help you make right decision by ensuring that put your energy to fight one person called Wajakoya, if you can. And like, from the look of things, I don't think you can, because this is one slippery man that has come from nowhere and he's become something very serious. Wacha tusonge mbele. Nani Sospita, ulisema uko na swali? Tafadhali ulize swali.
Yes. Yeah, I had a question, but I think it's probably been overtaken by events. And my question was about the geopolitical issues involving Kissi versus Nyamira. And I wanted to ask, have they always voted the same way? I do know that in 92, Nyamira voted for Jaramogi, to a great extent, but Kissi for Moi to a great extent. I think Nyamira has mostly voted with the Luos, whereas Kissi has been pretty unpredictable. Can somebody clarify that?
I think it has been the other way around. It has been the other way around. Nyamira is what has always been pro-government because of the Korea section of it. And you remember there was a guy called Machage was an ambassador. He passed on sometime last year.
Okay.
So they are always pro-government. The other Kissi part is what is always with Baba, but the politics of Kissi is such that it's like we have been doing an analysis in the 2017 elections. It was a good breeding ground for rigging in this vifaranga za computer, because of the dynamics of the local politics, whereby they are so individualistic in the sense that they can vote for Baba 100%. But when it comes to MCA, they split the vote they give to other parties. And so we may look at it keenly some other time, but to further, let's do this. We will dedicate some time just to analyze Kissi, because for the interest of giving justice to the debate tonight, let's not turn it into the Kissi politics. But the best person who understands Kissi politics and who has helped me understand it is Alex. So okay. Alex atakuja tupatie uhondo wa hayo maneno. And then of course we have had a guy here called Duke. Duke anakujanga hapa na pia yeye anatoka huko. Alafu kuna nani? We have a lot of guys here who have brought us into proper understanding of Kissi politics. Unlike the what is called Luo Nyanza, where when you play on the national scale very well, you secure your home. But in different with Kakamega, where I come from, you can be number one on the national scale, but we don't care. If you don't come home and take care of the home, you will forget the re-election is not there. So the different places, different dynamics when it comes to political decisions. But we hope that we will get it right when we go to the booth to vote. Let us not vote in crooks. Mtu akiwa na question mark, angoje hiyo question mark imalizwe kwanza, ndio tusonge mbele. Hii maneno ya degree pia. Degree, kuna mwimbaji wenu amesema Mungu hana degree. Sasa sijui alifanyisha Mungu mtihani si lini. Sitaki kuingia hiyo ni siasa ya kanisa. Mwambie Zakaja aende apate degree. Hata kama Mungu hana degree, malaika wana degree. Zakaja lazima upate degree ukitaka kuwa governor wa Nairobi. So usijifiche kwa story ya Mungu hana degree. So please let's make progress. Euphin, thank you so much. So Peter will look onto that keenly. Probably later on at the tail end of the show we can zero in and look at Kissi keenly. But as at now, tukae hapo katikati kwanza.
Sawa.
Yeah, thank you. Lara, please make your submission. Unmute. You're still on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay, thank you. Mama Selina, Bernard. Naona all panelists, habari yenu yote. Mimi leo.
Thank you. Just one moment. Martin, hold for me. I'm coming back as Olara continues. Thank you.
Asante, Mr. Martin Bernard. Mama Seli, nilikuwa nataka uzungumzie zaidi mambo hii ya Nakuru. Ni mambo I don't see any emphasis on it. Na hapo ndo tribal clashes starts, then goes around to every part of the Kenya. This Kenya we're speaking about, this Baba you love, this everyone you love. Kama hiyo mambo ya Nakuru County, because half of our roads, including railways, pass through Nakuru to go to anywhere else. This how the geographical or economical setup of the country was set up. During Wazungu, they will have everything pass through Nakuru or Naivasha or anywhere. Sasa, Mama Kelly, I want you to expound more. Unajua Bernard kuongelea leo, lakini wewe unajua hiyo kitu. Hiyo kitu ni hatari zaidi. Na hiyo statement ambayo Martin unaongea ama nani? Zima tu mic yako Martin. Asante Martin. Okay. Hiyo statement ya Mudavadi juzi, it was instigated against that route. Kwa sababu mimi nikiwa Nairobi, nataka kwenda kwetu Kisii, nataka kwenda wapi? Hata nitaka kwenda Narok. Somewhere around the route, I'll face you from Nakuru. This where the country is dissected. Na hii mambo ya Kisii juzi, it all started, you may take it as just a simple tear gas from or fallen off from a government official, maybe mistakenly, or somebody pulled it and exploded. No, kuna mtu anaweza kachukua tu akafungua hiyo kanisa, hiyo kitu pengine kwa jacket ya askari, na mtu akachukua tu akaifungua, na hiyo grenade, hiyo tear gas is a itemized item in the catalog of government equipment. Kama huwa askari patikana nayo, I don't want us to victimize the askari. We should see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the roads from Nairobi going to other places in Kenya. Because if that incident is taken in its context, your grenade for Madakarua was not against Madakarua. It is to get link it to Nakuru. Link it to Nakuru. Your Nakuru mission inaendelea hapo because Nakuru is it's in the heart of the vein of the country. You cannot move around, or they can cut off you.
Bwana Olara, najua chairman amerudi, lakini niko kwa usukani kidogo kabla nimwachie. Unajua pia hii channel tunakuja hapa tukiongea, saa zingine we don't want to create as passions. We come and talk about the topics of the day, na tukianza kuingia vitu za Nakuru na Kisii na nini na Rift Valley, tunaweza enda mahali tukaanza kuangaliwa kama channel tuna propagate vitu zingine. So naweza kuomba nikiidhinishwa na mchungaji, naweza kuomba tafadhali kama tunaweza tu, hizi ni vitu watu wengi wanajua Kenya, lakini ni vizuri tusiende huko, tukae kwa ile topic tuko nayo. Kuna maana ICC na vitu zingine kama hizo zilifanyika. Tafadhali tusilete aspersions zingine. Hiyo naomba kama mtumishi atakubali, yeye ndio mwenye chairman, lakini alikuwa ameniachia kidogo. So lazima nitulize vitu kidogo, tusiende sana huko. Tafadhali angalia topic.
Yeah, topic ilikuwa Madakarua jana, amesema tishu, si ndio?
Let's do this, Bwana Olara. We are looking at the meetings that Baba had today.
Okay, I'll not hide. Let me conclude. I'll not hide.
Then the saga of the degree, and then of course election countdown. I support what Martin is saying, because we don't want to be part of the sensational YouTube channels. They give you a topic that so and so has resigned. You click on it, the content has no relationship with the title. So we want people, when they click on this, they will get exactly what they were looking for, because that is what we are talking. Not the title reads this, you click on it, you get something different. So let's do justice to the topic of the day. Let's not turn an example into the subject. We remain within the subject, give examples here and there, but let's stick within the subject, please. And let's mind time also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bernard and Martin. I'm sorry if I raised some stupid emotions somewhere, but in my way of just explaining myself, maybe I'm just lengthy on dwelling on something which is related to this kutotishwa. Lakini hiyo tuachane na hiyo. Kitu muhimu to voting a Rushu, a fake candidate. Kama wewe huna certificate, huna certificate. Na hakuna court nimesikia kwa dunia inatoa certificate kwa mtu. Sasa ukisema uliacha masomo kwa sababu ya baba yako hana hela ya kulipia, na shangau baba yako alikunulia Mercedes Benz kwa nini? Hiyo pia ni just summary. Your lies should stop there. This is then again the manifesto of Baba. Manifesto of Baba is that integrity and accountability. Hiyo ndo Madhakarua anaenda kusimamia. And in fact, I want to add on, kama Baba ataapishwa, sikula anaapishwa, aseme recovery of assets. Recovery of assets. Recovery of assets. Because Baba aki-inherit hiyo serikali mpya, hiyo madeni vile imeibwa na kiasi imeibwa, and the way our politics is being expensive, you can see choppers, all of them in terms of 100,000. A chopper from Wilson to anywhere in Kenya, 100,000 plus. If you see everyone is doing that for the next 40 days, this all is your money. It's your money, you panelists here. It's your money. So we have to reduce the amount of politicking. We have to reduce the cost of politicking. Like we should have a pastor come be a member of parliament. We should not have a wash, as Matiang'i said. We should not allow that. Sasa ningeachia hapo kwa sababu Mr. Martin amenicaution na Bernard pia amekubali, but I had another angle to take this discussion. Asanteni sana panelists, na nitaachia hapo.
Asante sana Bwana Lara, tunashukuru. It's our responsibility na ni muhimu tuelimishe wa Kenya kwa masuala ambayo yanafaa. Tukiibua maswali tena mengi, tunachangia kuchanganyikiwa badala ya kusaidia mtu kufanya decision. One of the things that we endeavor to do as Mtembei TV is to ensure that when Kenyans get into the show, they are able to make a quick decision because they are getting right information that is not complicated, the information that they can relate to, and they are able to internalize it and actualize it within no time. Please, the people in the comment section, please mind your language. Mind your language. Don't get personal with anybody. I already told with the Cherukut Charles, please leave him alone. He has information and he needs to go and tell his candidate who he should run against and understand the people on the ballot. Uhuru is not, and so he should leave Uhuru's name out of his mouth. Before we get to Nani, unfortunately Nani fell out, but tutarudi kwa nani, tutaenda kwa Big Julius ndio turudi kwa Mwiti hapa. But let's get at least a video to help us digest, and then we get back to the show. We start right here.
Interpreter tonight is Meresha Owiti. Now to The Hague now, and the trial against Kenyan lawyer Paul Gisheru at the International Criminal Court entered its final stages, with the prosecution and defense teams presenting their closing statements. Prosecutor Anton Steinberg, in his statement, told the court that data retrieved from telephone records connected Deputy President William Ruto and 5 others to the witness interference scheme. Paul Gisheru Gisheru is facing 8 counts of witness interference in the Crimes Against Humanity case following the 2007-2008 post-election violence.
Please be seated for Voasfa.
After 8 protected prosecution witnesses took the stand in the case against lawyer Paul Gisheru, the prosecution and defense teams presented their closing statements before International Criminal Court Judge Miata Maria Samba. Gisheru, who is facing 8 counts of witness interference in the Deputy President William Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang Crimes Against Humanity case following the 2007-2008 post-election violence, attended the session virtually. The prosecution team, led by Anton Steinberg, told the court that the defense adopted a flawed approach to the assessment of evidence. Steinberg defended data extracted from the mobile phones of witnesses, saying it was consistent.
How could these witnesses possibly have known in 2013 what the phone data would subsequently reveal in 2021?
The data, the prosecution claims, connects William Ruto and 5 others to the witness interference scheme.
I note in this regard that the defense brief mistakenly alleges that the relevant contact details for Ruto were not contained in the phone data. However, this is incorrect, Your Honor. Proper inspection of the record reveals that the number is in fact reflected in the records, but there are no fewer than 10 Common Plan members and associates and other persons of interest linked to the accused by the phone data. This includes managers Simatwo and Mayo, intermediaries Barasa and Bet, associates Busune, P495 and Kogo, as well as lawyers Njuguna and Nite, and of course the ultimate beneficiary of the scheme, Mr. William Ruto.
The defense, which did not call any witnesses, dismissed the prosecution's case, terming it corrupted and filled with assumptions.
The OTP bought into and latched onto lies, fairy tales, fantastical excuses, and rationalizations, all while ignoring obvious flaws and contradictions.
Gisheru's lawyer, Michael Canavas, claimed the witnesses' backgrounds were not properly investigated, and the prosecution dangled the possibility of relocating witnesses to obtain their statements.
The defense relied exclusively on the disclosed material that we got from the OTP. There were no tricks, there were no surprises.
The Gisheru trial opened at the ICC in February this year, 3.5 months after he surrendered to authorities in the Netherlands. With the presentation of closing statements, Trial Chamber 3 is now set to deliberate on the proceedings and make a decision on whether or not to convict Paul Gisheru. Rita Tinina, KTN News.
Now moving on, 81 of the
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly try to clear our lineup. We'll have Big Julius, I had said, alafu turudi kwa tutachanganya ili tumalize mbio mbio. Big Julius, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, thank you so
Bernard,
much.
na umwambie Julius, nataka namba yako. Naona baba akiingia State House, mimi hapo China. So patia Bernard namba yako anitumie please.
Iko
kwa na Bernard kuuliza maswali si kuchangia, sijachangia chochote bwana. Ala, uangalie private.
Sasa hiyo Martin ni kunisomea, kwa hiyo I will reprimand you for the same. Yeah. Nimesema nitachanganya lineup. Wewe umeuliza maswali for 10 minutes. That is still time consumed. Whether it was question, whether it was submission, that was still you are participating. Then you got an opportunity to chair. You would have made submission. Relax, we're coming to you. Take it easy. Big Julius, karibu.
Thank you Bernard, Mama Selina, Ndeto, naona Otieno na nani ameenda. Nilikuwa na swali ya Eliza na naona ameenda. Na Lara na wasalimia good morning and good evening kwa wengine. It has been a very busy week, ups and downs. Saa zingine inaharibu moods, saa zingine inapandisha. Jana ilipandisha mood ilikuwa imeteremka juzi, lakini jana at least moods zilipanda. The campaign Baba in Nyamira. By the way, Bernard, nataka kurekebisha, Kuria iko Migori. It's not in Kisii. Kuria tribe, they are in Migori. Nyamira, Nyamira and Kuria, they actually they don't wako kwa border. Kisii County ndiko na nini ina board na Kuria. That means Migori. Anyway, mimi nafurahi sana, nashukuru kila wakati nikiingianga. Najua mimi nasemanga nashukuru Mtembei TV kwa wakati nafasi ya kujuana na wazee na wamama, watu wa hali ya juu. Nimepata maneno mengi sana sikuwa nayatambua ama nayaelewa kitambo, lakini wakati mwingi nikisikiza, mostly weekdays, Monday to Friday, huwa mimi nakuaga siingiaki kwa sababu ya time difference. Unajua huku kama time difference ni kubwa sana, so it's very difficult. Hiyo time ndio mimi naingia kazini. Sasa mada ya leo kuhusu Azimio jana Nyamira, it was a good one, lakini kuna vile Alex ametu explainia hapo kuhusu the politics ya Kisii and Nyamira. There is something that actually I'm praying for, or I mean the leadership of Kisii, because if it goes like that, that means we are going to lose again the MPs, which is not a good thing. You cannot tell me that you are going to vote for the presidency and you don't vote for the MPs and senators and women rep. Definitely, what are we doing there? Sasa hiyo tutakuwa tunafanya nini surely? I've been always advocating that Baba, if we love him, we have to give him MPs and senators, because they have a job to, Baba and Mama, they have a job to do. And this job they only do if they have senators, the good number of senators and MPs and women rep in that matter. Sasa tukisema ati sijui tutampatia Baba, definitely atapata 90%. Still atakuwa na shida. Atakuwa na shida, because we need MPs. We need to work very mimi saa zingine, by the way, I say afadhali hata tupoteze governor, because governor is not going to help the Baba in parliament. Afadhali we lose governors, but we don't lose MPs and senators. We need them more than governors. Because even if the governor is from UDA or whatever, still the government has the powers to check what they are doing, their corruption deals, if they are doing good or bad. But if we don't, Baba and Mother don't have enough MPs, enough senators, what are they going to do? Itakuwa kama hii ya Uhuru juzi, kama sio ODM ilikuja ikaingia ndani, Uhuru angefanya kitu. So we have to think positively also about that, surely. We have to think about that. That's Bernard, that's my personal opinion. It's not Mutembei TV. I say we better lose governors, but we get elected MPs and senators. That's my take, and that's my personal opinion. And I think this is ati nini, hiyo ni ukweli, because sheria inatungwa katika bunge, haitungi so Baba kama hana wabunge, hana senators, hata sheria gani atatunga? Hizo manifesto yake haitakuwa na nini, haitakuwa na maana, manake haitapitishwa bungeni. So at times unajua kuna mambo mengine, na mimi by the way Bernard, wacha nikwambie, mimi ni mtu wa ODM na nimekuwa ODM since ODM iliundwa, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm there, I'm a life member of ODM. Na kama hata my real brother akienda akisema anaenda kusimama sijui nini, hata kama ni governor, I will not vote for him. Come if he's not in ODM, because ODM is where I belong. That's why we have parties, and that's why everybody has a choice to go wherever he wants. But I cannot go there because he's my brother and vote for him. I'm a very different person. Because I believe in what I trust and believe myself. I believe my cause. I believe in ODM. That's why I'm there. I'm not there. Nobody called me to be in ODM. I'm not paid to be in ODM. But now we are not talking about the politics of ODM. We are talking the politics of Azimio La Umoja. That's why Baba never, there is no even a single day that Baba spoke about ODM. He's speaking about Azimio La Umoja. And we are moving ahead as Azimio La Umoja. But we have to be very careful of what we are doing, because definitely I don't think it's going well. Tukiwa na hiyo fikira ati Baba atapata 90% na ana MPs ana senators, surely what are we talking about? So I think it's time that we change our thinking and give Baba MPs and senators, enough MPs and senators wa kupitisha mijadala bungeni. Manake bila MPs na senators tujue kwamba hiyo big four agenda, I mean the manifesto yake, hakuna kitu itafanya. I swear hakuna kitu itafanya. So that we have to be realistic there. Anyway, kuongea maneno ya what else? Bena, tutaniruhusu kidogo niongee kuhusu manifesto iko out of the whatever, but kidogo tu nitaguzia tafadhali. Manifesto ya UDA, because hakuna kitu inaitwa Azimio La Umoja. Let us just talk the truth. You know, everything that DP Ruto
you're mixing Azimio La Umoja and Kenya Kwanza.
No. I'm talking about UDA. I'm not talking about
UDA's camouflage is called Kenya Kwanza, not Azimio La Umoja.
No. I'm saying UDA. There is nothing called Kenya Kwanza. It's UDA. That's what I want to say.
Inaitwa Kenya Kwanza, wacha kutuharibia wewe. Unasema ati Azimio. Ala.
Pole ni ulimi meteleza, because I belong to you, Kenya. So hiyo manifesto yao ni ile vitu tu, ni budget alitusomea, of course, sio manifesto, it was a budget. Mpaka ikasurpass budget ya Kenya. Nilikuwa napiga hesabu ndeto, unajua nyinyi ndio watu hesabu, lakini hata mimi nilipiga hesabu nikapata imepita ile nini budget tulipewa ya 2022 2023, imeipita na mbali. Surely if you are a good leader, you must use what you currently have and make it better. We expected the deputy president, because he had been a deputy president for almost 10 years, angekusanya zile vitu Jubilee haijafanya vizuri, aseme hii ilikuwa ni ya Jubilee lakini haijafanya vizuri, kuna vile tutafanya ikuwe mzuri zaidi. That's what I expected. But alienda kutusomea budget, which is okay, kawaida, ni mtu wa 200 million, 100 million. That is a very good chorus and we understand about it. And anasemanga ati sijui watu ni wachawi ama ni waganga. Ndio mganga na mchawi namba moja kusema kweli. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Liza, kwani naonekana Wanandi pia ni wachawi sana, because amefanya Mudavadi amekuwa mtu alitafuta presidency akapata 500k followers ama votes, amerudi amekuwa ati mtu wa kupiga marumas ya ujinga ambayo it doesn't make any sense. Surely. Anyway, Bernard, a good leader is a leader mwenye anatupatia idea how to do it better. What you failed before, And because he has been there and he knows the ups and downs ya Jubilee, angetuambia vile ile makosa Jubilee ilifanya, yale alikosea nitafanya vizuri. So that is what I expected. Anyway, fake degree, our chorus. I think we should not talk about this because Bernard, let me tell you one thing. Kenyan people are the most funny people. The good comedian in Kenya are Kenyans, and in the world is Kenyans. You know, ukisaizi Bernard, ukifungua kiosk, ufungue kiosk ya kuuza maembe, na labda ukitaka kudanganya watu unafungua kiosk ya maembe, alafu kwanza unaanza na kuuza pilipili. Kila mtu ataweka kiosk ya kuuza pilipili. They don't know wewe ulikuwa na plan gani, ama ulipata market wapi, ama what is your plan, lakini kila mtu atafungua kiosk. Kenyan people are comedian, they are funny, but they are good people. Inaona Bernard nilichange jina because nilikuwa naitwa papa. Papa actually kwa lugha yangu ni baba ama father. That's how my kids called me. So I called myself Papa. Calling myself Papa, ningepata watu watatu wamechukua the same name. So hata kama nickname, somebody can just, you know, hawezi kutafuta jina ingine tofauti. Kenyan people. But it's okay. It's okay. And so my last point I wanted to say is that, and I'll insist in that because I really need Kenyans to give Baba MPs and senators. Please let us do that. That's the best way we can, because I'm telling you, Bernard, Narok, we are going to get very many, almost majority of MPs in Narok. We are going to get majority of MPs in Narok. So I hope that because Ukambani, of course, will get MPs, Western will get MPs. So the place where we are not happy about is that Kissi, and also Kissi and the Kilifi, we have a problem. Kissi and the Kilifi, we have a problem. So I think the team, Baba's team, need to work to find the way of doing and doing that. Anyway, for now, let me just finish there so that somebody else. Mama Selina, haukuagi kwa ile group ya nini? Ya Azimio?
Sijui kama niko, kwa nini sijaona jina yako hapo?
Niko si tunakuaga huko.
Naonanga waliniongeza lakini sijaingia.
Oh, sasa nitakuwekea basi namba kwa, na siko China, mimi niko Japan, siko China.
You see, Bwana Julius, there is this private chat. Just drop your number there, then leave the rest for me.
Yeah, Japan si ni huko watu wanataka maneno. Japan, sawa.
Yeah, drop your just your name and your number on the private chat, not public comments.
Mama na amekuwa rais.
Okay, thank you, Julius, we appreciate it. Naomba tunaenda kwa Martin, but kabla ya Martin, we one short video just to help us flow. Nani said there is no Kenya Kwanza. Look at that.
Orodha ya UDA, yule namba 1 anaitwa Hasla, yule namba 2 anaitwa Gachagua, yule namba 3 anaitwa Abraham Kithure Kindiki. Sasa mtu ambaye anakuwa namba 3 huko national, mnataka kumfungia hapa awe namba 1 kwa kijiji?
So quick question. Where is my brother Mudavadi? Where is Weta? even if you got married, at least your husband should mention you once in a while. No, not forever forgotten.
Bernard, hakuna mtu anaonyeshana come we stay. Bibi atakuchapa ukionyeshana ati umekuwa na come we stay. Bernard, we umai hata ukikutana na hiyo mwanaume na ako na bibi anajifanya ako na shughuli ajai kujua hata kukusalamia, so kwani come we stay. Wanaume wenyu walienda come we stay, si kuolewa.
Okay, now I understand. It was come we stay. Sorry, it wasn't the officials. Ni watu wa kufichwa nyuma. Wapite kwanza alafu ndio tusonge mbele. Mungu saidia Kenya.
Bernard sio come we stay, ni mpango wa kando.
So, Martin, take it please, take it.
Come we stay na mpango ya kando. Unajua, come we stay na mpango ya kando ni moja juu, anakukondeshea nyumba, anakuambia usionekane, na usismile hata ukiniona. Na simu ikipikwa Bernard ama upige kwa masambaya, msee anakanyaka na kesha anakuambia ukipiga simu tena mbele ya pipi yangu imekwisha. Sasa Mudavadi alikwisha.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you. Please, Martin, take it.
Wewe mtumishi wewe nitakutumia saitana kuja ongea na wewe. Wewe ni mchokozi sana.
Mimi mtu mzuri, nyinyi mnafanya mimi nakuwa mbaya kwa.
Ala, sasa ni clip gani unatuwekea? Kwanza mimi nikikuja. Umeamua kuchokoza kabisa. Okay. All right. Okay. Watu wa mchele nao watacheza kama wao. Mudavadi na nani sijui kule wako, na nasikia na nikuulize by the way mtumishi, kwa nini siku ya kwenda kwa IBC nani alikuja na huyu jamaa anaitwa watatu? Apparently ndio watatu sasa. Alikuwa ameacha wapi number 2? Kindiki. Kwa nini alikuja na Kindiki?
Kuna na microphone uko kwa IBC. Mahali kuna microphone, you don't keep the microphone away. You keep the Saga away.
Kulikuwa na shida. Na uliona venye waliingia kwanza amekimbia Kindiki ndio anaongea huko sasa. Si I thought that was unaacha mwenye munaenda kwa jani na yeye. Mimi niache bibi yangu niende nichukue bibi ya neighbor tuende kwa sababu yeye ndio anaweza ongea. Kwani sikuchagua vizuri? Anyway, hapo umenichapa kiboko nikikuja kuingia, ndio nitacheka. Ulikuwa unajua nitacheka hiyo. Okay. Now, let's talk about Junet. Junet leo alisema number 2, kitumishi na nikisema hapa. Number 2 ni nani? Junet mwenyewe alisema mimi nimeangalia siasa nikaona Wajakoya ndio number 2, ule jamaa wa bangi. Ruto atagongwa na mtu wa bangi na nyoka bwana. Nyinyi mko na mchezo na hii Kenya. Mama Selina, jana nilikuwa nimekuchapa lakini ulikimbia. Jana nilikuwa nimekasirika sana with one lady called Mother Karua. I was more mad at Mother Karua than huyo polisi mwenye alitupa hiyo kitu. Why? Because these things, it's a political thing. You go into politics knowing that things are going to happen. And when something like that happens, is what like Mike Pence did. Okay? No. You guys are saying this. Mimi ningekuwa hapo, ningekuwa Mother Karua, ningerudi to show my might. But you know what? leo ameniprove wrong. She came in, kwanza kina babu wamekaa pale, and I saw it and I almost shed tears to see her walking, anatembea majestically, anaingia, and she says hata ile kitu ilifanyika huko sijui ati Moshi kidogo si kitu ya kuniharibu, ya kunifanya nifanye, nikose kufanya my politics. That made me so proud of that lady, even though I was so disappointed yesterday. But that was it made me so proud of your friend. And I am so happy about that lady because she came in saying, hata mkifanya nini tuko. Bernard, I really don't think I want to talk about Sakaja's thing. We already know Sakaja does not have a degree. I think it's over. I don't know why we keep on repeating Sakaja, Sakaja. In fact, Bernard, special request from a very, somebody who's been here for a long time, a panelist that has been here, knows everything. Bernard, please don't bring us this Sakaja issue again. Don't put it there. Hii imeisha bwana. Ni nini unatusumbua? Tunashinda tukipigania kitu moja.
No, it is current news. It's current news now. With every small development, we need to know.
We already know. Okay, we know the guy where he went. We know he went to Nairobi University. Okay, he got into politics like Kina Orengo got in. Like Kina Orengo and Kina Babu Owino, they finished their school before they went into politics. We know where it is. Tunajua ikitu. Even us, we went to schools. We were in the UA, students unions. I was in the student union of Egerton University. We know how it works. Is juu tunashinda hapa hivi tukivutana. Yes, Sakaja went to school. He was doing whatever science he was doing. But when he was offered, because he was one of the UON, he decided to leave school and go do what he did. Now, the goons are coming back to bite him. That's what happens when you run into money, na unaacha shule. That's just what happened. Na tuache kushinda tukidanganyana hapa hivi sijui tunasema Sakaja what? Teams or team? The university is called Team, does not have an S. It's called Team University. It's a private university. What are we keeping talking about? Ni ule tu alienda tu akacheza huko akaitishwa kwa nini kwa alikuwa students union nini akaacha shule na akaamua hivyo ndo kutaenda. Sasa si kimekuja kimeumana. Sasa utasaidiaje comrade? Naishe umana. Wachaneni nayo. Me, I don't want to talk about
Babu Owino amsaidie. Babu Owino nasikia ako na degree mingi. Si amukopeshe moja tu.
At least mulikuwa mnasema Babu Owino amekaa shule sana, lakini alimaliza, at least ako na degree ya mwezi hata pigana juu ya hiyo. Sasa huyu aliona tu akakuja akaitishwa politician cause ako na mdomo mingi, akaingia huko, sasa ndio imeanza kumgonga. Kisii sitaongea, hiyo Alex alimaliza. And then one thing I love, the show of might. Sijui kama mliona Nyamira, helicopters zinaingia. Do you know, there's something we call in defense, if anybody has ever worked in defense industry, there's something we call show of might. If you remember when Obama came, wakiwa pale Nairobi University, kulikuwa kuna kuja mandege zinakaa hivi. It's called the show of might. Leo zile ndege zilikuwa zimeanguka Kisii, yani hata zile mlikuwa mnatupa jana sijui what do you call them, hizo tear gas, always tupa, because people are coming with a show of might. That's showing that we are ready for you guys. I loved that. That's a psychological thing when it works on people, when you're really going into big things like this. Okay, Matiang'i, Bernard, unajua mimi andika. So Matiang'i said, the only thing Mutiambei, si ati Mtembei, Mutiambei anagongwa is because alikataa kubuy boots for 18,000, akabuy za 2 for the police, which makes very good sense because this guy is Kina Ruto and the other side, they're all about business. All they want to do in it, to get money from the government and make, getting contracts from the government. So I liked when Matiang'i said, hii ndio maana huyu mtu anachapwa. Hakuna kitu ingine. Let me run real quick to Manifesto. Me Manifesto ya Ruto jana, me I didn't see any manifesto. All I had was the same Ruto complaining about the same government that he is the deputy leader. Nilitafuta deputy president sikumuona, because how are you talking about these things? You've been there for 10 years. Are you seriously, even after 10 years, are you supposed to be giving us a manifesto? Really? What manifesto? Seta afadhali Dida. Dida anaweza tupatia hata ya Wajakoya iko poa, at least nyoka na nini. Sasa huyu jamaa anakuja kutupatia manifesto na ako kwa government. Yeye ndio second in command. Manifesto for what? What are we talking about? I mean, Kenyans, can we be serious with our lives and our country? ICC, I know imefichwa nyuma, because we don't want to go to get the sympathy votes zenye we know when that sympathy votes really happens at ICC. But I believe if one guy kinakipwa kimaliza kukata miti, wafiche huyu jamaa kwa nini? Wafiche huyu jamaa kwa nini? Kwa mahali, kwa sababu atakujiwa. Unakumbuka Kasha Brothers walikujiwa, hata hatukujua venye walikujiwa. Kidogo mlisikia wako wapi? Wako New York. Na saizi wako wapi? Wako huko, after talking na kusumbuana na judges. These countries don't play. Huyu jamaa, I feel sorry for him. Hii ICC itakuja kumletea shida, na unasikia Musheru saizi they are coming to close the case. I've been following very well. The guy Musheru is actually turning into a witness. Witness for who? They are not saying witness for who. So somebody is about to get prosecuted. And we don't want to go back there where we have, who was it? The guy from, I think it was Sudan, Munyazi and Mahali. You have a president that cannot even go anywhere because ataweza shikwa, amenyimwa kufly over, airspace ya countries na nini, because they are wanted. We have to be very careful in what we do in our country. Now, namaliza Bernard, and then I keep quiet. Unajua mkifanya marathon, hizi tunaangalianga, and we are very good. Kuna kwaga kale kalap kamwisho, mali kengele uchapwa. Na hapo sasa ndio munainuka, hapo ndio your last effort sasa inaanza. Hapo sasa ndio inaamuaga nani ndio Kipchonge, nani ndio nani alikuwa ameshikilia breath yake, nani alikuwa amechapa kila kitu. The bell has been rung. It's next month. Let the games begin. Sasa ndio mchezo itaanza kufanyika sasa. Ile Bernard mimi kuambiaga sasa, endeni mnunue popcorn sasa. Ndio utaanza kuona defections, vitu zinafanyika. By the time inakuja kuisha, kuna mtu atakuwa hizo miti zimekatwa, na speaker mmemaliza, najua mlisema mtakata miti, mtachunga mito, na mlisema pia mtaweka dawa za panya mbali, lakini pia mumwekee mtu wa kumwangalia bodyguard 24/7, hafai kulala.
Mabishop watapata kazi, wamelipwanga mshahara ya bure. Sasa kazi ndio tunataka kuanza.
Na mumuombe sana bwana, mukeshe bwana Bernard, kesha. Unajua kijana atajiua.
Hakuna wezi kujinyonga. Ako na bishop wako wengi watasurround yeye.
Nimemaliza my brother, nimemaliza.
Thank you Martin, we appreciate it. Before we bring in Mwita alikuwa amelemewa. I hope you are still there bwana Mwita. Kitu kidogo, I have somewhat in-house business to address. Andika says, mbona mimi sijaulizwa namba kwa private chat? Ingia kwa studio tutakuitisha. The number is shared for two reasons. Either there is somebody who will want to contact you off air, or you are interested in joining any of the WhatsApp group. We have Azimio WhatsApp group. There is Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, and the other WhatsApp groups that where even the discussions that we bring here have been discussed in the group. So we decide this with what is going to be aired. So if you are interested in joining that, that's when you get to the private chat and leave us your number. Then you will see on which group we add you. Right now, we are controlling the additions to the Mtembei TV WhatsApp group because kuna wakati tuliingiza hapo nyoka zingine zikaharibu mambo. But all the same, if you want to join, you leave us your number on the private chat and we'll be able to add you to the groups. And the groups are very engaging, and you will enjoy your stay if you enjoy exchanging on Kenyan politics. We debate there too. So kama unataka hivyo unafanya hivyo. See it, we are taking numbers for personal reasons. And also I should give a disclaimer. When you meet on Tembei TV and you exchange numbers and probably end up doing business, you're doing business as individuals, not on behalf of Mtembei TV, or Mtembei TV will not be responsible for any deals you have done, even if you met here. That is purely between the two of you. And in case something goes wrong, Mtembei TV will not be responsible. I just want also to issue a disclaimer that among us, we are good people, but we have a few crooks. Some people that are twisted, that would want to mess up people's lives. So beware. Don't give your personal details to people you don't know. Know the people first. Even in the church world, we are taught to be generous and to be kind and to support people. But the scripture says, know them that labor among you. Okay, know them that labor among you. Those who have demonstrated their commitment to the doctrine, to the teachings and all that. Now I want to emphasize that part, know them that labor among you. That means when you want to get into the person or get to do business with the person, know the person first. And knowing the person is not knowing their name, knowing their village. And know at least 1, 2, 3 people that know the person, that can testify about the person. Okay, they can recommend the person. Don't just get the person and ambia smile yake ni mzuri, lugha yake ni mzuri, sauti yake ni mzuri, he must be a good person. No, check out. Hata ukitaka kuwa msichana, usipate tu msichana ni mrembo, sauti ni nzuri, akiimba ni kama malaika, unasema hapa nimefika. Kuna ndugu moja, church mmoja akaenda akapropose kwa Mrs. Pastor. Akasema Roho amesema ni wewe. Asiwe wazi. Huyo Roho angekuambia mimi ndio Mrs. Pastor. Usikimbie tu mbio kwenda kupropose kwa sababu umeona bintu fulani. Uliza ujue huyu ni wa wapi, baba yake ni nani, ndugu yake ni nani, alitoka wapi. So tukikutana hapa tunakutana kila mtu. Kwa hivyo find out. There are some background information we have about people. If you are defeated in getting information, contact me. We can give you some background information about it, especially when you want to do a business transaction with somebody. Tuulize tafadhali kama tuna information tutakupatia, kama hatuna tutakwambia hatuna, lakini hivi unaweza kupata. Tafadhali. We don't want people coming to cry and say walipeana pesa sijui wanunuliwe shamba na pesa zikapotea. We don't want that, and we don't want Mtembei TV to be dragged into the same. I also want to encourage you to help me build back my channel. I lost my channel because of my hosting this show, but I want to encourage you to help me rebuild back my channel. We are doing well. So I'll be sharing my link for my channel. It's called Triumphant Bible Media. We do preaching, teaching, Bible preaching, Bible teaching. And those of you who enjoy Bible teaching, Bible preaching, you can also do that. so that you subscribe to the channel. We have a lot of information that can help you. We are still rebuilding back, putting back the library. The other channel that they stole from me had over 30,000 subscribers. Now I'm back to 1,400, but I'm doing well. So please, we'll be sharing that so that you can help me subscribe and participate in the same channel, even as we continue doing what we are required to do here. There is somebody sharing. Don't share your number on the public chat. You get in the studio, then you share. Like kuna huyu Lotio, you have put your number on the public chat. Unfortunately, I can't even copy that number from there. Yeah, I have limitation because I am in the back office of Mtembe TV. So I think Martin helped me copy that number and uniweke kwa private chat. Ama it's nini? Yes, don't do that. You will get calls. Utapata police called me mingi. Kuna Wakenya hapa ni hatari sana. But I encourage us to do the...
Bernard, your number iko wapi? Sorry.
I think she has deleted it. Yeah, she has deleted it. So you will get, I'm sharing let me share the link. You can just get in the studio. You will access the private chat even without being added on the screen. If you don't want to be added on the screen, then ukishafika, then you put your number there. She has put it back again on the public meme.
On the public.
Martin, just get it.
Let me go look at it.
Okay. Sawa, thank you. It's like there is some Mr. Mwite, are you still there? Mwiti, Eric Mwiti ni kama alikuwa amelemewa na kausingizi.
Bernard, is it 079?
Yeah. 07970709579.
Okay, I got it. I'll send it to you.
It?
Yep.
Hey. I take her name too, and then now we can delete it so that Mafisi wasipate. Thank you. We appreciate. She's called Begia for sharing your number. We will add you to the WhatsApp group where you can participate into the debate. So turudi kwa Mama Selina. Akipeana her submission as we proceed.
Bernard.
Wow.
Mama Selina, Bernard, can I ask for your permission to leave for a minute? Kuna mtu amenipigia hapa.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Mama Selina, go ahead.
Okay. Sawa Bernard, nafikiria tulianza kuchapa siasa mpaka sinaanza kurudi. Yetu ni kuangalia tu sasa mambo na kuomba. Actually, we don't have much to say. Unajua saa ile nyumbani najua Julius anaweza kuwa mshahidi. Najua saa ile watu wanatengeneza Disemba, wanaanza mapema kupanga ati mwezi wa 4 watoto wanasema hapana, mwezi wa 8 wanasema hapana, wacha waende chondoni mwezi wa Disemba. So we have done it until now. Yani ile kimera tulitengeneza. Najua ile unga ingine ile inawekwa inashakwa mpaka so everything is ready. Najua Pukusu wanajua hizo maneno. Sasa hii Bernard, tukikutana na ile kijana anataka kuokopa hiyo maneno, tunamwakia maneno na kuchapa. Sasa ni kuchapa. Kuna kungojea. Utuambie kama unaenda ama uendi. Kina mama wanakuja wanakusaidia kuchapa. So it is the time kuamuka. Kama Central walituambia kumera, Sasa kila mahali ina kumira sasa, hata hatujui maana yake, lakini lazima tufanye hivyo. Penat Nyanza wameambiwa kumira, na mwenye anapaki Nyanza kwanza, hiyo ndiye tunachapa. Kama Central imeamua mpaka wananchi wamekuwa weusi, Penat, yani kuna mtu alikuwa amekonda mpaka watu wakafikiria maneno ni mbaya. Dakika kidogo pumusi ikakuja Penat, mtu akanona mpaka ikakuwa na tumbo. 2 weeks hata sura sasa ujui ni mweusi, ujui ni inaitwa kala, yani wanajaribu kufaa hata manguo ya pikipiki, laptop vijana wao. Na hii chakua hii yako, hii chakua hii sijui mulitoa Bena, hii serikali ya Kenya, okopa serikali. Okopa mtu anaitwa serikali. I'm telling you, Penat. I don't know where that comes from. Na hata kama amekuja ya ukweli ya pekee. Yani unaambia watu unafuka nyoka. Unaambia watu tunaenda usa kuumbwa. Imagine, na watu wanamfuata. Yani siasa nimeokopa mimi. Yani kama hivyo ndio Wakenya wamefika, Penat hatuna la kusema. Chinese wakikuja Kenya mahali wamepita kutengeneza barabara, hakuna maumbwa kwa hiyo area tena. Sasa chakua ya hiyo. Chokora mwenyewe kijana yetu alisaliwa na wamama. Acha nilisema sisi kina mama hakuna kitu atusai. Tuko na mwisi, tunasaa president, tunasaa kila kitu. Sasa can you imagine ufanya siasa for ya Central every Wednesday, Sunday, Tuesday, Nyeri, Murang'a, Gitui. Sasa Chakwaya anakuja, huyu mtu hajamaliza mwezi moja Penat. Alafu haki ya Mungu mtu ambia ati Chakwaya ni number 2. Yani si afadhali tujinyonge sasa, hata mimi ya Azimio. Penat. Yani Penat aki kabisa, sumuhurumie hii jamaa tu.
Wewe Mama Selina alisema bring it on. We have brought, so let him receive whatever we have brought.
No, Penat. Huruma Penat, haki ya Mungu. Sasa ufanye campaign 5 years. Unatoa pesa yako yote, alafu mtu anakuja kusema matarau. Piga kura kwa pangi, nyoka na umbwa. Aki Penat. Kwa Kalenjin hiyo vitu hata kufuka kubwa kuku kwa Wakale mbaya. Sasa pangi na umbwa sasa. Yani haki Penat. Yani kabisa Chakwaya apate hati milioni 3 alafu na sisi tupate 2.5. Ama hata Aisuru tupate 3 million. Chakwaya hiyo apate hata milioni 1 Penat, hiyo ni aibu. Kwa sababu hiyo kura ni yetu. Hiyo watoto hiyo tuliwaambia kasi ni kasi. Hata kufuta bangi ni kasi. Hasa hata kufuka nyoka ni kasi. Penat. Wheelbarrow. Hasa unaweka umbwa kwa wheelbarrow. Unaweka nyoka kwa wheelbarrow. Unaweka yani aki Julius, Kenya iko na maneno. Kama mimi ni watu naitwa Gachagua, naitwa Tibuti, naama Kenya. Hii election haya Mudavadi unajua Mudavadi samani sijui anakuanga na macho kubwa. Umaiona Mudavadi sijui kama anaoganga siku hizi. Yani jamaa amesahau hata kunyoa ndevu. Penat, hii siasa wacha tu vile tunatembea. Unaona my tribute vile ana swing. Anatoka kwa ndege anasema nimetoka Kisii. Yani ile kukanyaka kuonyesha niko wewe. Wanataka kuletea sisi mapipi, hata wamama wamekwisha. Alice Waome, mwingine anaitwa Chen Giara, hai, wamama wameenda na wamekulwa. Unaona ile msee ya kukula mahindi Eldoret. Watu maneno iko maneno. Pena sioni ikifika tarehe 10 hatutalala. Hii Mtembei TV itaona maneno. Tutarudi utupatie tu program.
Mama Selina.
Yeah.
Mimi Julius. Unmute Julius.
Mama Selina ameenda sana asifiki huko.
Hapana Julius. Saa ile watoto wanatairi hata huko Masaini. Unajua tusipoambia maneno, unajua sasa unaambia kama unaokopa. Sasa can you imagine 4 years unaambiwa wewe ni inaitwa nini hiyo majina? Wewe ni kingpin. Unaambiwa wewe Uhuru kwisha, wewe ni kijana yetu firstborn. Unaambiwa Raila kwanza hiyo kitendawili hawezi kanyaga kwa mlima. Unaambiwa kila siku ni milioni ngapi ya kutengeneza kanisa. Baada ya hiyo kina mama. Julius, unihisabie wakati Ruto alienda Masaini mara ngapi? Ama alienda Western kwa Waluya mara ngapi kwa wiki ama kwa mwezi? Unihisabie siku yenye aliitwa Central. Kama si Murang'a ni Kiambu. Kama si Kiambu, Tarakaniti. Kama si Tarakaniti, Nyeri. Kama si alafu mlima imeteleza. Sasa wewe, haya tukifikiria tena kuhurumia hiyo, mnatuletea Chakoya. Ati sasa vijana ni pangi, kuuza umbwa na kufuka nyoka. Alafu tukifikiria hiyo tucheke, tunakuta ati mnaenda Kasarani, muna launch, mnawekewa tena the same, mnakuja kupatiwa kushare. Yani, Julius, did you see that? Ati hapa kidogo kidogo ni Ruto, hapa kidogo kidogo Chakoe. Alafu Chakoe ile vijana wote walikuwa natuimbia ndio wako huko wanaimba reke. Sasa yani yaki kabisa wewe amuna sio ni huruma tu. Alikuwa anasema come baby come, bring it on. Nimewakopa. Sasa Mudavadi aliwacha Waluya. Eri Watangula juu ni shemeji ya Central. Unajua ni shemeji pena. Mama anaweza enda huko aongee na wasasi na mabrother na huyu Wetangula apone kidogo. Sasa Mudavadi mama alienda, mkampatia mdogo, labda hiyo mdogo ndiye alienda chukua pesa. Akamwambia Mudavadi, kama utoki kwa baba ninakuacha. Lazima sasa tuongee ukweli Penat. Mudavadi hakukuwa aende, lakini mama alienda Sugoi akapatiwa pesa. Sasa Julius, mnaenda kuoa mama wadogo wenye wanawapeleka kama wheelbarrow. Guy. Mimi sasa hii mwezi sifanye siasa, ni kusema ukweli kwani. Yes. Baba, tuliambiwa baba ni baba Raila. Muma mchesea alishinda Moi. Akaweza Kibaki. Uhuru akakuja akasema ni ndugu yangu nilimpepanga State House. Akamhurumia akasema huyu baba yangu akiwa vice president na baba yake alikuwa president, huyu ni mtoto yangu nilikuwa na pepanga. Akasema ni ndugu yangu. Na akamsaidia. Wewe Ruto unakuja wewe Kashakwa ati mnataka kupishana na Raila. ati mpaka mnaita kitendawili anasema yes. Mnaita msee sijui ya nini anasema, na hiyo anaenda tu. Ukisema leo Raila ni kitendawili, tialala, tipim, siwaulize mwenye tipim. Si mwenye tipim na tialala ni Babu Owino. Na Babu Owino hako na matikiri, simuulize hiyo tialala ni kusema nini. Tipim, kwa sababu Penat, najua mwenye alilete hiyo vitu ya tipim tialala ni Babu Owino. Na ndiye hata unaona, nafikiri hata huyo wacha tu vile mnamkarao. Baba amechenga hiyo kijana. Hii masuti ingine mingi ya Nyanza hii, huyo naonanga Babu Owino akikanyaka tu kiatu hapo. Tialala, tipim ni Babu Owino. Watu wanaita baba tialala. Siwaulize Babu Owino, hii tikiri ulipata kitu inaitwa tialala inamaanisha nini? So kwa UDA, can you tell me a very nice strong man, isipokuwa ni hii anaitwa nani? Hii kijana ya baba yake alikuwa Maumau, mtoto ya Maumau. Kuna kitu anasemanga, kuna haya, wapi kijana ingine? Sakaja ameipa certificate. Wapi kijana ingine? Ona ndume yetu hiyo kijana.
Mama Selina, malizia hapo.
Sijaenda Simbarati mwanaume. Ona baba vile amesaa vijana. Angalia Joe vile anasema. Akiamuka kiwanja inatetemeka. Hizo ni mambegu ya baba. Matiangi. Yani sasa Mata ndio huyo amewauliza, mkiniona hivi mnaweza karibia baba. Klati Swanga, Charity Ngilu, Sabina Cheke mrembo. Hebu niambie Yahudi hata mmoja. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na a good provocative way of looking at things. Unajua ni kuna ile inasema pride comes before a fall. So wakati umekataa kujinyenyekeza, Mungu anataka kunyenyekeza. Anasema anatumia vitu za ujinga kupambana na wale walisema kwamba wanajua. David President alisema yeye hata ruhusu hii nchi ikuwe nchi ya rege na ikuwe nchi ya bangi. Akasema Mungu amesimamisha rege, amesimamisha bangi. Sasa cha ajabu ni kwamba rege na bangi
Simekuja na mwenyewe, si baba. Okay.
Zimekuja pamoja na zimemaliza wheelbarrow. So Mungu halali, watu wajipange. Thank you. Julius, you wanted to say something?
Mungu ya baba imesimama. Yes. Penat, hiyo maneno umesema on a serious note. Kusema ukweli ati tumesimamisha rege. Ati sasa baba sijui afanye nini. Akina sasa huu mtu ya bangi na reke amekuja na amemshinda. So it is really, yani hata sijui vile nitasema. Haya, walisema hawa wanakubalika na Mungu. Wanasema hawa ni Mungu. Walisema baba si Mkristo. Walisema Matakarua sijui ni kanisa gani. Nilikuta juzi Mata akisema amekundua kumbe yeye na Raila ni watu ya Anglican. Tena ile kanisa ya zamani ile ya kuheshimu ile ya zamani ile yetu ya Afrika kama Catholic. Sasa hii Mungu tulikuwa tunaambiwa kila siku mpaka mnasoma fast. Yenye hata hakuna kwa hiyo Mungu yenu.
Bernard, thank you. Nilikuwa nataka niguzie kidogo kuhusu kuna hiyo clip ya DP Ruto umeweka ya akiwa alikuwa wapi? Alikuwa Meru ama ilikuwa wapi?
Embu. Is it Embu? Embu.
Yeah. Unajua DP, ile kitu Ruto anafanya saizi ni kujaribu unajua watu wa area hiyo vile Kindiki ya kupatiwa running mate walitoka. Actually wametoka. Ni ile njia anajaribu kuwarudisha kwa kuwadanganya, kuambia ati Kindiki ni namba 2. Ndiye anamforward because anaona things are not going well according to the plan. And after all, unajua naye Mungu ni wa maajabu, Bernard. Mungu, what God does, human cannot understand. Can you imagine at between Gachagua and Kindiki, you go for Gachagua? Surely. You know, those are things that we have to understand, that the plan of God is always the plan of God, and no human can ever understand it. Hata ukijaribu kuangalia wakati Kristo alikuwa anasulubiwa, mfalme aliuliza nani ndio nani atasulubiwa kati ya hao, nani? Kuna wezi na kuna Yesu, na watu walisema Yesu, because always a righteous man doesn't have a place. So Kindiki unajua ni Mungu tu alimtoa. Hata saizi I'm very sure, 100% sure, katika UDA kuna shida kubwa sana. Ile bahati UDA iko nayo ni kwa sababu William Ruto ndio sponsor, is sponsoring all of them. Kama ingekuwa kama Azimio saizi, hii moto ingekuwa imewaka kuwaka. So like unajua hiyo ndio shida ya kuwa sponsored. Unajua kuwa sponsored, you don't have a voice. Hata kama even if you have you speak the truth, nobody will listen to you, because actually ukijaribu kuongea unaambia mimi nakulipia kila kitu alafu unakuja kuniambia vile nitafanya. Actually that is what happening in UDA now. Baada ya Gachagua kuchaguliwa, things went bad. Hata ukijaribu kuangalia the body languages ya hao watu wote wa UDA, wale sasa walikuwa front runners, walikuwa supporters wa UDA wa kwanza, they are not no longer there. Huwezi kuwaona hata wakiwa, ule mtu amebaki ni Mudavadi sasa ndiye amebaki ku spread rumors, na hii kijana ya kina Ndeto anaitwa nani? Mutua. Hao ndio maslay queen wamebaki hapo. Those are the slay queens remaining in YouTube. Sasa ndio wanatumika. Na ukijaribu kuangalia hata wenyewe, they have even changed their colors. Ukiona mtu si ule mtu ulikuwa unamjua. Bernard Mudavadi, kuna siku tumepanda ndege moja kutoka hapa Osaka. Before the election, no, after the election of 2, before the election, after the election of 202. Sasa kufika international airport ya Osaka, tukakutana naye akiwa na yule bibi yake mdogo. Of course alikuwa VIP, first class, na mimi nilikuwa economy, na nilikuwa na watoto. So tukakutana naye, tukasalimia tu Osaka kidogo, ilikuwa ni time ya kuboard. Tukaenda tukakutana naye tena Dubai. He was a very humble person by then, very humble. Akanipeleka mimi na watoto wangu, akatipeleka kwa lounge ya VIP lounge, because alikuwa business. Alikuwa business class. Akanipatia kadi, and you know something funny, ni jirani yangu Riverside. But although hiyo time kwa mama mkubwa, that is mama mdogo, najua anaishi Lavington. Area ya Lavington. Na alikuwa na huyo mama mdogo. Ni manyanga. Mama Selina, sijui ungemuona, sijui Mama Selina angesema nini. Nguo imefika juu kabisa. So
ongea juu ya Mudavadi ama nani?
Mudavadi
ako na bibi mbili.
Kwani wewe unaishi Masa ama unatoka dunia gani? So by then Mudavadi was a very humble man. By the way, he was a very humble man. Unajua vile alifanya hesabu, alifanya calculation mbaya tu si akaingia baridi kwa sababu alirudi KANU, hakushinda kiti, akakaa nyumbani. So he was very humbled. Akanipatia kadi we used, ananipigia simu. Yani he was a very humble person. Si ati nini, he was humble. Sijui ni hiyo election ilimfanya. Na ni hesabu mbaya alifanya ya hiyo tu. Na ndio hii sasa amefanya this time. Hii hesabu mbaya ndiye amefanya this time, and he also is going to atakaa muda mrefu sana because na hesabu yake alifanya mbaya. How comes unakubali mtu wako umri chini yako? Because sahi Ruto akichukua hiyo kiti, Mudavadi atakuwa okay. Ruto saizi yako 56, ndio? Mudavadi sahi yako 60, 63, 64 hapo, 65. Ebu 65 plus 10 ndio ujue Mudavadi hesabu yake sijui anapiganga na rivers ama anapiganga na minus, sijui anapigaga aje
75.
Sasa si afadhali angeingia kwa Raila because Raila ni mzee. Raila ni I mean hesabu yake it was bad. It was a very bad calculation. Very bad calculation. Hiyo sio nini. And after all I think again unajua ni maneno ya pesa. Wanadanganya ati ni sijui ni percentage nini. Walinunuliwa straight kuuza Waluya. Na Waluya ndio wamechanuka. Walichanuka na ukiona baba, by the way, ukiona baba akidini kitu. And things, that's why things are bad down there. Sasa India anaenda usiku kwenda kulia ati ho sijui nini ati hatuna amani, sijui hatuna hatuwezi sijui shindana sijui nini amani hapa Western sijui nini Kakamega. Sasa too late. Yeye umebaki unapelekwa. Najua Ruto ni mwerevu. Najua Ruto alimweka kwa nini kwa campaign trail. Sasa yeye nyumbani akasahau. Naye Ruto akarudisha wao wakina nani wakarudi kufanya siasa kwa ground kina anaitwa baraza. So Mudavadi yeye amesahau akaenda kufuata na akipata inaitwa Hennessy yake. Unajua ni mtu akipata Hennessy analala, story inaisha hivyo, anajinda hata kuongea. So this thing we have to understand that surely people miscalculated and they don't know how things are going. They didn't know that it's going to be that way. But again, Mudavadi ange understand alipata kura 500,000 wakati ya in 2013 or something like that. So he should stand kama mtu alipata 500,000 vote. That's a 500,000 vote. That is a big number. So he should angesimama kama mtu mwenye alipata 500. Ajue kwamba ninataka kuongeza hizi 500. And the only way angeongeza ni kama angefanya kazi na baba. And that is why Uhuru Kenyatta tried his best kuwaunganisha. Mudavadi akakataa kusikia. Akasema wacha akuwe slay queen. Sasa amekuwa slay queen sasa hii. Mama Selina hata amesema hogi by the anakaa kitu kingine hata isi. Wametembea wakienda Western wanaambiwa watembee mguu. Wakipiga picha ukiona viatu ya Watengula inakaa ni kama ni kama mtu alikuwa analima wakati wa kiangazi.
Go slow.
No. I have to speak that. This is not Mtembei TV. This is me. That's my take. So please, anybody who is listening, that is not Mtembei TV. This is Big Julius speaking. Please judge me, not judge Mtembei TV, because it's the fact. Wewe uliona hiyo picha wamepigwa hata kubadilisha nguo by the way they don't. Unapata siku mbili wamevaa the same trouser, the same shirt. They are in shit. They have to think about themselves. Wabadilishe. Kenya imetoka wanafikiria ni ile election ya 2017. Again, wacha niachie hapo nani Bernard na wacha niongea sasa kidogo kuhusu nani anaitwa nani Sakaja. Historia ya Sakaja, it's like unajua IEBC 2013-2017 ilimess the country Kenya. it messed. So it was very difficult for them to undone. Ndio unaona walikubali. Of course they know kina Sakaja hawana nini. Na mimi nasema Sakaja, Malala, na hata huyu mama wa Azimio anaitwa Wavinya Ndeti. Document kama yake ni mbaya, watoke. Watolewe, wasikwe kwa ballot. We have to stand for the truth. Waluke ODM nini Azimio, waluke asichaguliwe. We don't stand for those kind of people in Azimio. But you see now, Sai Baba hawezi and Martha hawezi kunini, but the body which has that powers is giving them a chance. Ndio unaona nani our anti-corruption wana complain things are no. Sasa kaja anaenda kumbele kuhusu Uhuru. Wani Uhuru anafikiria Uhuru ni mtu ako na time ya mtu kama Sakaja. Certificate ya Sakaja afanyie nini? Ati niliona jana anafanywa interview anasema ati they fear me actually because they can only win that election of governor if I'm not in the ballot. What? Surely? Ni kujaribu kuwa na big things, but it's okay. But trust me, we have to stand for what we believe in. If we believe in that we want a country that which will change out of corruption. Corruption starts not only by giving money, or corruption is about doing things that are not right. Kama unaenda unachukua CV ambaye sio yako ya kudanganya. Mimi niko na watoto sasa hivi wako university, wakimaliza sasa wataanza waanze kufanya kazi, kutafuta kazi wakose, na kuna watu wamepata kazi hawana nini. It's very bad. Kwanza kijana yangu mmoja anasoma international relation. Sasa alikuwa anachambua story ya story ya nani Sakaja. Anaichapu kijana unashangaa sana. We need to stand for what we believe in. And again, mimi nataka mwito wa jambo la mwisho kwa kukumbusha Wakenya, tafadhali tupigie watu wa Azimio kura, tupate wabunge wengi, tupate maseneta wengi, tupate women rep wengi. Tuamka asubuhi tupige kura, tupigie baba kura. Usiseme utapigia baba kura ati ashinde na ukatae kumpigia MP ama seneta ama women rep. Anahitaji senators, anahitaji MPs ndio aweze manifesto yake ambayo alinini agenda ile ako nayo kwa nchi ndio iweze kupita katika hali ya bunge. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much, Big Julius. We appreciate it, and I see there is a good concern about the members of parliament and senators being voted in. It's important. Let us take that matter serious in ensuring that the majority of the people in parliament, as much as variety is good, let the majority of the people in parliament be within the Azimio if we want to have an Azimio government. Let's not have a lame government that need to lobby and beg and bribe people so that they do what is required. But all in all, I think in Baba's wisdom, he knows that we're going to do a lot of sweeping. There is the greatest threat to UDA, especially in Rift Valley, is independent candidates. We are going up against strong independent candidates, so that is also going to cut down on their numbers. Only that we pray that these independent are really independent, because they can get in parliament and they manifest something else, like Jijopev. He reaches in parliament, now it becomes UDA when he got there as independent. So these independent, they need to be independent enough. But all in all, let the Kissi, Nyamira, and the other places just concentrate on ensuring that the whole mission of Azimio gets fulfilled, not allow petty local politics interfere with the whole purpose. Let's look at the whole essence of making Kenya better and ensuring that we have good, credible leaders at all levels. One of the disheartening thing is the aspect of ODM-led counties that did not perform well, starting with Homa Bay, Busia, Vihiga, I think part of Siaya, and all that. That was a big letdown. We need to show the way forward by ensuring that our performance is outstanding. We are the proprietors and the brainchild behind devolution. We should make devolution work and be seen to work, not just to occupy a seat and be presiding over mediocrity. So let everybody who is charged with the responsibility understand that the whole essence of every item of our undertaking is for the whole country to be transformed in such a way that after 5 years, we need to see the steps we have made forward. Not, okay, I've occupied it for 5 years, I want to occupy again for another 5 years. What are you occupying doing? Let your occupation be felt by the transformation you cause in the counties. The people in the counties that are in semi-arid areas, let there be drastic measures, put effort to transform the place. Not you received the county when it's 90% semi-arid, and after 5 years is still 90% semi-arid. That means you have not been in the office, or rather, you have not been doing what, or you don't know what you are doing. You cannot ignore your environment and expect to be helping the people. Matters education and matters health should be a priority for every county government. So Peter seemed to have some information on Sakaja's degree. I will give you time to dive on it. You shared your link. Sijasikiliza sana, lakini I think you can share 1, 2, 3 things on the same. You can then direct people to go and watch the whole story on your link, or you share your WhatsApp, whatever your YouTube channel name. Karibu Sospita.
Asante sana. So on my YouTube channel, I delve into like a series on the Sakaja issue. And the first thing, I think somebody alluded to it during this discussion, and it was to do with the national security perspective. And my concern is how politicians in Kenya are able to go to Uganda predominantly and get degrees from there. And as we all know, Museveni has a very tight grip on his country. And the fact that Kenyans are able to go there, and who is the Minister for Education in Uganda? Who knows? Janet Museveni, okay? So the fact that Kenyans can go there, get a degree, and we are trying to get an answer as to whether Sakaja's degree is authentic or not, and it's, you know, we're hitting a dead end. It tells you that there's probably, one, there's no political goodwill for Uganda to tell us, you know, to open up their servers, or you may say, as to whether the degrees are genuine or not. And then secondly, I mean, so political goodwill is not lacking in Uganda in terms of making sure that people go in there and are able to get fake degrees. The other thing I would like to bring in is I look at Putin's Russia and how they sometimes compromise leaders of Western world. I mean, various leaders have been caught in the web. You know, they're usually handed prostitutes and stuff like that, and they end up being compromised. So what could it be? Could it be that Museveni is trying to compromise our promising young leaders so that he can use those files later? I mean, that's food for thought to think about. The other issue that I've delved in those videos is what I already described about Sakaja having had a long time to do his degree, but never actually did it. I mean, since 2013, he came into parliament earning $1 million salary. And even if he did not have fees to finish his degree, I mean, he had between 2013 and 2022 to do his degree. So he could have afforded to do a degree. And during that time, somebody like Kangata, the Muranga senator, joined with an LLB. And between that time, Kangata has moved from a bachelor's degree and now has a PhD. So it's really disheartening that Sakaja decided to just chill rather than do a degree. The other thing that I've delved into is to how to resolve this matter, because I mean, it's a matter of national security that people are claiming to have a degree and then we hit a dead end. And the reason why it's so difficult to know whether Sakaja has a degree or not is because, first of all, it's Uganda. So that creates a barrier as to whether we can get into Uganda and know whether he truly has a degree. And then secondly, education results, be it transcripts, be it report forms, are generally confidential. You know, the conventional wisdom is that they usually treated like, medical reports or something like that. For somebody to release my education results, I have to give consent. Somebody will not just go to my school and get my results. So in that way, Teams University can claim that we cannot tell you whether Sakaja graduated from here or not. And even during the 2013 or 2017, when Kenyans wanted to know whether Uhuru graduated from, which school did Uhuru go to? A school in Massachusetts, Amherst College. When Kenyans wanted to know whether Uhuru graduated from there, the school's response was they cannot comment on such a matter. So in more developed world, degree results or school results are usually very confidential. And so that's a loophole that, makes this matter very difficult to figure out. So for you to know whether Sakaja actually graduated, you have to go through the court process. I mean, you have to have need to know, and you have to demonstrate that in a court process. And so that's what Sakaja's legal team is taking advantage of. And up to that point, does anybody have a question?
No, I don't think so, but you can make your conclusion.
Okay. So the conclusion is that, as a country, we just have to set up a system where, we, just like I said, set up systems in which a degree process is very well documented. And then we can have a centralized way that is cloud-based in which we submit, the results, within specific timeframes. So if somebody finishes a semester, the results are submitted to a cloud-based system. And cloud-based means there is traceability. You can track down when somebody finished a semester and when the degree, the results were submitted. And even when they graduate, the results of that graduation should be submitted into such a system, so that if you're waiting 5 years and saying you graduated from that school, then we should have a stream of results, just like we are told to do with elections. Things happen as a stream. So we can see a stream of results going for 4 years, every 3 months, for 4 years, so that if in 2027 you're saying that you have a bachelor's degree, then you probably started school in 2024. And if you're saying you just graduated, then we should see results streaming in from 2024, 25, 26, 27. And I think if we had such a system that is well secured, well funded, I think this thing can be resolved. And thank you so much, Bernard, for that platform. Thank you.
Asante sana. Your YouTube name?
Yeah, my name is Sospita Otieno, but my YouTube channel is called Perspective 2022. And but if you just search my name, you're gonna get it. And the link is, I've given out the link here on the private chat, so you can just click on it, and it will take you to the YouTube channel, and you can just subscribe or like the videos.
Okay. Thank you, Sospita. We appreciate it. And those of you who would want more details on that saga of Sakaja degree, please follow Sospita on YouTube. Get the series of what he shared on the same, and probably you get more information and be able to defend or uphold what Sakaja is talking about.
That's right. Absolutely.
But the issue of him claiming that is a threat to the Nairobi governorship is just a political statement. In my opinion, he doesn't have a muscle or capacity to challenge the Azimio candidate for Nairobi. He's I don't want to use the word foreigner, but he's naive. And he thinks he can come to this city and run it. This city has shaken many people. Let me just play this video as Mwiti. I hope you are now back as we get to listen to Mwiti's submission. Two quick videos.
And my boss, the president, were on the same side. In this election, we are on different sides. From where I sit, I am running more against my boss than his candidate. And that's the real complication. Because the president is the chairman of the party where my competitor is now running. We have confidence in the Iebc to deliver this election. We believe that the people of Kenya have come a long way to understand what democracy is, and that we are going to make choices. And we have every confidence in the people of Kenya to make that choice on the 9th of August. And we have said unequivocally that we will respect the decision and the choice of the people of Kenya as a side. The Kenya Kwanza side, which I am the candidate, I have on their behalf made that commitment that we want a peaceful election, we want a democratic, credible election, and we are preparing ourselves for it. We have done our bit in preparing ourselves for that election. I must say that yesterday I said I congratulate my competitor because for the first time 2 days ago he committed that he will accept the outcome of the election, which he has never in his political career. So I think we will have a peaceful election. With that commitment, we're going to have a peaceful election, because that's normally the problem, that when the people of Kenya decide this way or the other, if the candidates are not democratic enough to accept the outcome of that election, and if they have any issues, proceed to the institutions that are available for dispute resolution, then we normally have a problem if people are not willing to go that route. So I think we have confidence in the IEBC. There are issues, like there will be issues in every election, concerns here, concerns there, and we have agreed with the IEBC that as and when we come across issues that are of concern to us, we will raise it with them and see whether we can work out solutions. So far, so good. There is an issue that is currently outstanding on the voters register, whether we will have the digital or electronic voters register, or we will use a manual register, or both. Our position is that we have come a long way in matters technology, that we believe that an electronic register will work. It's not easy to manipulate. It is not subject to games. And we think there are sufficient safeguards around it to make it credible. Unless somebody comes forward with credible information that it's not, we have no reason to doubt the electronic register. Is it called electronic register?
Yes. Yeah. The Kim's kit.
Yeah, the Kim's kit. Yeah. So we have absolutely no issue with that, and we think we should proceed in that manner. However, if the IEBC make a decision that both the electronic register and the manual register will be available, we equally don't have much of an issue. We will only have to be much more vigilant to make sure that the manual register is not abused to stuff ballot boxes and those kind of things. I believe that the participation of the international community and friends through the observers like yourselves is a very critical plank to making sure that we have a believable election. So we welcome your participation alongside many others. We believe that you bring a lot of value to this election.
Inspector General of the National Police Service, and an attack on His Excellency the President. Ukitaka kuwa kiongozi, tunataka kuongoza nchi yetu. How can you attack public servants before foreigners? Tunachukua Inspector General wetu, unamtusi mbele ya wazungu, wamekuja kwa ofisi yetu. Na shida ya Mutiambai, niwaambie ukweli hapa, watu tukubaliane hivi. Hii mambo Mutiambai anatuziwa hapa bure. Kuambiwa Mutiambai is the incompetent police inspector general we have had. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua police boots for 13,000 ilikuwa inauzwa na marafiki zako. Sasa akakubali kununua police boots from local manufacturers for 2,900. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa, shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua bulletproof vest for $900. Kwenda directly to manufacturers to buy it for $90. Sold by your friends. Sasa hiyo frustration inaleta kutusi Inspector General wetu. Let us be very honest about this thing.
Bwana Mwiti, Ayuda. Mwiti. Hey, hii story ya watu kulogin alafu na hepa. Mtaleta kizaazaa hapa. Okay, it seems Mwiti is raptured. all the same, let me respond to something. There is Muchaki Kipungetich. Anasema Sakaja is a threat. City is not home. Any to any, as said by Ben. I am not speaking out of the air. I've been in this city. I know how the politics of the city play. Sakaja came in this city courtesy of Uhuru Kenyatta. And falling out with Uhuru Kenyatta places him in a very awkward position. There isn't much William Ruto can do in this city to help him. William Ruto doesn't have a constituency in Nairobi, a constituency in terms of a substantial following compared to Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. So the combination of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga places Sakaja's candidature in a very awkward place. He will not make much difference whether he's on the ballot or not. Secondly, it was wrong for him to go head on against Uhuru Kenyatta when he got into the mess of his degree by himself. Dragging Uhuru Kenyatta's name into his degree saga nailed him completely. It was the final nail on his coffin as far as his bid for Nairobi is concerned. So from that, only those two facts, he has no chance. He's not a threat, and nobody's fighting him. He's fighting his own shadows, just like his boss, who is William Ruto. He doesn't even know who he's running against. He's now claiming he's running against Uhuru Kenyatta. He's not running against Uhuru Kenyatta. He's running against Wajakoya, and we keep insisting that. And if he doesn't take his time, Wajakoya is going to beat him for the number 2 slot hands down. Ajitahidi sana kwa sababu Wajakoya amechukua constituency yake yote, ila alisema yeye ni hustler. Watu wa hustler wanasema sasa hustler ile anaelewa lugha yao, anawaelewa vizuri, anaitwa Wajakoya. Kwa hivyo ajitahidi nini, kama anataka kupata constituency hapa Nairobi, angekuja ajipange mapema, not on assumption but deliberate efforts. There are seats that he will never get, and I think even that Langata seat, unless unless something else happens, the combination of Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta is a serious matter for Nairobi. Anybody undermining that, he doesn't understand Nairobi politics, and he doesn't understand how things work here. You need to take your time and understand how things work. The whatever, what is it called? The Sonko factor in Nairobi, okay? The Sonko factor in Nairobi had a lot to do with Uhuru Kenyatta, and had a lot with that logarithm thing, and had a lot to do with the issues that Kidero was facing. But if it was clean, transparent elections, I don't see how Sonko would have made it. Yeah, there were so many things. That's why there was even court battles, and I understand some of the negotiations that came out was for Kidero to withdraw the case, and then some things were put off. So even Sonko's winning in Nairobi was questionable, and so was Sakaja's winning. So this time round, he has no chance. Even if he would have run for Senate of Nairobi, he would still have lost to Sifuna, because Sifuna came in late in 2017 and gave him a run for his money. He escaped with that victory narrowly. So that means that Sakaja, even running as senator, he will still have not made it in Nairobi. So sio story ni ya kumwandamine, ni story ya ukweli wa mambo, na lazima tukubali wakati ukweli wa mambo unasemekana wazi wazi, isiwe eti ni mtu amefikiria. This is not imaginary, it is real matters on the ground and how the politics in Nairobi are done. Don't take the combination of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga as a light thing as far as Nairobi is concerned. Those are the two forces that run the affairs of this city, and to unseat them, lazima ujitahidi. So, Bwana Mwiti, is it usingizi ama kuna nini ndugu? Nenda kapumzika, utakuja baadaye. We still have got 4 more hours to go, so please rest and then you will come in later with the mundu wa nyumba mkimalizia na wengineo. But tunashukuru kwa kila mmoja. I think I'll play one more video before I think Big Julius can come in and weigh on that matter of Sakaja and his probability in Nairobi. But from where I sit, sioni Sakaja akiwa tisho kwa kiti cha ugavana wa Nairobi. Si tisho hata. And then also the issue of parliamentary and on. By the way, are you people aware that Wajakoya is not filling in for any governor? Is not. He doesn't have governors. He doesn't have MPs. He doesn't have MCS. He's just running for presidency, and is the only candidate. Plus his running mate. So that in itself has a way of neutralizing even things on the ground when it comes to MPs and all that. So if you had MPs on the ground, it would have posed a threat. Especially on Azimio. But the Azimio parties wajipange. Mahali ambapo the race is tied, mtu mmoja ajitoe tafadhali ili to secure those seats. We need credible people, not to wash. Let's minimize on how many wash people enter parliament. Na hata wakishaingia parliament, tutafute njia ya kuwaosha watoke kwa parliament. Tunataka parliament safi ambayo itafanya kazi ya kuhakikisha kwamba inji inasonga mbele. I keep insisting that inji inasonga mbele. Sio wale watu wanaenda kula kupata mshahara na kujivinjari miaka 5, alafu baadaye wanakuja wanatuambia nini handshake ilikuja ikaribu big 4, sasa tumereduce tunaenda kwa big 3 and all that madness. Any person looking for an excuse or having an explanation why things did not work and his way of looking at it is because somebody came in and this excuse and that excuse, that is something you need to use to vote that person out. So whether Sakaja runs for governorship of Nairobi or not, it makes no difference. In fact, Margaret Wanjiru would have been a better challenger of the Nairobi governorship, in my opinion, than Sakaja. Let's listen to this.
Manifesto's a police officer who allegedly discharged a tear gas canister during the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya deputy presidential candidate Martha Karua's rally will remain in custody for 10 days after he was arraigned in Kisumu. Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i led leaders allied to Azimio in condemning the incident that prematurely wrapped up Raila Odinga's tour of the county on Thursday. Citizen TV's Seth Olale with the latest update on developments after the incident.
Fresh details have emerged regarding a police officer who allegedly discharged a tear gas canister just when the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya deputy presidential candidate Martha Karua was about to address supporters on Thursday at the Gusii Stadium. Josephat Makori, who was arrested minutes after the incident and saved by police officers from supporters, is a police constable attached to Kisii police station. The suspect, who was whisked to Nyanza Regional Police Headquarters in Kisumu, was arraigned before Chief Magistrate Teresa Odera after preliminary interrogation. Detectives sought to hold the accused police officer for 10 days to complete investigations, while at the same time arguing that suspect's life is in danger from members of the public. However, Makori objected, stating that his wife was expectant and that he needed to attend to her. Chief Magistrate Teresa Odera granted the prosecution 10 days to hold the suspect in order to complete investigations, with mention of the case scheduled for the 11th of July at the same court.
I will therefore order that he be remanded for 10 days for his own security. Mention on the 11th of July.
senior police officers revealing that the suspect, Josephat Makori, was allegedly not on official duty on the material day the incident happened. According to Kissi Central OCPD Peter Kimani, the accused did not attend the police briefing before officers were dispatched to offer security at the Gusii Stadium. Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i, while campaigning for Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition in Nyamira County, termed the incident embarrassing, calling for speedy investigations into the incident.
Mimi si mtu wa kubabaishwa na moshi kidogo, na ndio nimerudi hapa Gusii land, hata kama ni Nyamira, ndivyo wajue hawatatuweza na fitina kidogo.
Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on, Big Julius. Thank you. One moment. Those who want to get in the studio, you better do now before the studio gets filled up as we get to the second phase of the broadcast. And my other colleagues will be joining us later on to drive the show to its ultimate end. So, usikuje hapa studio imejaa and then you begin to blame. Right now, you have an opportunity of at least 6 people that can join. I'll be sharing the link one more time for you if you want to get and have something you want to say. Okay, I usually don't take it very lightly when somebody gets to the studio, gets the mic, and then asks me what is the topic for today. I don't see why you should click the link, get in the studio, and then find from me what the topic is. You should have something you are coming to share. That's why you are seeking opportunity to be on the screen and share with the Kenyans. Otherwise, I really want to appreciate all of you for keeping it at Mtembe TV and keep inviting as many as possible to join into the discourse so that nobody's left behind in making right decision. Somebody's telling me that we have some MCAs on route party. That's a good one. No problem. We are in a democratic country and everybody is entitled to run and run to win. Run to win, and let's also run to run wisely. Okay, run wisely, whereby don't just run for the sake of running, run to win. And if your chances are narrow, don't spoil votes. Make sure that you help Kenya, and to help Kenya is allow credible people to get ahead of you. You don't lose anything. My Archbishop Benson Idahosa used to say, a candle loses nothing by lighting another. A candle loses nothing by lighting another. You can help another person win this time, and they will help you win next time. So there is no do or die for you. When you see you don't have much chance, allow somebody else to go ahead of you. Then you will create a way for you to get there eventually. Thank you very much. Big Julius Karib.
Thank you, Bernard. Mambo ya Sakaja. Unajua Sakaja alimtoka ma-DVD kama alimtoka kama sabuni. Unajua ukioga na sabuni kwa mto haujuangi kienda. Alimtoka kumtoka. Amefuatana naye, alimfuata kila mahali Mudavadi yuko, naona tu nani yako nyuma yake kufika Nairobi akamtoka. It's not fair. Kwa nini wanafanya ma-DVD na ma-DVD is a very polite man. Ngaje siku hizi nafikiri alibadilisha drink yake, sijui anakunywa gani siku hizi inampeleka na ameanza kucomplain sana. Anyway, that you know, Bernard, I was a voter. I used to vote in Nairobi before I moved to Kajiado. I was a voter in Nairobi. Nairobi is a very funny place. In Nairobi, if you don't belong to Raila or Uhuru, trust me, you're going nowhere. There is nothing at utaingia katikati between between Raila and hapo katikati na Uhuru and atupenye impossible. The politics of Nairobi is a hard nut. So whether you know, unajua Sakaja anaona vile alikuwa amewekwa juu, and Uhuru is the one who made him to be who he is now. Actually, an African child, we are trained that we respect our seniors. Mtu mkubwa kwako unamheshimu, na especially ule mtu amekulea, because Uhuru amemlea akiwa kutoka shule, akamlea, akampeleka, akampatia akawa chairman wa TNA, akamtoa hapo, akamweka, I think he was a nominated MP, akamtoa hapo. Yani amekuwa kama ile, sijui ulisoma kitabu kingine ya Simeon Makonde. Hata yeye ni Simeon Makonde alikuwa one week man, but ukijaribu kuangalia maisha ya Sakaja, it's not a week, because alikuwa chairman wa TNA, akawa nominated. That means Monday TNA, Tuesday akawa nominated, Wednesday akawa senator. Sasa si unaona ni 3 days man, sio 1 week man kama Simeon Makonde. So one thing I mean, respect is something that we have to understand. Even if, of course, he wants to be a governor, he should find the best way by not even trying to drag the name of President Uhuru Kenyatta to his trouble. Kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe ndiye alijipeleka hapo, yeye mwenyewe ndiye hakutimiza, because alifika yeye badala ya kwenda wengine wanatafuta degree, Sonko alienda akasoma na akapata degree. Yeye kazi yake ni kwenda kukunywa pombe. Hata wakati wa corona watu kulikuwa na lockdown, yeye anaenda kukunywa pombe, anashikwa, anawekwa ndani. Yeye mwenyewe ukijaribu kuangalia nini zake saa hizi, ma interview, hata yeye mwenyewe anajicontradict about the same issue ya nini. Anasema ati alishinda kusoma kwa sababu alikuwa maskini, ndio hakumalizia. Alikuwa maskini namna gani na amenunua Mercedes Benz akiwa university? A dream car alinunua akiwa university. That is what he told us. Hizo ni words ambazo coming from him. That means he was not poor. Ni ile tu aliingia kwa raha, akapata pesa, akasahau, akafikiria that is it. Najua kwa Kimasai tunasemanga ati ukumbuke kesho. Sasa ile unaweka kitu kwa mdomo, usiweke mpaka vidole, kwa sababu hiyo vidole ndio utatumia kesho. Sasa nafikiri chenye alisahau, aliweka yote na vidole na akatafuna zote. Sasa anahitaji sasa hivi vidole, and it's becoming late. Kijana ile kitu makosa alifanya wakati hakuendelea. You know, things happen. Mtu unaweza kosea, hesabu mbaya, ama raha inaweza kukupeleka uende vibaya, but ile kitu mimi ningekuwa ya muhimu sana, ningemuadvise kama mimi ndio ningekuwa advice wake, chenye anafanya sio vizuri, kuweka jina ya President Uhuru Kenyatta kwa shida zake, maana yeye ndiye hakufanya vizuri, yeye ndiye mwenyewe alijipeleka hivyo. President Uhuru Kenyatta hakumwambia asienda asome. Kwani Uhuru angempiga kiboka mwambie aenda asome? Uhuru gave him a very good chance for him to elevate his life, but he never. He chose kula raha. Najua mnasemanga Mombasa kuna raha. Nairobi ukiwa na pesa, Nairobi is the most dangerous place. Trust me. Nairobi is the most dangerous place. If you have money, you can disappear. Because Nairobi kuna raha. Kuna raha ingine it will drain your account, your wallet, even if it's a big wallet. So kijana alisahau. Sonko, watu wanasemanga Sonko ni mjinga. Sonko ni mwerevu. Hata kama alienda, alirudi, akaenda akasoma whatever he took, and akapata kadini. Huyu alisahau yeye kabisa. Akaona serikali kwa mkono. Niko na Uhuru Kenyatta, I have everything. Akasahau Raila. Kampeni ya Raila ilikuwa
alisema yeye ni president. Ule jamaa ingine amekaa State House.
Sasa Raila slogan ya NASA, kuna nyimbo moja ilikuwa inapenda sema, naona vitu zikibadilika, ama kwa Kiluya vitu vichenjanga. So kama vitu vitu zinabadilika. Mwanaume utaikani kuweka, I mean, lazima mtu ajipanga, because unajua mimi ile kitu ninashanga, unajua Raila is a very, Raila ako na vision nyingine, anaonanga mbali sana akiwa amekaa chini. Trust me, anaonanga mbali sana akiwa amekaa chini. Unakumbuka kuna jamaa mmoja wa ODM alikuwa anaitwa Secretary General, nafikiri alikuwa anaitwa Korir ama alikuwa anaitwa nani? There is one guy yule alitolewa na black men in black, anaitwa nani?
Magarel. It wasn't. I think it was an administrator or something. He wasn't Secretary General.
Magerer kumbe ndiye alikuwa ana feed Ruto na information kutoka ODM. Baba akamwona akatolewa, watu wakalalamika ati wao sijui amepelekwa kwa sababu sijui yeye ni mkale. Hapana, this guy ni mall. Haya, kidogo Ababu na Mwamba kumbe naye alikuwa amenunuliwa. Yeye ndiye anatoa nini za chama nje. Akatolewa. Wakasema sijui. So Raila kile kitu anasemanga. By the way, Bernard, I don't know sijui nishai kuambia. Wakati Raila alipigwa mawe 202 before 202 election, I was just 1 meter away from him. I was in that meeting in Kilgoris. Akapigwa mawe. Na wakati alipigwa mawe akaambia hiyo councilor, kwa sababu ni councilor, namjua, ni jamaa namjua. Akamwambia kijana, I will not tell you, sitakwambia kitu, lakini you will come to find me. Na hiyo 202 ndio nake ikachukua serikali. KANU siliango, unajua hao walikuwa watu wa KANU. So this is the same thing I'm seeing, the same picture. The 202, mimi 202 na 2022, I swear it's the same thing. Mudavadi alifanya the same slide, aliteleza kuchua. Haya. Juzi Raila ndege yake ilipigwa mawe. Ilichapwa mawe Eldoret. No. So the same picture of 2022, 202 and it's just repeating itself. So I think to conclude about Sakaja, let him be humble. He can still reorganize himself. He's still a young man. Kama angekuwa kama mimi, unajua Olara juzi na nani naitwa nani na alikuwa anasema yeye ni mzee because he wanted to put his point to be understood. Akasema he's 53. Na nani naitwa nani huyu jamaa mwingine huyu mwandishi anaitwa nani? Nasahau jina yake. Huyu mlia mwenzenu Bernard anaitwa nani?
Mwandishi wa habari ama one of our hosts here.
Anaandika vitabu, anaitwa, I think ni vitabu, anaitwa nani? Anaitwa, jina yake naenda kwa kichwa. Anyway, hata yeye alikuwa na raise point, akasema yeye ako 50 years old to make the point go. So hata mimi nataka kuambia hata mimi niko over 50 floor. So Bernard, that young man should be humble. Yani namuongelesha sasa kama ndugu yangu mdogo. Just like my younger brother, he need to be humble, number one. Number two, he need to finish what he did not finish, so that, because 5 years ni wakati mdogo sana, hata kabla ujipange unapata imeisha. He can still organize himself and put himself in a right team, and he can do something. That's my advice for him. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana. That was something that I call it self-inflicted curse, because there is no explanation Sakaja has for not clearing his studies. He's got into swimming into money. Nowadays, you can attend university from anywhere, and then you can do your paper. He has a lot of time on himself. He was not chairing the TNA meeting every day. He wasn't chairing the committee in parliament every day. We were not having late nights in the parliament every day. So his excuse is not acceptable. He just needs to own up. And then nimeona post ingine anasema he felt ashamed to go back and finish. Now the shame he felt, he has caught up with him. You don't making what is wrong right should not be shameful. It should be something that you should be proud of, because it clears. Because the shame we don't deal with now, it will catch up with you later, and it will, by that time you will be on a higher platform, and so you may suffer more consequences on the same. But all in all, this happened for, like the Bible says, for our lessons, so that we all learn from it and be able to take the right advice and move forward. Mugambi Emmanuel has come. Mugambi, vipi?
Shwari bwana Bernard. Wanisikia kweli?
Unapatikana, endelea.
And just before Mugambi starts, let me interject a little. I'm sorry. And I mean, Sakaja seems to be so determined to use nefarious ways to get that paper. And even if he wanted to make it look genuine, nowadays there's those nefarious kids who do degrees for people. Maybe he would have used those ones. So I don't know. I mean, it would have been much more, it would have looked much better. Nobody would have known. I'm not encouraging it, but it just tells you how, he's deficient in terms of seeing far. And if we entrust him with Nairobi, if he cannot execute such a simple thing, I mean, I call it execution because people like Sonko executed it. People like, we suspect, Ruto executed it. So I don't know. So if he cannot execute such a thing, we cannot trust him with bigger things. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Sospita. That's why we're saying there is no excuse he gives now that is understandable. It can't be understandable. He messed it, and he claims to be a Nairobian. Nairobian ni watu ambao wako mbele. Sio hii story yezi kumpata hivi. Yeye alifikiria vile ako close to power, he can do anything and it will not be an issue. He did not understand that time change. Vindu vi change yanga, and when things change, they have changed. You can't hold the country back to where it used to be. So he messed it up, and he needs to correct it. And right now, the whole world is now focused on him. He needs to be in class regularly, do his paper assignments regularly. He needs to finish his study. He cannot now hire anybody. If he would have done that nyuma ya curtain, hakuna mtu angejua. Sasa sahi, everybody scrutinizing him like this. Hawezi kujificha mahala popote. Hawezi kukuja na degree ingine hapa ambaye eleweki. Akae class, andike notes, afanye assignment, graduate. Mugambi, endelea tafadhali.
Haya, kwa muda kama sijaingia, lakini nilikuwa tu sikuwa naingia, lakini kwa nafuatilia YouTube kidogo. Amboti Sakaja ndio Sakaja. Sakaja, as per me, this is the man that is basically organized from inside. No, not from inside. It's basically from outside. Lakini ndani yake, not the real person that you know. Ni mtu wa mastyle, ni mtu anajua kupiga lugha, lakini ikikuja the foundation behind his knowledge, his wisdom, it happens that it's fake. The whole saga about degree, I think up to date hakuna mtu ambaye hajapata evidence. Wenye wanasoma gazeti, wenye wanasikiza redio, wala wana watch news za TV, wala wanafuatia Mtembei TV hapa, kila mtu saizi najua Sakaja ni mtu muongo sana. Kwanza amejikoroga vibaya sana, na kauli zake yeye mwenyewe amenyinyonga na kamba yake na maneno yake. hivyo hivyo Julius alikuwa amesema hapo awali, akasema eti alishindwa kumalizia shule kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa karo. Huyo tu kwa chache alikuwa amemwambia alikuwa amenunua Mercedes mwaka wa pili. I think when you are in second year mokume chanuka, it's very hard ifike fourth year alafu mambo ikue imeenda mrama. Kwa mfano ulikuwa unaweza kuafford gari ukiwa second year alafu fourth year uende shule kuafford chakula ama karo. That is fake. That is, I think in university you keep accelerating, and the truth is that kwanza kabisa mambo ya Nairobi UN hiyo tulimaliza. Hiyo tunajua kabisa hakumaliza masomo. Hakumaliza hata kidogo hakumaliza. Kwanza alikuwa anafanya course nyingine of which nafikiria hata aliogopa masomo. Juu hiyo nayo sio rahisi. Actually science not a easy thing. About team university in Uganda, I think it's now time for Chebukati to act. If it happens, ukweli umejulikana that his degree ni fake, alafu Chebukati kusema mpaka koti onda kwanza ndio abatilishe ama amzuie kugombea, nafikiria mimi hicho ni kinyume na demokrasia. Na as Kenya is a democratic country, kama imebainika kwamba shahada yake ni uongo na si ya halali, because I seen ndio apate hata hiyo certificate akona relative. I think kama sio Dean is among the board, the committee in board ya team university mwenye pengine alimfacilitate kupata hiyo certificate. Kama imebainika certificate ni uongo, mimi sioni haja ni kungojea court order. La, nafikiria ukweli kama unajulikana na kila mtu anajua, basi itakuwa vibaya sana kama wataprint hizo ballot papers na jina lake litokee. Na if wataprint, swali langu ni nje, court order alafu iseme baadaye jina la Sakaja litolewe, watadiprint tena ama watafanya nini? Kwa hivyo kwangu Chebukati now that yamejua ukweli wa mambo kwa wapi, kila mtu anajua mahali popote penye hapo amejikanganya kimaneno yake mwenyewe, ana msingi series ya mambo vile anaeleza yendani Sakaja mwenyewe. Mimi sioni haja Chebukati kungojea court order anymore, anafaa kubatilisha na atoe jina lake. Secondly, this Sakaja man, nafikiria chenye amefanya hajafanya haki, sio kwake binafsi, hata kwa wenzake. Let it start from Uhuru. Alikuwa anahusiana na Uhuru, akakatisha, akaenda kwa Musalia. All of a sudden akaacha Musalia, akaingia kwa Ruto. Kumaanisha ni mtu ambaye ana msimamo, ana tamaa zake binafsi kando na uongozi. Alifuata Ruto, alifuata Uhuru kwa sababu hiyo nafasi alikuwa amempea kwa TNA. Akafuata Musalia ili apate at least that, let me say, political wave ama political base ya Waluja wa Nairobi, at least akue ako base somewhere. Saizi anafuata Ruto probably because ya resources zake zenye ako nazo. I think kama is that true man that we all know and he pretends to be, angemwacha Musalia, angekuwa Kenya Kwanza, lakini si aondoke ANC, akuwe Kenya Kwanza, asupport Ruto wake ni wakia na Musalia. Kwa kumaanisha yeye ni msaliti, and whatever is happening to him, this is karma. This is karma ruling. That it is for me. Na you will not succeed. That is it. Kama amekuwa msaliti, basi wewe usaliti pia yeye mpaka ulimwengu, nature itself lazima itamsaliti. My submission.
And just to add to the issue of karma, you know, Sakaja one time, I think it was Uhuru who appointed Mary Wamboi to be a board member of something, and Sakaja, I don't know whether he went to court, but he really pushed to ensure that that name was rescinded. And Mary Wambui never made it to the board. And the reason he gave is that Mary Wambui does not have a degree. So Sakaja has used the degree card on other people. And at that time, we thought he had a degree, which is rather unfair. So karma coming back, probably Kibaki ghosts hunting him.
Yeah, what goes around comes out. What you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. A principle of life. Usipande mbegu alafu ukatae mavuno. Mavuno yatakuja. It's good, but it's just in my opinion, Sakaja is a picture of this generation mindset. We have developed a culture of shortcuts that is almost now accepted as a norm. And we don't have that aspect whereby we were raised by our parents to follow through until we succeed the right way, where we refuse to offer us to be given a shortcut, that we must get it the right way and be honored for the right thing that we really paid the price to get. We have a lot of people falling for anything along the way, and look like they are making it, and all they're doing is just something to use to intimidate others, of which is not rightly theirs. It's that aspect whereby I think 2013, 2013 we had a case in Makadara. I'm a voter in Makadara, where the loser was announced as a winner and the winner was announced as a loser. And that thing was upheld even in the court, whereby we had an MP in Makadara who lost the election, and the one who won stayed out for 5 years simply because the mistake was done by the presiding officer who announced the wrong person. But the wrong person could not own up and say, I am the wrong person, okay? He went through and served a whole term knowing that he lost the elections. So we have this culture where people want to be taken as right when they are wrong, and taken as heroes when they never featured anywhere. I said here yesterday, and I will say again, the song, I don't know who advised William Ruto to take that song, "The Freedom is Coming Tomorrow." It doesn't look like him. He cannot associate himself with it. The song rejects him. He has not led anyone over anything. So he needed to come up with something different. So either he's misleading himself or some people are misleading him. That song cannot sell him. It doesn't. It's like there was a time when he said that he was in the struggle, and then there was these trending pictures where he was being shared as if he was Dedan Kimathi and all that, in mockery of his statement. He needs to do his politics simple, okay? He needs to take 1 or 2 lessons from Wajakoya. He just come and talk about normal things in a normal way. Win whoever you can win, lose from whoever you can lose. But you can't just pick on things and think that you can put a perspective or an image that is not yours and then use it to win an election. Not in this particular one. So please, let's make sure that we do the right thing. I don't know what PK is saying me here. Kicked out, my phone is affected. PK, you can restart your phone afresh from the beginning and try to get in, because probably your app is not updated when you restart your phone from the beginning, you will be able to update your app. That is the StreamYard app, and then probably it will carry you. The reason it is ejecting you, it could be that either updates, it has limited space. Make sure that you can delete even extra videos that you have to create enough space on the ROM so that you can negotiate properly into your submission. So we will still take back to Sospita as I wait for my guys here to come in, and then mimi ning'atuke.
Oh, so we come back to me?
Yes, you can now share something about what is it? I think I should begin to ask specific questions.
Okay, yeah.
You seem to have a good account of our transitional politics, from the Moi era to the Kibaki era, and of course the Jubilee. What is there in politics now that wasn't there then? Because we seem to have the old timers have a good grip on the politics and the purpose of the politics. But these youngsters seem to have no idea. They think politics is insulting people and making noise. They lack in substance. They lack in even passion and conviction. Okay, the old-time politics that really made me got interest in politics was that conviction, where people were willing to be imprisoned for their conviction. They were willing to risk their life, like in a Martin Shkuku being tear gassed and all that, but tomorrow they are still in Kamkunji. The Moi has unleashed the whole hell on them, but the following day they are still on the street. This conviction seems to be absent in these youngsters. What is wrong with our current politics that it wasn't there in the past? Thank you.
Yeah, so the history of Kenya is such that when we got independence, to get independence, we were fighting the colonialists so that we can get self-rule, so that we can get self-governance. And then we got that independence. And then now that problem of being oppressive to one another now became ours. And so in the 60s, now we are owning the problems. And then in the 70s, we still view Kenyatta as this freedom fighter. And so we held him to a different standard. Then comes, Moi comes in, and now we are just, there was really nothing that he stood for really, other than becoming president. And so he was powerful, yes. He came in using the de jure single party state. So he rules us. And by 1990, between 78 to 1990, he has he's new. So we give him a chance to deliver. And I think globally, the patience of people runs out in 10 years. So 1990, people are now tired of Moi, and people are now ready to take him on. And the reason why people got tired of Moi was because of, rising corruption, rising oppression. And so for us who grew up in the 80s and 90s, we are more driven by this force and energy to, to now bring back sanity, to the republic and make it more free. We wanted multipartyism. Again, there was a huge element of politicians within the KANU era who did not really want multi-party per se. They just wanted to be on the ballot. And so that is why even though Kibaki came to power, the center changed, but the periphery remained the same. The monkeys changed, but the forest remained the same. And that is because the reason why some people were fighting in the 80s and 90s is because their problem was being on the ballot. But now with multi-partyism, they were on the ballot, but they still, now it was their turn to eat, okay? So they were in the ballot, but now it was their turn to eat. And so now, then came the 90s. Now that's us now growing up. But then the ones who are younger than us, who did not see the older generation fighting, who do not understand the values that we were fighting for, who did not have, who did not have the blues of the 70s when Kenya was good, they now were learning from the corrupt group. And so they grew up in an environment that was very corrupt. They've never seen an environment where you get arrested when you've done something wrong. And so long as, they grew up in an environment where so long as you had 1,000 shillings and you are arrested, you will get out. They haven't seen the whole process of being taken to court and being, thrown inside, or hearing somebody with money went in and came out. So to some point, there's a bunch of people who, when you say corruption must end, they're even scared about how they are going to survive. There's kids out there, because to them, once they are arrested, they just touch their pockets and they're wondering, how can I give this guy this 1,000 shillings or 500? So they don't know any other way. So they are wondering, how will life be without some element of corruption? And we are having a generation that dies to be a policeman just so that they can not so that they can serve their country, but so that they can become rich, because they have that policeman neighbor who has risen from the ashes to being a billionaire or a millionaire. So they have seen very wrong things, and they have watched people like Ruto, moving choppers, there's been choppers in Kenya's airspace, like so much of it. And most of the people with those things did not work for it. So we have a new generation that has just seen corruption rewarding, and being straightforward has been punishing. And so you just have a generation that I cannot see things of moral versus evil. All they have seen is evil. And from that evil, they are forming their own moral perspectives, and again, they've been raised around an environment where narratives are being developed by politicians to justify corruption. And they think they have been indoctrinated to think that corruption and development can coexist. And so, which is it's rather silly to think about, which is why Ruto was developed a manifesto that is targeted at this population, that they don't see the correlationship between corruption and development. They think that corruption can exist within the economy while at the same time we are having development. And corrupt money can be recirculated into the economy and make them happy. So I really pity that generation. It's not good for Kenya, and the future is bleak if we just need somebody to come there and re-engineer the nation and guide these people again. And I wish that this new path can be taken for about 10 to 15 years, so that that moral fabric can be reintegrated into the society. Because 5 years is not enough to reverse those, to reverse that trend. Because that trend, we've been moving that way since around 2010. that's when that direction has really taken root. I think it also has to do with the Chinese, coming into the country. Chinese do not hold the country to accountable. I mean, when they give money, as opposed to the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and the World Bank, who demand accountability, they demand corruption to be brought to an end. So this generation has grown up in an environment where the nation's leadership, when the country needs money, they just fly to China and come back with money. Money that is not tied to any kind of accountability. And so we, they didn't see that time when Kenya could, the economy could be brought to its knees just because there is corruption, because World Bank and IMF could not give money. And that way we saw the cause and effect of corruption and development. But now money just flows, but it's like things are being pushed forward. So we are getting money, but then because of accountability, we are not paying it the right way, and we still keep getting money even without accountability. So that's how I see this new generation.
Thank you, Sospita. It's a disturbing reality that we must shoulder in terms of calling this generation to order, because in my opinion, that's a disorder. When people want a comfortable life without paying the price for the same, people want to be honored for being useless, cutting corners. We reward our athletes for winning, their races, because they put their best foot in to see to it that they win the race, and they win the race cleanly and awarded. But when we become a society that awards mediocrity, awards cheats, awards corruption, then we mess up the whole fabric of the society. And this I call the elders, the elderly people, to own up this mess, because this mess is not good for this country. And so the wash type of leaders, you give them responsibility, they will want to wash the country, cut deals that are against the country, bring in things like, for example, we had the issue of the Mount Kenya members of parliament who are in Tanga outcrying Uhuru Kenyatta for banning counterfeit products that they were making a kill on Kenyans. They bring in fake counterparts, fake products, and then sell to Kenyans. Then they want the government to protect that kind of business that is messing up Kenyans, blowing up people's houses and blowing up people's gadgets, because they are substandard.
And the feet of a certain politician. And also the feet of a certain politician were...
The same person who said they should be allowed to bring counterfeits and until they learn to do original. That's why God has a way of answering you. The counterfeit product worked on him, and now he understands that counterfeit items are not good for the country and for the people called Kenya. So we must all be weaned out of this culture on a serious note. So the elders must call back their communities. You remember during, I think it was Saga 3, where the president said the fathers should not be afraid of their sons. I think we have come up with a crop of parents who are afraid of their sons, they're afraid of their daughters. Instead of calling them to order, probably because they depend on them in one way or another, they have allowed them to get spoiled. We must get back the honors of ensuring that we are raising up our children the right way, and we are calling the society back to what is order, wazee waheshimiwe, wababa waheshimiwe, ndugu zetu wakubwa waheshimiwe, na tufuate that age group where there was honor in the entire society.
That's true.
I went to Kajiado, I think nilikuwa kina Julius, for a wedding. And I saw the way the age groups are arranged, that there's the elders, then the following group. Not everybody can fetch water, and not everybody can serve others. Everything is done in order. We need to get that back. That's what made the African man and the African society even too strong for the white man. When the white man came to colonize Africa, he had a problem with the kind of unity that we had at family level and at community level that he couldn't break through. That's when he got in deliberately to break us into different segments so that he can rule us. We need to go back to that unity at family level, at community level, at national level. That's part of our resources that we can use to develop.
That's true.
Oh, Big Julius.
Thank you, Bernard. Now, this is a kind of discussion I like because it's an open discussion, no argument. Because actually you cannot know everything, but many people sometimes come here, they think that they know everything, but you cannot understand all things. And the other day I had people arguing here, although I did not. I was just listening because it was weekday. I was going to work, and somebody was talking about organic cow. Local organic cow is it will cost around, I don't know how much. I was very surprised because last year when I went home, I bought about 70 of them, and the highest price, because I bought this the same age of cows, and they are I bought at about between 15 to 20,000. So, but someone was talking about 70. I was very surprised, but I cannot argue because sometimes people talk about what they read in the papers, not. Anyway, the young generations, actually, I can say they are very lazy. Trust me, they are very lazy. They are very, very lazy because, number one, that's why if you go to the cities, you find kuna manamba wengi sana. Kila kijana anataka kuwa manamba. Hata kama ako na degree, anataka kuwa na manamba. Do you know why? Because that's something, it's easy come. Wanapata hata kama ni 20 bob, it's a very small little amount of money, but it's something for free. Like tu kusimama tu hapa na ugonga gari ya mtu ama kukaa kwa kiti ya gari, ikijaa unashuka unapatiwa 20 bob. That is the life of these young generations, and trust me not, this young generation that Jakoyo is counting, they are not voters. They don't have voters card. They have numbers. They have numbers. At Ruto, actually, what happened? Walienda wakafanya survey wakapata these boys, they don't have votes. They don't even have ID. Uliza Shigo, anaitwa Shiko, ule alikuwa basijia alitoka hapa akaenda Mount Kenya, whatever platform. These young people, they like something which is easy to get. They don't want to work hard. Mimi mwenyewe mali Otieno, where I went to school, actually used to walk around 14 kilometers per day, going like 7 kilometers, coming back 7. And ujue, there is elephant, there is buffalo, there is snake, there is at that time it was raining too much. Na unaamuka asubuhi unaambia ufanye kazi fulani, that means by 3 o'clock umeamuka. So can you imagine, na ukifika shule unapata shule subject ya kwanza inakuwaga maths. Always in all primary school by then. Inakuwaga maths. Na mtoto amefika from 7 kilometers walk na kumenyesha ni matope. Can you imagine huyo mtoto vile, this young generation, they just grew up in a very unique way. There is schools are very everywhere. They go to, even if it is far, they go by bus, they eat whatever they want. Hizi ilikuwa unatoka ukitoka shule unaenda unakula nyumbani, ukimaliza kula ukiwa lower primary. Unakula, ukimaliza kula unaenda kuchunga ng'ombe. Unanyeshewa kunyeshewa. Hiyo time hata mamvuli haikuwa, there was no umbrella, unaenda kuninia under the tree. It was so they think that mtu kuzeeka ndio unasikia wanasema ati ni mabuda sijui wamezeeka. We have seen a lot of things in life. That is why like mimi niko na vijana niko na vijana wakubwa, and huwa nawaambia mara mingi, nyinyi mjue maisha yenu ni yenu, yangu ni yangu, but you have to know that number moja, you have to work for what you get. Lazima ufanye kazi na bidii upate chenye utapata na itakusaidia. Hata Biblia inaandikwa hivyo. In the Bible we are told that lazima mwanaume utoe jasho. Mwanaume lazima atoe jasho ndiye apate. But hiyo maisha that's why this young generation, they don't know that. Anyway, I want to talk a little bit about Kisii politics. And also, Kisii, I think ile kitu ilifanyika Kisii, Arati alikuta wa jamaa unaware. They were not aware. Walikuwa nafikiria Arati is just a walkover. Na I think because Arati, Arati was in Nairobi, so ni jogoo la mjini. So kumbe jogoo la hao walikuwa nafikiria jogoo la mjini haliwezi kuika mashambani. Unajua tunasemanga ati jogoo, it's the vice versa. Sisi watu wa Nairobi wanasemanga jogoo la mashambani haliwezi kuika mjini. But sasa siasa ya Kisii ni kama jogoo la mjini haliwezi waka mashambani. Actually that is what happened. Because hao kina Chris Opure, they are very ni wazee wakubwa kina they are very aged people. Na kashindo hii kijana from nowhere anakuja na is taking over Kisii. We cannot agree with this. Ndio naona wameshikana against the young man. And that young man, the young man is a very, very good mobilizer. So they have a very big task. And I think we should not atusinini sana kuhusu siasa za Kisii, because definitely it's like, for me, that's my opinion. I'm not there in Kisii, I'm not in the ground, but I think at the end of the day, Simba is going to win that governorship. But for me, I don't care about governorship. Vile Bernard Mekuzi, I will repeat many times, I'm not interested in governorship. Because governorship, if the governor is not doing well, there is institutions that can take, because we will be having a very good government, Baba and Namatha. So if they are misappropriating the funds, they will be caught. What I'm advocating, I'm deeply advocating, seriously advocating, is we get MPs and senators. That one, I'm very serious about this. And by there, I was talking to my friend at home, and in my constituency, there are two young men who are contesting for MP, and I was telling one of them to let, because in age mate, one of them is higher and the other one is younger. I advised the older one to just let the young boy take it, because we still have time. And he was reasoning, by the way, and we talked for, actually it was yesterday, we talked for almost 6 hours. If I'm not 6 hours, I told him, because if we lose, all of us will lose. If you, so for example, If a UDA guy wins this MP seat, we have already lost, and I don't want us to lose. And I always don't advocate for hii style ati kama ya Kakamega ati watu wakishindana ati mtu akistep down lazima achaguliwe akuwe running mate. It's not a good way of doing things. If you are decided to well, mimi nikiamua kusupport Bernard, trust me, I will not want to be a helper to you. No, I will just say, okay, you go ahead. Vile Wanyonyi alifanya. If you have to be yourself. That's what we are lacking. And again, yesterday somebody was talking about corruption. I don't know, the police at TCG reforms. Bernard, one boy to get employed as a police officer, you have to pay 200,000. That's the fact. Without 200,000, no employment. Tell me, even if you pay a salary that police officer, how much are you going to pay him? He bought that job at 200,000. The value of his job is 200,000. So that is why the government, I think I'm praying that the government of Raila and Martha, wakiingia watafute the way, because we need, if for example, someone is a teacher, let that person be a teacher. Si ati ni kitu ya kununua, kitu ya kutoka, yani is passion from someone. Unapata saa hii polisi wengi wale wako hapo, mpaka hata wale wanaandaka wanafanya ni watu wamenunua, so si ati ni kazi ile imetoka kwa moyo yao. They don't like it, but they are just there because it's their job. So if somebody is buying to be employed at 200, surely. What about those who love that kind of a job and they don't have 200? That means we are locking out the best police officers, the best teachers, the best doctors, the best nurses. So the this rotten country, the only way that we can change the rotten country is by giving a chance to Baba and Mama. I have that faith that they are going to do something and the country is going to change. The country is going to change. That is what I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Big Julius, we appreciate it. Kuna mtu hapa amesema, anaitwa nani, Kinara, anasema we are not lazy. Well, I would say this. Different from our parents, we, the parents of this generation, we have protected our children from necessary pain and necessary suffering. Other than our parents, they threw us into any manner of suffering as long as it will not kill us. Okay? Because they knew life is not going to be easy. And so like when Julius talks about walking for 7 kilometers to school, I used to walk 5. And then by 6 a.m. we're in class. And mathematics is the first subject. I remember Mr. Mwana, who come to class that early under the rain. I remember a raincoat. And then he will ask the first question, no answer. A second question, no answer. The third question, no answer. I say, okay. Inaonekana bado mnalala. Everybody come to the front. And then we'll be walking from sleep. But if the whole class get caned, you go and sit. So you can begin to work. So we seem to have a kind of said, we don't want our children to suffer the way we suffered. And in the process, we have spoiled them because there is necessary pain. The Bible talks about Jesus suffered, Jesus learned obedience by the things he suffered. There is necessary suffering that really makes life tick and really makes people take life seriously. So when we protect them from that necessary suffering, we kind of end up having now this half-baked, especially young people, young men. I'm specifically focused on young men, because the kind of young men we have nowadays, they can't stand anything. They can't ile tulikuwa tunalipimiwa, like my mother ngekuhesabia line 10 za mahindi unapalilia asubuhi, line 10 ukitoka shule unapalilia, kabla uende shule 10, ukitoka shule 10. And it was non-negotiable. It was not an issue of niko na homework. Homework was homework. I mean, you do the work at home first. And if you don't do your schoolwork, your mother will still beat you, and your father will join into the beating plus the teachers. So we grew up being versatile and able to, multitask and be committed to do everything meticulously until it is well done. Now that thing is missing in our parenting today. We shield people or our children mpaka tumeanza kuwafanyia homework nini. We keep them from doing I have a girl, I ask her, what have you done today? And he says, ameosha vyombo. You cannot tell my mother umeosha vyombo. That's normal. That's like breathing. It's not work in her vocabulary. And so we must review the way we are raising our children, and be able to allow them also to develop a capacity to withstand some level of inconvenience. The reason why they are resigning from offices because they were challenged or they found a hostile person is simply because they have not been thrown into that level of necessary suffering, even at home, that they are prepared for life. And so they fall for easy things, whereby now they will, become con men, sweet talkers, get easy money by sweet talking. And that's why everybody now wants to be a politician, and they are fighting what Bahati is bringing on the scene in the name that he was offered 50 million to step from Mathare seat. This is Nairobi, for heaven's sake. Mathare seat is not available for everybody. Who is offering which 50 million? So let's own up the responsibility of making this nation better, and let's ensure that we give responsibility to people who are responsible enough. Na wanasiasa wale wanataka kujiunga na siasa, tafadhali jiunge na siasa ukiwa tayari kujifunza. Jifunze kwa mgongo wa baba, jifunze kwa mgongo wa viongozi ambao wanafaa. Si wale wanakufundisha tricks, wale wanakufundisha process ya kufanyika kiongozi wa nchi, kufanyika kiongozi wa jamii, kiongozi wa community. Usikue wanakufundisha tricks, enda tu ulie hapo, ukilia machozi watu watakuamini, then they will give you sympathy vote. You shouldn't count on sympathy vote. Count on what your capability that people can buy into and be able to follow you, not because they are sympathizing with you. You can't be proud I'm a leader because they sympathized with me, they gave me votes. That's not how to go about it. Captain amekuja. Captain vipi?
Bernard kidogo.
Sawa sawa.
Pole Captain, wacha nikunini kidogo. Kwani ameenda?
Anakuja. Inaweza kuwa ni mitambo.
Sasa najua umenikumbusha story ya hiyo kijana alisema ati anataka kuandika, anaitwa Sivuna kazi. Sivuna akuje ni kuandike kazi. Sasa sijui kazi alikuwa anaandika Sivuna ni kumwakilisha kama wakili ama ni kumwandika hiyo bado ndio nataka, sijui mkipata nafasi, kwa sababu mnahoji watu, mhoji usikie Bahati anataka kuajiri Sivuna aje sasa. I would love to know that.
That's being mannerless, and it's all born out of this madness, of somebody making a few shillings and things because he has made a few shillings from crying around and dancing around, he has now become an elder. You don't become an elder because you have made some money. Eldership is an honor accrued to you because of your exemplary performance. But that performance has nothing to do with how much money you have or how much money you don't have. Sifuna is older than Bahati to start with. Sifuna seems to be more learned and more exposed than Bahati. So if there is anybody to employ the other, it's the other way around. Not Bahati. Bahati employs to do what? Captain Sema.
Nimesikia umeniita jina, sijui ni network ilitoa ama ni wewe ulitoa.
Wewe ndio unastuka sijui kwa nini.
Astuka kwa sababu
ni mimi nilimtoa.
Mtua nyumba kama small. Wacha kutisha captain. Captain
huyu sasa nyumba huyu hata mena imeisha, ana mena hata ya guma mtu. Bado anaongea.
Okay. Nyomba aliiba mali yako. Ulitoka tu hivi Nyomba akaruka. Sasa mi hapo pia nilikuwa suspicious.
Ni mimi nilimtoa akatoka nikaingia. Si ndio? I mean that. Just simple as that.
So captain kubali, ukichengwa umechengwa. Acha hii story ya kutafuta excuse.
Unajua hii watu ya Azimio nani Bernard wanatutisha ati raundi ni noma. Sijui raundi sijui itakuwaje. Mara raundi ni mama gani, na najua Raila ndiye anaomba kura. Okay, Bernard, umesema ya kwamba you want a better Kenya for everybody. But tutakuwa na Kenya better namna gani ikiwa bado mnafukuza Bahati ati sijui tutakupatia position fulani? Umeanza kutuambia ati sijui Sifuna sijui amesoma. Unajua kuna tofauti ya kusoma na kuwa na akili. Hata mimi naweza soma hapo sasa hivi vile umeandika Raila Odinga Azimio La Umoja Kissi Nyamira, lakini akili sina. You have to understand things bwana. Sio kila mtu anaweza kufanya 1+1 ikuwe ni 2. Kuna wengine wanaongeza 1+1 na itakuwa 11. I always say that in this forum. And that is what is happening in Azimio. You see? Unaona jana wanaenda kujipiga tear gas kwa sababu anajua bodyguard ni Mkale, na Mkale ndiye ni competitor wa baba. Sasa itakuwa ni Wakale ndio wanaharibia baba. Are you seeing what's happening? No people, my friend. Wachana na kutudanganya bwana. Sisi hatuwezi piga wananchi tear gas na tunajua ya kwamba tunaenda election, tunaenda kushindana. Hiyo ni kitu automatic. Lazima tupate president wa Kenya. No, Bernard, you have to listen to what I'm saying. You have given me time. No, you have given me time.
Tumekuwa front line in ODM politics. Tumekula tear gas kutoka kwa nyinyi watu. Alafu mnatuambia mwezi pika watu na tear gas. What do you mean?
That is where I'm coming. That's where I'm coming. You people, you've been on front line on record asking us, hii tear gas tunalipia nini tax? Mbona tupewe tear gas? So mlipewa tear gas jana, mbona mnataka kushika mtu mnaweka pingu tena na aliwapea tear gas ile mnataka? What is wrong with you people? You have to be realistic bwana, na tukue tunasema reality. Mnapewa chakula ile mnataka, mnaanza kulalamika. Oh sijui mama, oh sijui mara baba na nini. That is very wrong. Hata Bernard kwanza nilikuona na suti atukumbe unakuanga pasta. Nilishangaa sana kumbe unakuanga pasta. Na hiyo tangu hiyo siku nikatulia tu mahali kumbe nikajiuliza kama kuna kwenda mbinguni lazima tutafute plan B. Kama ni Bernard anapeleka watu mbinguni, hapana. Ni wrong, very wrong.
Anyway, mimi nakuonyesha njia ya kwenda mbinguni. Ukishindwa
kwenda utakula kondoo my friend, wewe utakula kondoo. Wewe utakula kondoo, hakuna kondoo itafika huko. Hapa katikati utakuwa umemaliza.
Anyway, sikiliza captain. Mtu wa kupeleka watu mbinguni anaitwa Yesu Kristo. Ukimkataa umebaki. Ukimkubali unaenda. Sio Bernard na sio mhubiri yeyote.
Bernard kazi yake ni nini?
So ukianza kuangalia at Bernard anafaa ama hafai, umekosea mahesabu tayari. From that perspective.
Mm.
On the other hand, your politics of saying ODM wanataka tear gas ama wanajitupia tear gas, hiyo unajua ni propaganda yako. What happened was not supposed to be something that should be taken lightly, because it cannot even be taken to be an accident. It was aimed not where people were. It was directly where Mama was, and that, in my opinion, it is not something to be taken lightly. Na wewe ukiwa ofisa hivyo unapaswa kujua na hiyo maneno kuliko mimi.
No problem on that, my friend. No problem on that. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think what happened? Do you think what happened? UDA is responsible on that?
In fact, that's the wrong way to analyze it. If you make it a
because
UDA
that is what is in the public domain.
No, by who? Have you seen official communication from Azimio headquarters saying it is UDA?
It is not from the official communication from UDA or whatever, or Azimio, but the name of whoever did that betrays it to be that UDA are the ones funding the tear gas. Are you seeing that?
Captain, kuna official communication, okay? Ungesikia ni Junet amesema hivyo ama ni baba.
No. Kama ni Junet sasa hata wacha hapo. Hakuna Junet, hakuna mtu anaweza huyo.
Then you can say, lakini kama umesikia story ya Facebook na sisi hapa tukiongea, that is not official, and it cannot be taken to be the real thing. Secondly, kuna na I keep insisting hapa kusema elders, okay? Sisi kama wazee ama sisi kama watu ambao tuko machua, tunafika mahali tunaangalia swala beyond our political difference to an issue the way it is. The security of women in a political front, the security of campaigners, the security of presidential candidate. That's a matter that is grave. We cannot trivialize it and make it a party political issue. The moment we make it a UDA, an Azimio or ODM thing, we lose it. And probably there is an attempt on somebody's life. When that somebody is now hit, is going to say, we saw it. I wish I said, I wish I did this. So as elders, tunafika mahali tunasema, apana, let's forget about the party politics. Are our presidential candidates safe in the political front? What is threatening the security of these people? Because that thing fell a few meters from where the running mate was. And what if it was Kurunet? Okay, what if it was an explosion? So that's something we cannot trivialize and turn it into a UDA Nini exchange. Let's look at it critically as mature and provide leadership. What is being done wrongly as far as the security of the meetings are concerned? When we had, was it Jamhuri Day or Madaraka Day in Kisumu, when the COVID was high, everybody was scrutinized before they got into the stadium. If you did not have a mask, ukarudi nyumbani. It was all meticulous, diligently done. How come these people were in Gusi's stadium? Everybody came the way they are. Mtu alikuja na hiyo tear gas, hakuna mtu alijua ni nani. So hiyo ni maswala ambayo it's security lapses, which need to be addressed as it is. But tukianza kusema ni UDA na nini, we are losing it in the name of politics, but we are losing the real thing. And that's when now the real snake will come and bite somebody, and mnasema oh, tungejua tungesema ama tukujua tukesema. So as elders tunafika mahali tunasema, let's forget about our politics, let's look at this critically, because as it stands now, anything happening to the gazetted presidential candidates that interferes with our political calendar, which is going to lead us into political crisis, a constitutional crisis. Okay, if we don't have elections on the 2nd of or 9th of August, do you know that the constitution does not say another date? Okay. Now, if the constitution does not say that date, we don't have parliament to go to parliament and give us that date. So what happens? In the process,
Okay.
we create many complications. Uhuru will reach a place where it becomes lame duck president. How do we put him back to power so that he proceeds and then arrange another elections for us? So let's not become too naive and blinded by our party politics to an extent whereby we are losing the country in the process. Yes, Mama Celine.
Bernard.
One moment, Mama Celine akona swali nafikiria.
Yes, ni swali na something. Nimeona hiyo polisi wanasema alikuwa off. So he was not among the police wale walitumwa wafanye kazi. So he actually come na hiyo kurnet kwa nyumba yake ama wherever mahali alitoka. Lakini chenye inanishangaza Pena, can you imagine kotini anaambia watu ati ako na pipi anataka kusaa. He is needed back home. Akitumwa kufanya hiyo mambo, akujua kwa sababu hakukuwa on duty. And then whoever tell him to come, akukumbuka ako na bibi nyumbani.
Mwambie captain aweke mkono chini. We are responding to his question, so he should keep his hand down. Selina,
tunataka kusema hivi Penat, ndio ikuwe funzo kwa watu wengine. Hiyo ndio sababu hata raia unasikia ni bahati sana alisaidiwa na maaskari. Otherwise wananchi walisikia uchungu sana kusema amekuja kutuharibia mkutano. So it was not even na Penat kama mwanasiasa. Hao watu yote walikuwa wamechaa kiwanja. One, Ongeri alikuwa amekataa kukuja. Huyu anaitwa Obure, he was not there. Now, kina Gladys Wanga walikuwa wameanza kuendorse Simba Arati kwa unakumbuka walikuwa na mkutano mingi kama hiyo ya kufungua hospitali ya kina mama. Kuna mahali walifika na wakasimama tu roundabout, I don't know where I start. Watu walikuwa wamechaa. Wakati walipatiwa kuongea na Arati akasema today ile mambo yetu kidogo kidogo tafadhali ya nyumbani tuachane naye. But uchungu ya huyu mtu anaitwa the current governor. Wakati kina Martha Karua na kila mtu ameendorse Arama, hiyo mkutano vile ilikuwa kwa Kisii. Kwa sababu kwa nini waliwacha watu yote waongee? Saa ile Martha Karua anaamuka kusema tu maneno mbili akatupa kurnet. So this is walikuwa na mpango ya kwamba wanajua Simba Arati anaenda kukua endorse. But nevertheless, ile kitu ilitufurahisha kwa jamii ya Kisii ni kwamba wananchi walikuwa na moyo ya kusema that is our meeting na hatutaki kitu kama hiyo ifanyike. Isipokuwa kuna watu wachache.
Mama Selina, make it brief so that nani response, Make it brief so that nani response quickly to Songebel.
Unajua wacha nimalizie hapo Penat. Wacha watu waambie vile wanataka, but the truth ile kitu tunataka kwa hii 37 days. Tunataka ukweli. Hatutaki mambo ya uongo. Tulipatiana muda ya kukuja kuchezeana hapa. If you are coming hapa hata kama ni Mama Selina, nikuje nikiwa na vision ya kuonyesha Kenya what do we want and where are we going. Ile story ya kutongosana ya wasichana na wanaume imeisha. Kuna mtu anaenda kuishi kwa nyumba, kama ni bibi anaenda kukua bibi, kama ni bwana anakuwa bwana. Ile siku yenye ulikuwa napata wasichana tukitongosana, no time for that Penat. Time for now ni kuambia Wakenya the truth.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Mundua nyumba quickly.
Asante Bernard. Nimewasalimu lakini nitawasalimia leta vizuri ni wakati nafanya my contribution. Captain, weka mkono chini tu. We are responding to yours, so immediately senior at answer. Captain, number one, as Bernard has said, this is not an issue of parties. It's a security issue. Imagine kama ni hata ya deputy Gachagua anafanyiwa hivyo. It crosses all over. It's not a party issue. It is very important that we don't do this to each other. We are Kenyans. We are brothers and sisters. We shouldn't do such things. It's a security risk and it can cause a lot of problems. Number two, Captain, mimi niko na meno 32. Mungu amenijalia, I'm 66 now. Na niko na yote. Hii ni mwanya alinijalia. Wewe ngoja usiende, ni mwanya wa juu na chini. Niko nayo. Hakuna meno yangu imetoka. Nisema ati mimi ni mapengo. Haya, number 3 ya mwisho bana namaliza. Captain, I'm a major. You should be saluting me. Nimemaliza. You're just a captain. Me, I'm a major.
Captain, you can respond quickly.
Okay, kitu ya kwanza Bernard, ile nataka kusema ni kwamba ni vizuri sana kama sisi wote tungeweza kujua silaha zile zinatumika, lakini kwa sababu sheria haitaturuhusu sisi wote tujue hizo silaha zinatumika, tutachukua tear gas ikuwe ni bomb ililipuka pale. Kulingana na Selina, yeye anafikiria ililipuliwa. Yeye mwenyewe aliongea. Hakuna bomu ililipuka pale. Hakuna
Wacha kusema
explosive ililipuka
kulingana
huko.
na Selina. Mimi si ami na mimi siitwi captain. Nilisema hiyo askari alikuja na tear gas, lakini hakukuwa amekuwa kwa orodha ya polisi wale walienda kazi. Na hata kama Selina ajui kurnet na ajui tear gas, ile ililipuka hapo ni kitu kama hiyo kwa mama msee kama mimi.
Sawa sawa, Mama Selina, your point is made.
Okay.
Captain,
Sasa Bernard,
unataka kutufundisha silaha ama unataka kuaddress the issue?
Nataka kuwaambia chenye ilifanyika pale, yule jamaa tear gas ilirushwa pale. Nataka tuelewane. Na msije mkaniambia niwaambie niwajibu ile vile mnataka, lakini na wajibu vile najua. Ya pili ni kwamba isije ikachukuliwa ya kwamba ule jamaa hapo wakati alikuwa amepangwa, alikuwa over sijui alikuwa hapi. Wapi evidence? Wapi hiyo disaster ya kwamba inaonyesha jina ya fulani na fulani hivi amekuja pale kimakosa ama alikuwa anatia kimakosa ama alikuwa mtatuletea disaster pale, tutawapatia, tunawaongezea hata mtawapatia hata tunawapatia video kuwa hapo kazi. So alikuwa anapeleka kia kwa tutashindana hapa tukisema fulani hivi fulani hivi. Polisi wako na bodi na wasuia. Hata polisi anaweza fanya kitu hapa penye niko na atapigwa kwa ile fulana na ataendelea na kazi. Mshahara yake itaendelea. Yule jamaa wa jeshi wa nyumba umesema, mimi sijui sheria ya jeshi. Wanajeshi wanarudingi kila mara wakikuja kuandika ubi hapa Kilimani police station, wamepigana, sijui mwingine amepatikana kwa nyumba ya mwingine. Mimi mambo ya jeshi mimi sijui. Wapambane na shida zao, waende wapige karata huko Somalia wakiuza makaa. Hiyo kitu kingine sijui. So sisi wacha niwaambie, kama huyo jamaa ni mkale amefanya makosa zake huko Kisii, wakale wote sio wenye walitupa tear gas huko Kisii.
Nani alikwambia ni mkali? Huyu mtu ni Mkisii. Mbona huyu jamaa anatoa information?
Nani anasema ni Mkisii bwana?
Ni
Sasa wewe
ilikuwa kwa news.
Soma news na soma news. Soma news vizuri. Wewe wacha hizo news zako, soma news.
Order, thank you. Bwana Captain, I have tried to invite you into an elders discussion, but you seem so much caught up into UDA politics that you don't want to debate things soberly. I don't understand why.
Why?
Okay.
Why Bernard are you saying that? Why are you saying that, Bernard?
Nobody on this platform has said the person who threw the tear gas was a Kalenjin. You are the first person to say that.
No. Listen, Bernard. Listen first before you talk. Listen. I read
Which
something on
news did
Facebook.
you hear?
No,
I
I'm
played
telling you.
the video here of the
No,
person
don't play that
produced.
verse. I'm telling you according to what I know. I read on Facebook
You know
like
from
2
where?
hours before.
Everybody is getting this information from the main media houses. I have played the
Okay.
video on this show of the person
Let me tell you, and then you prove me wrong. Let me tell you, and then prove me wrong. I'll accept to be proven wrong.
Apana, if the information you are giving us is not substantiated, I don't think we have time for the same.
We cannot
Captain,
use Facebook.
You are an elder. You need to behave like one, and I don't need to be reminding you that. See where peke yako kuna information. The video we are played from Citizen, the person was produced before the judge, and that person is not a Kalenjin. You are bringing here tribal issues on a serious security matter like this. Is why? Because you want to drag us
then the
into
information I have, then the information I have had, I'm wrong on that. I can say I'm wrong on that because the information I was given.
Getting your news from elsewhere, and being mature the way you are, you need to compare your news. You cannot be getting news from one source.
Bernard, listen to me, Bernard. Listen first, Bernard. Listen this. Because the information I was given about that man, in fact, mpaka nikapatiwa mpaka ghost number na jina yake nikaona tu ni hivyo vile nimesema, which sija proof. That is why nasema hivyo kulingana na vile nilipatiwa.
But
so nyinyi wenye mko Kenya,
you are spreading rumors. It's not good to spread
no,
rumors.
Big Julius. What I'm saying, Big Julius, is the way I was told, which I have to withdraw that. I have to withdraw that.
Everybody,
Can we proceed properly? Can we proceed properly?
You are a state. Hold on, everybody, please mute your mics. Captain, if you are a state officer, there is information that you have which is not for the public. It's wrong for you to share it to the public. I don't need to remind you that. Secondly, if you got information from a source that is not valid in terms of it's not an authority to give information, you need to give a disclaimer before you share that kind of information. You should say something I've heard, or I'm being told, or from an confirmed information says this. So when you give that disclaimer, we will listen to you knowing what you're telling us. You don't have concrete confirmation of what you're saying. But if you speak affirmatively that this is the information, this person is this person is like, you have run in conclusion. When we ask you to substantiate, then you say you heard and you are not sure of what you heard. Please, let's just keep within the debate, do what we are required to do justice. And we are not here to confuse Kenyans. We're here to help Kenyans understand what's happening and be able to chart the way forward. Lakini ikifika matters security of any Kenyan, it needs to weigh more on us than what you're giving it. So please, let's not play party politics on serious matters like this.
I get you on that.
One moment. Martin, what is it?
Okay.
Captain. If you're a captain, ni captain ndo anaongea. If you're a captain, nyamaza kwanza. You know that from your military training, if you're really a good captain. So,
amesema sio military, amesema yeye ni polisi.
Ni polisi. Acha kwa polisi.
Bwana Ndeto, Bernard huyu aliniita mapengo. He should apologize to me. Mimi si mapengo. Niko na meanya up and down. Should not call me kibogoyo. I'm not a kibogoyo. Captain, you should apologize to me.
Listen, Bernard, and the host and many other people. Did you really hear me? If possible, can be played back. Did I say mapengo or kibogoyo?
Ati meno yangu imetoka. Hakuna imetoka. I've 32 teeth.
You confirm yourself.
You should apologize, Captain.
Apologize. Katikati ya meno ndio ukaconfirm. Ala?
Order, everybody.
Okay, do this.
I
Bernard,
said
Bernard,
all
do this.
Let me say this,
Mundu
Bernard.
Wanyumba,
Let me
you
say
are an
this.
You are
elder.
wrong
Relax.
person, you wrong place.
Mudwanyumba,
Hold
if there is
down.
something, if there is something that I've said
And you
that
call
has
me
touched your
Kibogoyo.
heart,
I'm older than you.
listen.
You have no respect.
Okay. If there is something that I've said that has touched your heart or has touched you,
Captain, ngoja kwanza.
Mudwanyumba,
Captain,
okay.
hold your horses.
Listening. Do some listening, please.
Now listen carefully. Mundu Wanyumba, I respect you people, and I really want. In fact, it's my time to end the to sign out. I don't want to sign out without clearing what is happening. Whatever Captain said, in my opinion, okay, the way I took it, it was on a lighter note because it was that story ya kuingia kwa studio, and he didn't say una meno, alisema huwezi kuuma. No, I thought it's just the usual casual jokes that we do just before we transist. So now that you are turning it to be a serious matter that Captain must apologize, then it's beginning to beat me. I'm almost now losing it in my judgment of matters, of which has not been my problem, especially on this show. So, tafadhali, can we refrain from going personal on our debate and just debate freely, please, so that we don't
Okay,
throw
Bernard,
away.
imeisha. Bernard,
Let me apologize. Let me apologize to Mudwanyumba. Let me
Imeisha.
apologize.
Sina maneno. Imeisha.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Captain, tulikupatia we dakika 3, saa hii umetuchukulia kama 20. What is it that you want to pass across to this channel or to the audience?
You know, you gave me 3 minutes, lakini mumenizungusha around, mnanipeleka
Wewe ndio ulibua maswali. Umeuliza maswali, badala ujibu, unaleta story ya UDA na Wakalenjin hapa.
Wewe wacha hiyo Bernard.
Bernard, nimekutumia hiyo
na Wakalenjin.
nimekutumia hiyo ya hiyo askari hiyo Makori. Nimekutumia hiyo chacha amemweka remand for 10 days. Ajue ni Mkisia anaitwa Makori. Nimekutumia saa hii Bernard.
No problem on that, Selina. Selina, wacha speed, enda pole pole. So, what is the Bernard?
Captain, I'm going to kick you from the studio because you are disrespecting me on this platform, and I'm not taking that lightly.
Sasa Bernard, nimefanya nini? Pole basi, pole.
Why are you responding to everybody? Are you the one running this show?
Bernard, we cannot have this. We cannot have this in a conversation, Bernard. We don't do this here.
No. Let's not turn this show into a playground.
No,
in fact, let him mute. Mute until you tell him to unmute.
Stay put until we return the question back to you. This business of being happy with the microphone is an issue for UDA. The microphone has to be kept away from your deputy designate because of his quick mouth. Relax. I am the one who gave you opportunity to submit. I can withhold that opportunity or give it to you. But if you say something that needs interrogation, we must interrogate it. Why? We don't want to confuse people by what we are saying on this platform. That's a responsibility we take very serious. So kama wewe unaona maneno unayosema ni bure tu yanaanguka kila mahali na yameisha, that is not why we are here. We are here to see to it that we provide.
Hey Bernard, pole bwana. Kwani nimeongea mbaya?
So please, let's respect ourselves as elders and be required leadership.
Bernard, kwani nimeongea mbaya?
Let's do this. Captain, I'm giving you 2 minutes to finish what you're saying quickly. Okay. Nobody's going to interrupt you, but if what you're going to say is not adding value, or you are going to stir up more things that are baseless, I'll kick you out.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bernard. Selina, Nyumba, James Musimi, Bob Papa Azimio, Martin Deto, Naguseo, Oas. If maybe anything that I might have said might have caused any one of you a problem, then I'm sorry, because I see each and every time I come to this screen, there's a lot of complaints, whereby I don't mean anything negative to you people. But what we want is a Kenya for us, all of us. We want a leader that can lead this country to a better future for my girl Toto and many others to come yet. Sometimes somebody said, ukweli umisa. So when somebody says the truth in anyone or in any place, somebody might not be happy. Whereby I don't know, maybe it can apply somewhere, but I don't mean in this place. But sometimes you people, let's accept the reality. You see, if you are told that you have done this wrong, like now I'm told that each and every time my microphone is on, what I'm talking is not useful maybe to this forum. People should accept that what they are talking is not useful to this forum. Like the way I've been told and I accepted that what I've said is not useful to this forum. So Bernard, if you are running this forum and what you are saying is not good for this forum, you should accept.
Captain, nobody said that.
Yes.
If you only learned to listen, you will hear what people said. What I told you is when there is an interjection or the conversation is running out of order, I must reestablish the order, then give you back the conversation. But if you keep shouting, you are exchanging with Mama Selina, you are exchanging with Nyumba, you are exchanging. When I say order, you are not staying in order. You're creating confusion. And it's my responsibility to call everybody to order. The only person you're supposed to speak through to any other person is the chair. You don't come to the platform and begin to address everybody on your personal grounds. That is against our standing orders, and you are an old citizen on this platform, you know that. So the only interpretation of that is disrespectful.
Okay.
Story ya tear gas, you know the facts. Coming here to twist the facts as if we are not aware, we have not had the information, we have not listened to the news. That is what makes me very sad. Very sad in the sense that unajua ukweli, unajua mambo vile alivyo, you have credible information, lakini unataka kutuletea propaganda ambayo italeta animosity, tribal issues, political difference on a security matter. And you are a security officer, you need to know that better. Please conclude. I want we move to the next person.
Okay. So far, Bernard, I don't have anything to say, but I thank you for this opportunity. And because the platform, you have turned it to be like, I don't know, is it? It's like a threatening platform that I should not say this or that. I'll be talking in fear. Now I'm full of fear. Maybe to express
Captain,
myself.
just relax, okay?
But
Relax yourself.
the next day,
Relax
I'll
yourself.
have to come as per the Raila Odinga
gather
Azimio La
information.
Umoja. Maybe what will be running on the bar.
Look here.
No, listen,
Look here,
Bernard.
Captain.
Don't talk on that.
Captain.
What?
Forget that. because
What I
I'm not
mean
hearing
is
that.
the bar,
I'm not
the
hearing
way the
that for
bar
the
is
first
running.
time. You are not the first one to bring that up. The issue here is I have addressed you as an elder in a home. Even if we have a problem and there is a security issue, we suspend our differences, we address the security issue. I have begged you to reason and articulate issues as an elder on matter security. You are a security person. You need to be giving us better insight into it. Sam was here. Sam was here. Is a retired army officer. He gave us a lot of insights in how security needs to be beefed up for presidential candidates. He's a retired army officer. We need to have benefit. We need to benefit from you, not for you to come and use a position you have given you to do UDA animosity program. That's where I differ with you. So relax yourself. We'll give you an opportunity when you have a point to submit. Lakini story ya kusema hii platform ni Azimio, we have turned it into one side. Hiyo story tumesikia mara nyingi hapa. Even kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Ruto amesema hiyo mara nyingi. Hiyo wimbo tumesikia tangu sijui mwaka gani. Kile uelewi ni kwamba hii platform si ya debate ile ya a man is better than a woman ya primary school. This is a platform just like we meet on the market. Unaniambia kile unaona, mimi kile nimeona. That's all. We are only exchanging. But if information ile unanipatia hata tukikutana sokoni, uniambie fulani amekufa na huyo fulani niko na yeye yuko hai. Sitakwambia kwamba amekufa ako wapi. I will question that. So I cannot take everything you are saying on the surface simply because nikikataa utasema ni Azimio. There's no crime in being Azimio, there's no crime in being UDA, but let us debate on what is valid, what is credible, what can be bought and embraced, not trivialities. Thank you. Let that end there, please. We'll come back later on that. Martin, if he's on that, tuachane tu nayo kwa sasa hivi. Naomba tusikilize hii, tumlete the next contributor will be Mundu wa Nyumba. Where is this? Let's get these 2 quick videos, then we move on.
Shindana na wao wakapeana mipango yao, lakini hawakutaja mpango wa kupambana na ufisadi. Hakuna kitu inaweza endelea bila pesa. Kama pesa itaendelea kuporwa, sababu kukosa kusema juu ya vita ya kupigana na ufisadi ni kama kufungua mlango ufisadi uendelee. Ukiendelea mambo itakuwa vile ilivyo. Kama huna dawa utakaa bila dawa. Hata ile kidogo inapatikana pia itakuliwa. Kama hakuna pesa ya elimu tutakaa bila nini? Kwa hivyo ushike, kama mtu hajasema atapambana na ufisadi, ahadi ni za mdomo, haziwezi zikatimika. Mimi nawaomba muangalie hapa muone wachapakazi wote wamekongamana nyuma ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Sifa zake tangu awe waziri wa barabara enzi za Kibaki zimetembea Afrika mzima na dunia. Mpaka wa leo yeye ndiye mtaalamu mkuu wa bara la Afrika, bara lote la Afrika kwa mambo ya ujenzi. Wenzetu wamekuwa ndani ya serikali. Hakuna sifa hata kijiji moja, hata kijiji mtu ametoka. Ile tu inawafuata ni duru, wananchi wakilia kila mahali wanapitia mali yao imepotea. Hiyo ni sifa ya kupea mtu kazi? Mimi nawaomba tusifanye makosa ya kujiingiza kwa shimo. Tukianguka kwa hiyo shimo hatutaweza kutoka karne hii. Na unajua hata usalama bila pesa haiwezekani. Kila mambo inahitaji nini? Si usalama ni kijana yenu, ndugu yangu mdogo anasimamia, anaweza kumwambia na atakuja kumwambia hiyo wizara yake ni wizara inanyemelewa na wafisadi sana. Ukiona wako na vita na yeye, jua walikuwa karibu kula, akawapata, akawaambia haipatikane. Kwa hivyo muelewe, iko wengine watamuelezea maneno matamu, lakini maneno matupu haiwezi timika. Ahadi za baba zimekaguliwa na wataalamu wa hali ya juu na ni za ukweli na zitafanyika, na tukiwa nyuma ya baba tutamsaidia na itafanyika. Mambo ya kupambana, huyo ni mmoja wetu amekimbia mahali fulani. Mambo ya kupambana na ufisadi, baba ametaja wazi. Tukiingia kwa serikali, Mungu atusaidie tuingie na mtupigie kura. Amenipatia hiyo kazi ya mambo ya sheria na katiba. Ni mimi nitakuwa na kiboko ya kufukuza wafisadi, baba akisimama hapo. Ukiniona uelewe, wakati wa kazi mimi sina masaa ya kucheka au kucheza. Mimi nafanya kazi vilivyo. Kwa hivyo ujue, tukiwa na baba na hao ndugu zangu na madada mnaona, tutachunga pesa yenu sawa sawa iwafanyie kazi. Ukumbuke hata kwako nyumbani, huwezi kuajiri mfanyikazi unajua ataiba mali yako. Ona mali ya umma, ujue ni kodi yako, kwa hivyo ni mali yetu zote wa Kenya. Usione kama mchezo, uende kupatia waporaji kazi, na waomba na wasihi. Sababu kura ziko mfukoni mwenu. Hatuwezi kusichukua kinguvu. Sisi ni watu wa kunyenyekea na kuheshimu wananchi. Tunawaomba mujipigie kura. Kupiga kura kwa baba na Martha. Umejipigia kura sababu umeajili mlinzi wa mali yako, mlinzi wa maendeleo yako. Hiyo tu ndio ningependa kusema leo, nikimkumbusha hii si mchezo, ni maisha yetu. Tukubali tuende safari pamoja, tulainishe maisha yetu. Onyesha kura za baba niende. Onyesha, onyesha, onyesha. Onyesha. Asanteni sana. Bio muno.
To rally behind Deputy President William Ruto's presidential bid, the leaders terming their administration the safest pair of hands, saying their manifesto launch outlined their plans for Kenyans and proved that they had a vision for the country. The team also campaigned for aspirants contesting under the Kenya Kwanza banner.
Ati anataka kuja kwanza abadilishe katiba. Ati aongeze mamlaka ya rais. Ati aongeze vyeo ya viongozi. Ati aanzishe rege tena. Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa hapa Embu na Karurumo, nyinyi mnataka tubadilishe katiba kwanza? Kama Kenya Kwanza vile tulisema jana katika ile manifesto yetu, tumesema tutaweka pesa ya kutosha kwa kilimo. Tuhakikishe ya kwamba mko na mbegu na mko na mbolea ambayo iko subsidized, muweze kuzalisha chakula ya kutosha, chakula ifike sokoni ikiwa bei nafuu, ili tuweze kuondoa njaa katika taifa letu.
Yes, Martin.
Bernard, I respect you and I know where you don't want me to go, but there's a reason I came in here, and I will not go where you think I'm going, and I will not do it because of your respect. You see, in the disciplined industries, you learn how to be disciplined, and that's what you're taught. That's the first thing. That's why your commanders actually wanakutusi, unatusiwa na unatusika, you know, wanakutusi kabisa because they are taking you there to be where you can be disciplined Ukiambiwa ni kuinua mkono, unainua mkono when it's time to talk. Na ikuwe aje. Now, the other thing I'm also going to say, and this is the only reason I came, I'm not going to talk about anybody specific. Ile kitu kwanza ilinifanya nikaingia kabisa is when people talking about the accidental detonation. That will never happen. The reason we designed these things with a safety machine and at a fire extinguisher, go to your own, take your fire extinguisher. There's a safety pin. We designed these things to be designed to where it only detonates when you want it to detonate. Okay? So don't come and tell me that you dropped something and then it just ikalipuka. It will never happen. Even a bullet, unless safety pin imechapa pale kale ka pinpoint ka pale nyuma ikachapa ndio shell yanguke side moja, yu ingine iende. It will never happen. You can hata naweza kupatia nyundo mchapane nayo. So let's not play these games and come in here talking about vitu zingine. We do these things, man. Honeywell does all those things, man. We know why there has to be a safety for everything that we do. We don't just do things so that they fall and then kidogo imekukata mguu unaenda umeibeba. If you're going to do these things, please, guys, don't take us for fools. Especially, and I'm going to say this, especially some of us that actually design these things, don't come here taking us for a fool. Unajua? And then if you're going to say that you're in the disciplined industry, there's a reason you say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. There's a reason unakeleleshwa. When you're doing that, you don't come just jumping all over kutusikila mtu na nini. You sit there until you're told, now it's your time to speak. Because that's what the discipline tells you. So that's what actually brought me here. And that's how we, you ndo kitu imenifanya nikakuja nikaingia Banada. I'm so sorry to come in, sir. I apologize na kila mtu. Lakini hiyo ni kitu ilikuwa imeniwasha because the discussion where it was going, nilikuwa nasikia ikienda mahali na niguza mimi personally. And so I apologize for coming in again. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not causing aspersion to anybody. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Martin. We appreciate it. It's good to share right information with the people so that they understand what is at play. We seem to have a culture in this country where we keep right information from people so that we can take advantage of them, which in my school of thought is uncalled for. You don't need to keep people in the dark so that you can play them. We are children of the light. We need to show people the light. And so finding excuses for what needs to be condemned is something we need to move away from. We will not set the country on a destruction path and then pretend that we had nothing to do with it. So let's avoid all this manner of aspect of defending everything to your death when you clearly know it's wrong. It's not helping, and it does not even sell you well. So, like I keep insisting, it is said in West Africa that when a young man learns to wash his hands well, he's invited to the table to eat with elders. So when I say let's have an elderly discussion, I simply mean is let's be responsible for the society, be responsible for the nation, be responsible for our families, so that everything we are saying is for the safeguarding of the welfare of this great country, not for the safeguarding of your political party. I will not support any political party if that political party stands for something that is not good for Kenya. I will not support any politician who is selling something that is not good for Kenya. We may joke about what Wajakoya is offering and the competition that Wajakoya is giving to the deputy president. And it's just on a lighter note, that is it. But the truth is, this country is bigger than all of us. And it's only in the safety of this country that the safety of every Kenyan belongs. It is only in the progress of this country that the progress of every Kenyan belongs. We will not progress as Kenyans as long as Kenya remains on the same place. And so, tusahau maneno ya kufikiria kwamba tutajiendeleza sisi na tuache Kenya nyuma. As long as we bear the name called Kenyan, mahali Kenya ipo, hiyo ndio level yako. Ijalishi umesoma ukafika wapi. So if we want to be respected on the map of the world, we must believe in improving the country and pushing it ahead to the level that will be respected as a people. Let's take responsibility, not look for excuses to run around and look for who to blame. Thank you very much. Oh God. I think I should not respond to Captain, because Captain seems to be captivated to twist things. Fire extinguisher was an example. Now they have turned it into a subject. Asante sana Richi, umekuja na Themba. Nashukuru sana mmefika. Naomba niwachie matatizo haya myatatue nyinyi wenyewe mkimaliza.
Bernard, umeona hiyo comment ya fire extinguisher?
Natia gas. Fire extinguisher natia gas.
Ukuwe na ile kama Jeff Koinange Citizen.
Nakuambia wachana tu na hiyo maneno tafadhali. So this is a handing over. Mundua Nyumba has not submitted, is the next one. After that tuende kwa Ozi, Papa, James na Peter Nyere. Wote they have not submitted. Wote wako kwa shuleni, wamekuja kwa class pamoja na nyinyi. Wale tumekuwa nao ni Mato na Mama Selina. So naomba muendelee kutoka hapo. Tuonane baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Asante Bernard. Themba, you can take over.
Okay, thank you Bernard. It's nice to see you. Naona umepona. Naona sauti imerudi. Haya, Mundo wa Nyumba, endelea.
Asante Bwana Themba. Bara ninakusalimia. Richi nakusalimia, Sele na salamu zangu. OAS nakusalimia. Neto, Baba Bob, James Mzimi, Peter Nyerere. Salimika wote. Ya kwanza kabisa, today I've beaten you at your own game, Bwana Themba. Nilifika mapema, lakini si mashindano. Ya pili, bana pole sana. I've said now I'm an elder, but there is that character in me that I used to have it when I was younger. I'm temperate. I don't stand nonsense, actually. But nowadays, I don't fight physically, neither even verbally. But I used to box people who bring nonsense. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that Captain brought nonsense. I want also to rectify a statement I released. I said I'm a major. I just wanted to belittle that guy. I'm not a major. I'm not a disciplined man in forces. But I wanted to show my friends. In fact, I have friends who are generals, who are my classmates. Yeah, I do not name them. So, and I used to even to go to the forces to see a general there. Nachukuliwa kwa gate haraka haraka, mimi ni mkubwa because I'm equivalent to going to see a general. So huyu mtu akija kusema ni captain hapa. So I'm correcting that statement. I'm not a major, but I wanted to belittle him also because he was being a bit nonsensical. Now, Bernard, you put it very well. It's only that that man didn't want to understand. The issue at Kissi is very dangerous, actually. You are only seeing tear gas. These guys are armed with the guns with bullets. Suppose one of them behaves similarly. What is the effect? It's something that should be considered very seriously. Wacha kusema tu ati ni Gaza ama ni nini ama ni sijui anasema ni nini. It doesn't matter. A disciplined man, a policeman doing that. Kama ni AK nini alikuwa na 47 alikuwa nayo. Tuachie, is a very dangerous thing. So that's not a joking matter. Also, Bernard and the panelists, I hope you have forgiven me for that behavior of mine, because that man was serious. Bernard, you protected him, but he meant what he said. Alisema sina meno mdomo. Hii mwanya niko nayo sijatolewa meno. But you see, hata Selina naye ali lose temper. Yeye ameniambukiza hiyo the other day. Huyu Selina mnamuona hapa, Sally Chep. She did the same, so I was picking up from her good behavior. I was copying her. Yeah, sasa twende ya mwisho. Let me contribute to the topic at hand. Those two clips, very fast. I'm going very fast. Yeah, Mother Karua, this is a very mature lady. You can see her talk. In fact, you feel like listen to her all the time. Usikii kuacha kumsikiliza. Point inatoka na ingine. And strong. Si kama hii pande nyingine ya kwanza ni matusi tu na nini na sijui all the time, hata mkubwa yao. Ruto rarely gives strong points. Ni huyu mtu akitendawili nini vitu kama hizo tu nini. Some of us we feel really let down by na watu waseme ni kijana. Ruto si kijana, this is a grandfather. It's an old man now at 55, 56. And you not change. Mwisho on the clips hiyo manifesto yao nilicheka kwanza alipongea habari ya housing. When I was employed kulikuwa ungechora vitu nini nyumba from your head. Okay, nyumba ungechora from the head, but things like windows and doors tulikuwa tuna kitu inaitwa hiyo nini kitabu. They were standard public work standards. Window kama ni width na length ilikuwa standard, unaenda unachukua hiyo catalog. Hakuwa computers, it was manual. Tunachora na pencil na drafting pens. I hope you get what I'm saying. Now technology has overtaken these things. You can come up with any design, any window, any door, any roof, computer. Wenye walikuwako hapo naona Mama Selina, nakumbuka hata magari, the design ya vehicles ilikuwa ni box, because hii nyingine ni manual design. Peugeot 504, 404, my box. Nowadays the vehicles are very shapely. Everything is shapely actually, because computer has actually now changed life. Niongea hapa juu ya the one point perspective. Unachora na pencil a million lines, hii inaenda huko. It takes you 3 days to draw one perspective, one point. Nowadays ni kuguza tu laptop inatokea perspective. So I'm saying I was very amused na hiyo manifesto kwanza when Honorable Ruto was giving an example of housing ati turudi 1980s wakati ikuwe standardized. Standardized kuna computer inafanya haraka na inatoka ile design unataka. Actually people are clapping and he was getting everything wrong. Even the mathematics, even the figures was giving, they're all wrong. And again tutawapatia pesa, utatupatia itatoka mfuko yake, si ni pesa yetu. 50 billion here, 100 billion here. It is our money. Na kuna kupewa tunapewa. It will be our taxes. Alafu watu wana clap, sasa atatoa mfuko yake amaenda huku London kuchukua pesa ama Japan apewe for free. No, hakuna pesa anatupea hata hiyo 100 billion. It's our money that acha niwachia. Na people are so happy clapping ati watapewa 100 billion, kwani itatoka mfuko yake. Ni nini wana clap hapo? I even not one of them. I will not even talk about today's topic, because maybe with one word each. Raila in Azimio La Umoja bags Nyamira, it's true. Hiyo imeingia mfuko. DP Ruto Woes Embu, wachana na hiyo. Fake degree saga. How difficult is it to get an answer to this one? It's taking ages. This one day's work. Unaenda huko kwa record ya hiyo funny team university. One day you get all this. Hii mzunguko hata sijui ni ya nini ya Sakaja. Mpaka serikali naingia, serikali ya Kenya na serikali ya Uganda, hii kitu kidogo namna hii. These people are playing games with us. And finally it will be found Sakaja ana hiyo karatasi na kuisha. Should even have owned up earlier, because he's messing us and wasting our time. Wanadhemba wacha niwachie hapo. Pole ya mku uko wako na Richi Makadi. Huyo jamaa anaitwa Captain aliniharibia mood kidogo, lakini mood imerudi na nimefurahi, and panelists tuendelee hivyo. Shukran. Thank you. Christine huku wako, nimekusalimia Christine na nimemaliza mambo yangu. Thank you.
Asante sana Nyumba. Ni kuamka umeamka ama bado? Kwa sababu sinajua ng'ombe zinafaa kwenda ukamuliwa.
Sasa silali tena, nimeamuka lakini sitakuwa hapa mpaka asubuhi. Nina kazi mingi nafanya hata saa hizi za design hapa. That's why you can see me concentrating on something else.
Okay.
But I'm with you. I'm with you. Bwana Themba and Matiadi and everybody.
Okay. Kuseo, time yako sasa. Kuseo, unmute, tukusikii. I don't know if you are talking.
Hello. Yes, good evening, everyone. Nyumba, Cheb.
Ndemba, unaweza ambia Kuseo adjust camera kidogo ndio tumuone. We like seeing faces.
By the way, I had a reference, Richie. You can help me so that I come next. Are you able to help me with it?
What's that?
I think it was with Bernard and Richie.
You did what?
The reference. My submission was anchored on something I forwarded to Bernard and Richie.
To Richard. Okay, Richie can look for it.
So you can look for it. Then I come next.
No problem. Let's give Papa. Papa, karibu.
Yeah, I'm Jambo Nyote. Themba, you are very early today. It's a weekend. It's very nice to see you.
It's a Friday, Papa. It's a Friday. Tunakuja mapema.
Yeah, Mama Sali, Nyumba, Seose, the chairman of IBC Mtembe TV, is Christina, is Peter Nyerere, James Msimi, and Papa himself. Asante sana. I appreciate joining you guys. I just want to make brief comments of what is scrolling down there. Raila Odinga in Nyamira continues doing his thing, and he has managed to anoint my brother, Mr. Matiangi. And he seems to have confidence, a lot of confidence in Matiangi. That is good. That's very good. And the message was very clear. The votes in Nyamira should be put in that one basket called Nyanza, and then forwarded to Azimio, and we are home and dry. I appreciate how Matakarua also came out very strongly and told them that Moshi Kidogo will not deter her from pursuing what is right and good for this country. That kind of resilience is what we should exhibit. We should not cow because of a few individuals who do not mean well for this country. And it is unfortunate that a few minutes ago, some people had gotten emotional about matters security. These are not things that you second guess. Once you second guess, you will perish very fast. So the likes of Captain, you should grow up. If anything was to happen to that lady, you wouldn't like what will happen to Kenya after that, because she's part and parcel of Azimio, and we would want to see her very safe, as we would want to see our competitors also safe. There is, I think there is something, or they're saying that says that all animals are they equal or something like that? But it is about the animal farm. You know, Kenyans, we have become a bit more of jokers, because we should not be entertaining mediocrity. As it is right now, mutu wa chini, what the UDA guys like saying, would not be having the same treatment that Sakaja is having, because that is a criminal. And I do not know why we are massaging a criminal. Anybody who forges a document, you try forging a document, and you'll know what it happened, what will happen to you. You will not get anything less than 7 years, as per the laws of the country. But here we are discussing with a criminal who has self-incriminated himself, and as late as of yesterday, he now says that he didn't have fees, yet he could drive a Mercedes-Benz while in campus, and we still want to entertain him. I think our agencies are now taking this joke too far, because the kind of message they're sending to the young people of Kenya is that you can always break the law and get away with it. Let us have a country that is governed by laws and not bravado and show of might by politicians. That way, we will all live some quality life and respect for one another. I don't know what Jose might have for us from the Iebc, because they keep on changing every other time. Lastly, we need to be very careful about the UDA, because whatever they're trying to sell out there is extremely dangerous. And just to touch on one or two things, which is their manifesto, which was in their manifesto, is that we have a candidate, or call him a leading candidate, in the name of the DP, William Ruto, wanting to take the country on a very dangerous path. And one of the pillars of this that run the country is the three arms of that is the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. And the one, for me, what I would say the most important thing is the judiciary. And he looks like he wants to mess around with what brings equality in this country. Because yesterday he mentioned that he would appoint some judges within the first 7 days. What I don't understand is that, was the writing of that manifesto informed by professionals, or was it something that he just wrote at Karen? Because when he talks about appointing judges, that tells you that he wants to create a parallel judiciary office that would run the matters justice in this country. Maybe it did not come to his attention, or he was not informed that that case of the issue of appointment of judges is at the Court of Appeal. And he cannot just purport that he will come after 7 days and say, no, forget about that case, now I'm appointing these judges. Who does he think he is? Is he above the law? Is he above the constitution we have? This is a very dangerous path, and we shall not allow this kind of nonsensical messages being sent out there, because essentially Kenya being a tribal nation, there are people who are looking at some of those judges from the background of their tribes, and they feel that watu wetu hawataki wataandikwa kazi. So the guy has tried to drive this country to some dangerous path, which any right-thinking Kenyan should avoid this man at all costs. Thank you. I'll leave it at that. Back to you, Ndema.
Thank you, Papa Bob. I want to go straight to James Musiemi. And I hope, Kuseo, it is not a long lecture on IEBC again.
Wewe utapata degree. Ukiendelea hivyo utapata degree.
Nitaenda kotini.
Tutakungoja mbele ya Chibukati.
Nitaenda court injunction.
The day you want to contest, tutakungoja mbele ya Chibukati.
Court siku hizi itapeana degree pale Kanairo. Unaenda kotini, unachukua court order. James Musiemi, and then are you ready now, Kuseo?
Hello, sir. Asante kwa kunipatia nafasi pia mimi nichangie kidogo. Jambo la kwanza nataka kugusia jambo linalohusu Bwana Sakaja. Na mimi kinachonishangaza mimi ni kwamba Sakaja alipolemewa na kusoma Theory of Science in the University of Nairobi, na alitafuta university zingine Kenya. Kenya iko na university mingi mpaka wanaanza kufunga zingine campuses, satellite campuses. Kenya inaweza offer all those courses yeye anatafuta, alienda kutafuta Uganda. Swali moja tu ningemuuliza, kwa nini alichagua huko kwenda Uganda? Ingali bado nafasi ziko nyingi, chances ziko nyingi kwa university za Kenya. Na ndio nasema hii team university yeye alienda huko ni kitu suspect sana. Nafikiri aliona ni mbali sana, pengine uchunguzi ukianza kufanya watu watalemewa, vyombo vitalemewa kwenda kumfuata sana huko. Alafu yeye aone njia nyembamba ya kupitia hapo. Mimi naona iko moshi mingi sana imejifunika, na ndio kujaribu kufikia ukweli. Niongee mambo ya corruption. Manifesto ya UEDA hata kama iko na corruption sijaona wakiwa wakakamafu kuizungumzia. Nafikiri Bwana Mudavadi ndio imemgusa akaona hapa inapoteza. Niliona kwa clip nyingine akiongelelea corruption lakini kwa haya sana. Kwa hivyo naona hapo pia ni kama si wakakamafu. Corruption hapo wangeitilia mkazo, hata kama wanaenda kuiabet kama watachukua uongozi. Waonekane pia wako na wananchi, kwa sababu hata wafuasi yao si ati wanapenda corruption wengi. Na corruption unajua ni dudu mbaya katika uchumi wa nchi. Nikitoka hapo nitazungumzia Bwana Wajakoya. Wajakoya amekuja na msisimko, lakini anabeba wafuasi wengi sana. Sijui kama wanamuamini kwamba yale anatekeleza yataweza kugeuza mambo Kenya, ama ni wave tu inambeba tu ushabiki. Unajua unaweza kuona tu mtu ni fan kwa ile mambo vile ana behave. Hata acrobat watu wanaweza kukaa kwa kiwanja wamwangalie, kwa sababu anarukaruka kati yule upside down, inakuwa ni sarakasi. Na amebeba kikosi inaitwa ya Rastafarian, na sijui kama ni chama ya Rastas. Ile mshipi wanafaa ile ribbon na shawl imewekwa ile rangi ya Rastafarian. Inakaa kama inabeba constituency ya watu pale wako na some unity. Lakini kinacholeta mshangao ni kwamba wakati alianza kufanya mambo ya uvutaji wa nganja sana, vijana wameanza kuvuta bangi kwa njia ya kiholela sana. Ni kama amewafungulia tu, ni kama yeye sasa amefungua njia. Wale wanafuta wakijificha ni kama wanataka kuonekana sasa wanafuta vizuri, lakini hajaidrive vizuri ieleweke ni nini hasa kuhusu bangi. Lakini anapoendelea anaanza kuona kwamba hii agenda yake pia si nzuri sana. Sasa anaanza kusave situation na kuanza sasa kuongelelea nganja itatumika kwa kutengeneza factory ya madawa, itatumika kwa njia ya scientific, itatumika kuexport tu, na anaibatisha jina inaitwa hemp. Isionekane ni kitu iko na madhara. Kwa hivyo Wajakoya kwa njia nyingine pia naona kuna wafuasi wanamfuata lakini wao pia wanaona hata nikikufuata bwana na kufuata tu kwa group, lakini mimi allegiance yangu kama ni kwa baba ni kwa baba, kama ni kwa UDA ni kwa UDA. Lakini sasa lazima nipige ngoma ya rasta sababu wewe ni mwenzetu. Kwa hivyo ingine sio genuine na anaweza kuwa anajidanganya, lakini bado ni drama. Wacha tuendelee kushabikia, na kini ubaya ni kwamba ametetemesha sana timu zote mbili, hazina amani kwa sababu ya bwana Wajakoya kuingilia hapo katikati. Na Wajakoya amekuja na mfuto mpya, si kama yule jamaa mwingine alikuja pia na sarakasi yake, yule Alidiba alikuja pia na akawa ni sensational katika kuzungumzia ajenda zake akitaka urais ile mwaka wa 2013, lakini mbio zake ni kama zilikwama mahali. Nyingine nataka kuzungumzia ni hii tear gas ilirushwa na huyu bwana anaitwa ofisa pale. Huyu ofisa mimi naona kile na mdrive kufanya chenye alifanya, although ni suspect, ni kwamba mimi naona ni fanatism. Hii mtu alikama fanatic kwamba anafuata mrengo fulani, na akisikia kama kuna mtu anataka kuchallenge hiyo mrengo wake, anasikia kama hata yeye mwenyewe anaweza kujilipua. Hii mtu ni kama hata angekuwa ni kuna vifaa za terrorism za kujilipua, hata pengine angejitolea mhanga. So it's a very serious issue, na hii ni fanatism kulingana na mimi. Vile wakati mwingine unaona udhiwa na mtu na umtaki, ukimwangalia ukimwona ama ukisikia anazungumza. Kwa mfano naweza linganisha na Charity Ngilu, huyu governor wa Kitui. Kuna wakati alikuwa anazungumza anasema, nikiona Ruto anaongea kwa TV nataka kuzima. Nataka kuizima, sitaki nione ikiongea. Hiyo nataka kuzistaki. Na hiyo ni kuonyesha uchungu na views za mtu, ama unamchukia kwa sababu ya njia fulani wewe umeobserve na inakudrive kama agenda ya anti policy za mtu. Kwa hivyo huyu jamaa, huyu suspect, huyu alirusha tear gas, mimi naona alichukizwa na mambo ya Azimio, na akiona Azimio inabeba scale yake kwa platform, inua scales zake juu kwa higher percentage katika vile inazungumza, anaona inampunguzia nafasi ya max yale anaona kwa upande wake yule anafuata. Kwa hivyo hiyo yake ni kitu alikuwa anabeba kwa roho yake. He planned for it. It's premeditated, and I think the court will adjudicate his case and make the right decision. Thank you, mwendeshaji kipindi.
Okay, asante. Nataka kumpa Christine at least aongee, alafu ndio nikuje kwa kusema. Nafikiri Makiadi mko tayari sasa?
Whatever Use has sent me is a TikTok video. I don't know, Use, it's only 19 seconds. I don't think we can have that clip here because of, I think it's somebody's video. Sometimes we have restrictions, but I've gone to YouTube and found you the information. If you want me to play that particular beat, I think I can get it for you.
Okay. Wacha tusikie Christine, and then you will get Kuze coming in kutupatia degree. Mimi yangu taenda kwa koti. Taenda kama Sakaja, niende Uganda, alafu nikuje niwasumbue na koti. Haya, Christine.
Hi everyone. Hi, Temba. Hi, Makiadi. Sally, good to see you. Nyumba, James, Musakulu Bob, and Kuseo. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Always my pleasure to be here. I've been following since Mimi na Selena was ahead of me, but me nimekuwa on and off. So I want to start with the Sakaja issue. To me, I believe Sakaja does not have a degree. I heard his interview on Spice. Is it Spice Radio or Spice TV? And it reached a point he was being asked, fine, if you have a certificate, Kenyans would like to see the certificate. Why don't you post the certificate on social media? Then he was saying things are in court. He doesn't want to talk about things that are in court. But I don't think presenting a certificate will have any negative or positive influence on whatever is going on in the courts. Secondly, Sakaja has this narrative. I think Sakaja has joined UDA, and in UDA there's propaganda. Sakaja keeps saying he knows the people that are planning for him. He has worked for them, which to me is a propaganda just to get those sympathy votes. And I believe Kenyans are smart enough not to vote this time, not to give people sympathy votes, because even if somebody is after me and I have all my documents right, I will produce them. The issue of Sakaja has been going on for like months, but nobody's even coming out to say, oh, Sakaja was my classmate. Sakaja, like nobody, which is unusual. And it's also unusual for any Kenyan graduate to get that first degree without attending the graduation ceremony. So me, I think we've talked a lot about Sakaja. What I know, Sakaja does not qualify to be the Nairobi governor as per the first elimination process. He doesn't have the certificate. I believe we will be sober when voting this time round. And I think Igade will just take it with all due fairness. Secondly, I want to talk about Ruto in Embu. Ruto in Embu brought the card of reggae coming back. I think Kenyans are smart enough, and I hope they will not buy into that. But what Ruto should know, just the small difference between Uhuru and the courts is what made reggae stop. Otherwise, reggae could have sailed through and reggae could have passed. So I believe at this point, if you hear Martha Karua, Raila Odinga, I think they have been advised they no longer attack. And Ruto should also emulate that and stop talking about the other camp. He just have 30-something days. He should now, I believe after launching his manifesto, today was the day to stress on his manifesto. So we are done with propaganda, and we hope we will vote wisely. And the attack of Martha Karua in Kissi, as much as the policeman has been, I don't know whether it is incarcerated or been placed in jail for 10 days, I believe this was the best time to press him and give us details of who sent him, what was the intention, because no Kenyan will go to a meeting to disrupt a meeting. Like ni ngumu Mkenya atoke tu kwake aseme leo naenda kuharibu mkutano ya Raila. It's always pre-planned, premeditated for such things to happen. So for that policeman to do that, whether he was off duty or on duty, he needs to give us reason. You cannot fight battles that are not yours. Like for me now, I can fight somebody that I know, somebody that we brushed shoulders with, but it's just hard for me from nowhere to go and start attacking Mheshimiwa, to go and start attacking even an MCA. Where do we brush shoulders? So he needs to be pressed as much as charges will be pressed against him. But what you want to know, what drove him into this, who advised him to do this, because you want to start from the roots. So I believe for now, that's what I'm sorry. There's somebody bothering me in the comment section, but it's okay. I'm going to handle that. Nyumba, you have a question before I leave. You have a question? Okay, I'm done with my submission for now. I'm still around and I hope I get another chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Nyumba, what is it?
Bonathemba, what is it? It is that the other day I talked about vile mnaandika hapo chini. Hebu ona sasa mnasema hivi mimi si British, ni kizungu nilisoma ati DP Ruto Woes Embu. You are wrong. Your woes, I think you meant wooing, double O. You have to be very careful about those small things.
Nyumba nilikwambia uingie Churchill, wako Nakuru. Ni Nakuru ama ni Eldoret leo? Yeah, that's
Am I not right? I'm right. Somebody support
yeah,
me.
you're right. It was the intention that way so that it can excite, and at least it has excited your keen eyes. You know, when you're not keen, you can't see. Now Sakaja could not afford his school fees in 4th year. He was poor and he could not afford his school fees, so he dropped out. But it was around the same time that he afforded a Mercedes-Benz that was once owned by Wetangula. So I mean, the lies, you know, when you keep throwing them, hoping that one will stick, they don't stick. So I want to bring in Kuseo and like Sakaja, I am hoping that as soon as Kuseo is done, I will go to teams in Uganda. If Kuseo does not sign my degree certificate, I am Akiadi. I don't know at what point Kuseo wants it to be played, but Kuseo time ni yako.
Maybe you can start with it, if you have it ready. I think.
Yeah, that particular portion. Let me see.
Yeah, I think it's less than a minute.
Yeah, it should be. Hold on. Let me try. See if I can get it for you.
To a prosperous future. 2.5 million acres today in our country is uncultivated. We are moving from an era of using oxens and jembes to tractors and harvesters and planters and harrows. That is the transformation and mechanization the Jubilee government has put in place, that women will no longer use jembes to till their land. Government will import between 7,000 and 10,000 tractors into the country so that we can be able to mechanize 2.5 million acres that is currently uncultivated, to expand our food production and make sure that the 5 million Kenyans who suffer hunger and starvation, hunger and starvation becomes a thing of the past.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Richie. My point is that they say, is it old habits that die hard? I'm hard. Remember, what do you say?
That old habits die hard, right?
you know what happened there was a replica of the other manifesto. Exactly those flowery and very, very exciting. In fact, when you listen to him, you wonder whether we are in Kenyans or we are in the world. In fact, you may think you are dreaming. If you look at the way the DP paints good pictures of what it proposes to do, you will be lost. In fact, you can just clap. You could see most people there were clapping the same way they were clapping yesterday. Now, I was just wondering aloud. You see, to be a president is not a walk in the park, and it is not a joking matter. Now, if you have people like the DP who take advantage of people who don't understand much and they believe in you blindly, it is serious. I was just wondering, is there a way we could have something in law whereby if you mislead the entire country with such things and then it doesn't happen, then we end up voting for you, we should have some way of recourse. I do not know, but I think I know even the Supreme Court may not be able to crack this because, but something needs to be done around the presidential elections because these are serious matters. We are mortgaging our lives with these people. Now, in the process, they go promising the earth, or is it the heaven, and then they want to deliver hell. It is not right. It is not right. Now, I brought in this to just to make a reference to what the DP was talking about regarding what he referred to as the digital superhighway. In fact, I saw all attention was hyped up when he mentioned those words, the digital superhighway. And he went ahead to say that currently we have 10,000 kilometers of the fiber optic. Now, his government wants to extend it to 100,000 kilometers. And that since we already have the electricity grid line, is going to mirror it against the same, so that which are already existing. So it should not be a problem. And that in less than 5 years, he expects that the digital gap would already be covered. Now, what are the benefits that are supposed to come along with this? He's saying that there will be internet in all markets in Kenya, all health centers, all schools. Of course, not to mention the cities, because I think those ones are obvious. The cities and the towns are obvious. You know, he has gone lower down to the grassroots in the rural areas. Now, he says that with that, he's going to ensure that there are 24,000 connections between markets and health centers and villages, so that residents would be able, Kenyan citizens would be able to do online shopping wherever they are. Now, that is the kind of promise and hyped out of state-of-the-art internet digital superhighway connectivity that Kenyans are going to get in less than 5 years. So if that be the case, we should be doing online shopping. I don't know what we will be buying, because you remember this was anchored on the fact that there is serious food crisis, there is no food. Now, he went on to address the issue of food. And he was saying that currently we spend 300 billion to import food under the current crisis, which he says has nothing to do with the Ukraine war. 300 billion on food. I remember I told you cooking fat 90 billion and rice 25 billion. That with the with the KK government, they are going to channel all that fund into irrigation. They are going to introducing irrigation, and that we are going to have animal feeds and quality seeds. You are going to have agri-chemicals so that our agricultural productivity is up. The fertilizers is going to be subsidized, and all farm inputs are going to be under a subsidy. You want to spend 50 billion for that, and he says that is doable because you have the land, you have the animals, you have the farmers themselves. Now, that is the sort of picture he brings. Then he says that today we have servicing the debt, interest debt at 1 trillion. Now, if you remember that that debt which is being serviced at 1 trillion, what has cost it? It is the same dams that were promised, the same laptops, the same stadiums, the high expensive electrification program that is still going on, which is full of scandals. Now, my point is this. Is there a way Kenyans can be protected from such things? So that in the event that whoever is promising this and those that are suspecting voters vote in for based on those promises and the promises are no more, what is the recourse for Kenyans? Now, I want to close with the issue of IEBC because, and I want to restate here, I have nothing to do with IEBC, Temba and Bob. Now, I'm equally surprised as to what, you see, I believe the way clearing candidate is a straightforward and it's anchored in the law. Sakaja was cleared based on what he submitted. Now, I remember the commission, the commission came back to say that some issues have come up. They are doing further investigation. They'll revert back once the investigations are done. In other words, Sakaja could only be cleared conditionally. Today, I understand it cannot be that now Sakaja is like he has passed the IEBC cannot revert anything. Why can't IEBC just apply the law? If the law requires that Sakaja have a valid degree which has been approved by or verified by the commission, and the commission have said now that the degree is not verified, what is the problem? You can just apply the law. I don't understand. And for that matter, please, I'm not having any need for IEBC. IEBC should carry their own cross and deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuzeo, for that. And even if Sakaja, for argument's sake, even if Sakaja is on the ballot, why would Nairobians want to elect someone who on day one will be facing impeachment? Because even if for the strangest reason, let's for argument's sake, Sakaja is on the ballot, then people go electing someone whose name is in doubt, who doesn't have a degree, who is in court. So from day one, he will be in court fighting the degree. And from day one, that will be, his degree will be nullified. Then from there, Nairobians have to go, I mean, the person who is under him will take over as the governor. I'm sure the guy just under him, the deputy governor, running mate, is hoping that Sakaja is in the ballot. You know, if there's anybody who is praying so hard, is his deputy governor, because he knows immediately after, if for some strange reason Nairobians decide that they are going to elect Sakaja, he is the one. Immediately Sakaja's degree is nullified. He will no longer be qualified to hold the position of a governor, and impeachment will come in. And once he's impeached, the governor will be his deputy. So there's someone who is really praying hard that that thing goes through. Yes, Papa Bob, before I bring to the... Yes,
I think you've gone ahead. You have gone too far. You know, this issue, the way Bob had brought it up, IEBC are trying to run away from it, trying to imply that the way things have reached, that they can do nothing. It is not true. They should apply the law. I'm sure the IEBC want to try to tell people that somebody can now go to court to challenge that clearance. But you remember, this thing has to be done before the gazettement and before the ballot papers are done. Now, IEBC cannot say that their hands are tied. Their hands are not tied. They should apply the law. They should apply the law. And if they subject Kenyan to the sort of thing you are saying, whereby the deputy governor comes on to take over and then Sakaja has to be impeached, and impeachment itself is a process, why should Kenyans be subjected to all that? And that is why sometime earlier I said, we should find a way of punishing IEBC for their wrongdoings. So far, they seem to get away with all manner of wrongdoing. It is not fair.
I don't know. The deadline was today. I don't know when they are going to start taking the names for printing, but the case is on Tuesday. I think it's being Monday. It's being called up on Monday, expedited the hearing, and from there, then the court will give direction, which is according to them, the court can say that, okay, fine, now that has been confirmed that Sakaja doesn't have a degree, he therefore doesn't, because courts don't give degrees. The court will be convinced or not convinced that there's a degree. So it's up to Sakaja maybe on Monday for him to submit that he has a degree. But now the body that is mandated to verify the degrees has said that it doesn't have a degree. You can't go to court to prove that you have a degree. It is the CUE that is supposed to prove that your degree is valid or not. So definitely on Monday, being expedited hearing, Sakaja is arguing. If you listen to Sakaja, if you listen to him in the Spice FM today, I mean in the radio presentation, for him he was arguing the procedure. He was not arguing the facts of the case. He was saying that they wanted a degree I presented. You see? So his argument is on the procedure. But you see, the procedure, if you don't have a degree, you don't have a degree. It doesn't matter what you are arguing. So for him, he's saying that, is there a law for Sakaja and others? It's not about a law for Sakaja and others. It's that you don't have a degree. And what you presented is not a degree. So the body that is mandated has said that. Now, what is going to happen? Hopefully on Monday, because the judge refused to say that you should not print the names. I'm imagining that probably Iebc is going to buy time because it has, I think, up to mid-June. Iebc timelines are 2 weeks, right? So it has up to, I think, mid-June to have all the names and stuff. So
mid-July, please. Mid-July.
You're right, Nyumba. I can see you are awake. Yeah, it has up to mid-July. So maybe they are going to buy time to see if by Monday that case will have been dispensed with, so that now they can move with a finality. But
can somebody move to court?
The court cannot say that now you have a degree. The court will. There's no way you can go to court, and the court says that no, you have a degree. Versus
no, we can go to court to challenge Chebukati for clearing Sakaja irregularly, and he can pay for it.
Yeah, definitely. You see, in the event that the court says that as per the time Sakaja was being cleared, he had a degree, but there's already a letter saying that he doesn't have a degree. Correct. Now that one will be a lot of issues. But now let's, for debate's sake, assuming he's cleared, Sakaja will not even last in the office for even 1 month. I mean, because he will be impeached.
No, Sakaja cannot win. Remember, don't go too far. Sakaja cannot, even if he cleared, he can't win. I'm just
playing for argument's sake in the event. Julia Menda happy. No, Julia, Papa, what you want to say something before I bring Julia? Papa, ongea basi ndio Julia onge.
Just 1 minute. I want to apply to be a personal assistant or a media representative of Kuse, because he just like Hussein Mohammed gave notes to the DP yesterday. Hussein, you seem to be obsessed with 1, Iebc, and 2, the laws. Number 1, I want you to understand that the Constitution has given you that right to vote, to choose your leader. Now, why do you want other laws to punish people whom you voted and did not fulfill your promises? You vote them out, period.
So the damage is already done. That's my worry. The damage is already been done. We have not seen the laptops. We have not seen all this. Now, what do we do?
Yes, wait. Now, number two, there is a provision whereby you can seek the leave of the court to private prosecute, and once you do that, it's similar to what our DP Martha Karua did to the officials of the IEBC. It is still pending in the Court of Appeal because they appealed. The other side appealed. So you can still private prosecute any state official who does not perform functions as he or she should. So you are looking for laws which are already there. So Jose, I want to ask you to first go and get online and get the Constitution of Kenya, and then the subsequent acts that have been enacted through Parliament since the new Constitution came into being. Then you stop getting obsessed with laws. There are enough laws. Thank you.
Thank you. And Black, I really respect you a lot, and I would wish for those people who care about Sakaja and their own children, let Sakaja follow his court process. That is his right. They say the law is at us. It flogs either way. So let him follow his constitutional right. But morally speaking, you and I know that Sakaja did not have a degree. He has attended many interviews in different. In fact, there's another one I think I'll look for. I give Makiadi to play here, where he said he had even finished University of Nairobi. He was even doing a second degree. I don't know where. And in another interview, he was saying that all his education has been in Kenya. That was last year. Last year was 2020, not 2016. But then he's supposed to have graduated from TIM, and he must have had that degree. Yeah, last year he attended an interview. He said all his education has been in Kenya. Now, how can one person be so inconsistent in his academic journey? I mean, that's a simple thing. We are not arguing about whether Sakaja is a good person or not. I mean, we are just saying, if you want to be a leader, is Sakaja one person you'd want to show as an example to your daughter and son, that this is how to get degrees? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. You can say he's saying that he wants a city of order. If you want a city or a county of order, you should be orderly yourself. At least we need to see order in what you're saying. There should be some consistency. Now, if your life and academic journey is not providing that consistency, how do you even trust what you say? Anybody can read books. And even the devil went and told Jesus that if you are the Son of God, kindly, speak to this whatever stones, and they will be, bread, and you will eat. That's the devil quoting the Bible. So quoting the Bible does not necessarily mean you are a Christian. Speaking, and even the Bible says that all who says Lord, Lord will not see the kingdom of God. So you can speak about order. You can speak, you can read about it. But it is a different thing for us to see it exhibited in what you're saying. In the spice thing, if you guys bother to check, the lady asked him that, okay, fine, Sakaja, there are people who want to vote for you. Do you have a degree? His response was, I presented the papers to IEBC. That was not the question. The question was, do you have a degree? He didn't answer that question. I presented the papers. You can present any paper, forged paper. The question was, do you have a degree? It was a personal question, which he misinterpreted and scattered around. What I need to say is this. We may argue legality about it. And of course, now those people who have a way of, a simple thing like that, you want to take the refuge in the technical interpretation of the law to run away from what is expected of you. If he was what he thinks he wants to say, he wants to be a city of order, a city of whatever, he should have started by being orderly himself. You cannot attend 5 different interviews, and on the 5 different interviews, you have gone to 5 different schools and achieved different kind of qualifications from all those schools. That is not possible. We need leaders who are going to be consistent. And like someone said here, we are not surprised. UDA, like Kuseo is saying, they are based on some hot hair kind of promises. And if you look at it, it's like Ponzi scheme. Those of us who read about the Ponzi scheme, promising heaven, but eventually when you look at it, there's nothing. And there's also some of those schemes that come in and people buy into. Nairobians, in the event that he takes this technicality and finds himself in the ballot, take him back to where he belongs. He belongs to class. He doesn't belong to run the city. So how do you do that? Vote for the man that is going to run the city, who has the necessary qualification, and that is Igathe. So do not agree for someone to take you to treat you like you are so stupid. Nairobi is a big city, and those people are learned. Nairobians are people who have gone to school, and Kenya is short of. We don't have stupid people anymore. So let's do what is right. Even if he finds himself in the ballot, let's Kenyans tell him for sure, we are not stupid. You cannot be so unpredictable as a leader. And now he's even making it worse, attending every other interview. And you know you are going to lie. So Black, as you are defending him, we don't care about Sakaja, whether he's going to be on the ballot or not. I mean, that is not the point here. The point is, you as Black, can you actually take Sakaja and call him to your school? Julia here is a teacher, that come and give inspiration to our students about how to pursue and get a degree. Can you do that? Let me bring in Julia at that point.
Asante Themba, hi Themba, Makiadi Nyumba. Nyumba namsalimia alafu anatoroka, ni sawa tu. Kuseo, Bob, Christine, Selina, Peter Nyerere, good to see all of you. Now, about the Sakaja thing, I also want to ask a question. Kuseo, could the IBC do anything? Do they have a way that they can confirm that my degree certificate is genuine? Do they?
They have. And theirs is not even to confirm. Theirs is to, do you have a certificate? Bring. If they have doubts, they can verify it.
From River Road, how will they know?
It is not for them to know.
Then
they refer it to the relevant. They refer it to the relevant commission to do so. So that is why, if the commission tells them there is no degree, there is no degree. They should not flip-flop until they have done clearance. No. Clearance requires a degree. If there is no degree, there's no degree. As simple as that.
That's a good question, Julia. Like Kuseo is saying, IBC is telling us. That is what IBC is telling us. Which, for me, I think we need to relook at either the role and the process of IBC, the documents it's receiving. How does it ascertain that these documents are genuine? Because that's a very good question. Because at what point, assuming, for argument's sake, assuming Sakaja had not attended all these interviews, assuming nobody went and brought it up, we would be talking about a Sakaja who is in office without any degree, and nobody cares about, because according to IBC, it was at the tribunal, right, that they are getting to know that Sakaja doesn't have a degree, yet they had received those letters. The same, on 6th is when Sakaja is talking to teams. On 6th is when those things are being expedited and released to CUE. On 6th is when Sakaja is going to IBC to deliver those things. So I think one of the questions that someone would have asked, why would you want your degree to be expedited and released on that day, as if that is the day you woke up and realize that you needed to be a governor, So I think IBC, like Kuseo is saying, if they do not have a law that allows them to verify those things before, ascertaining or even passing someone, I think there should be such a law. And again, before even they give someone, if there is any questions on anybody's certification, they should withhold those names. You see? But you see, here is a case where they say we don't have, there are questions about that person's certification, but you still go ahead and do it because you just want to finish your work and you know, you're like a conveyor belt. Let's take it to the next level, whichever place it will go. I think that is where we probably will need to have a conversation.
So questions,
It's not only
how many Sakajas do we have? What do you think? How many Sakajas do we have been? I mean,
there could be so many Sakajas out there. We could be having so many people with degrees. It's only that their case did not reach the tribunal and it didn't maybe invite as much attention as this one. So you could be having so many Sakajas in form of governors who are vying right now, who could have gotten their degrees in a way that we don't know. But you see, they are just praying that this period passes and the names are gazetted. You know, I'm sure there are people who are really praying hard right now.
Yeah, thank you then. But I think my take is that in future, Kuseo, you've been talking about reforms in the constitution, in the law of Kenya, that we should have a way that people go through the Commission for Higher Education for anything. Like they get, look at your transcripts, look at where did you go through. I mean, that kind of a thing. So that if by any chance I end up in Iebc and the Commission for Higher Education has approved my papers, then they can also be sued. They can be sued.
That's why I was saying, if Chebukati irregularly clears Sakaja, we should have a record for ourselves and take him to court. And we should even contest that he cannot continue to be chairman of IEBC. If he approves this,
yes,
he would have offended Kenyans. His is to accept. If the authorized relevant authority, the commission says there is no degree, he should take it at that level. If Sakaja chooses to go to court, that is between him and the commission. As far as Chebukati is concerned, it's like you go to Form 1. Where is your standard class 8 CP whatever certificate? You either have it or you don't. If the school where you said you at school says that you don't have it, you don't have it.
Let me ask a question for debate's sake, like Jide say. You have been admitted to do medicine in the University of Nairobi. And you didn't sit for your Form 4 exam, so the certificate that you have, it's a forged certificate. And it said that you got an A. And you are in the School of Medicine. And you have started your classes. Then it is discovered that your certificate is forged. Will you be? Hold on, I'm gonna fix it later. Will you be withdrawn as a medical student if you go to court? Will the court say that you continue to study as a medical student, you become a doctor, or will you be withdrawn in the strength of the fact that we have discovered that your papers were forged and you didn't even attend that particular class? What will be the recourse?
The first thing is that you are stopped. You go and sort your case outside. Then you can come with the proper documents to be admitted. Now, it's exactly like Sakaja's case. The document he's relying on is non-existent. So why should Chebukati flip-flop to say that the tribunal already cleared him? The tribunal itself should be taken to court. We can take the tribunal to court.
What if I go to court and seek an injunction that I was admitted, I'm a medical student, will the court give me an injunction to continue studying for medical students?
You can go to court, but after we have withdrawn you.
So I think all these people should be sued. Did you know that, for example, for the Teacher Service Commission, because I've been there, the principals are at liberty to employ teachers through the Board of Management, but they're supposed to only employ teachers who are registered by Teacher Service Commission. So if by any chances they employ a teacher who is not qualified and is not registered, they can be sued and sacked and interdicted. So I think we should all be held responsible. And someone, even Chebukati, should be sued and possibly jailed
Julia, that is
because
exactly what I'm saying.
yes,
Chebukati,
because
we should
yeah,
take him to court and say he cannot even continue to be chairman.
because now Kenyans think like ati mzigo si shida yangu, ati sasa nilifanya kazi kwa Themba, I employed me as a housekeeper, then I called in a nurse. I'm supposed to be responsible for that nurse, and I called in someone who is not qualified, and something happened, and then I'm telling them, but Miss Sikujua, she's not qualified. I think I should be jailed. You know, we're going to get a point where we are going to be serious. I'm telling you, Kuseo. So these people who say Chebukati said, I don't know, all of them should be taken to court and jailed so that we stop these shortcuts za Kenya, because I have a feeling there are so many people who have been Chebukati has allowed to vie, and those people are not qualified because Kenyans are just jokers. Even you'll see quack doctors, and somebody knows there's a quack doctor, Themba, and nobody is doing something about anything about that. Okay, it's people, somebody saying si shida yangu, si anatibu watu na hajashikwa na hakuna mtu amekufa, sio shida yangu. We got to do something about these corrupt Kenyans with fake degrees and fake papers. So I hope to see Chebukati in court, and I hope before long he'll be jailed so that we stop this nonsense. So that was my take about Chebukati and Sakaja. I wanted to comment about what Kuseo was talking about, the Ruto's manifesto, and I want to agree with Christine that Ruto went to Embu kuita watu majina, as usual, kuropokwa. He should have been talking about his manifesto, but he cannot talk about his manifesto because his manifesto had nothing. When we talk, I think the only manifesto has anything is Baba's manifesto. Because Baba, again, like I said yesterday night, is that Baba said, we got these problems, we have to do this, and we have to do it this way so as to address this problem. So I want to say what Ruto talked about, 250 billion has the revolving fund. And I want to say that you cannot just create a fund. Now, if you want to increase the money in the economy, you can only do it through the banks and through financial institutions, and you can only do that through central bank managing the flow of currency through open market operations, through like reduction of bank rates and all that. So there's a way that can be done through structural and legal means. You don't just go to a Kamkunji or a meeting and you tell people, I'm gonna give you 500 billion, I'm gonna give you 250 billion. So I just was searching a report by the World Bank how to increase economic growth, especially in the developing world, and I found that there are just two main points: increasing aggregate demand, that is increasing customer spending, investment levels, government spending, export and imports. Now, and then increasing aggregate supply, that is productive capacity, the efficiency of the economy, and labor productivity. So consumer spending, we've got to look at how much money do people have, and then we can look at the financial institutions. We can see how we can increase the amount of money in the economy, but being careful we don't bring about inflation. Now, investment levels, that's the biggest thing that World Bank is talking about, that if you move from subsistence production to manufacturing industry, then the likelihood that the same people in that economy will be employed in those companies, and therefore they'll have the buying or the purchase ability. Now, aggregate supply, you've got to look at what does this country produce. Now, Kenya is an agricultural country or an agricultural-based economy. So we got to look at our agricultural sector. We produce so much. We produce cotton, we produce coffee, we produce tea, we produce dairy products. Now, we have that. We got to see how we got to mechanize farming. The other day, I was just driving around this country and I was asking myself why they have so much corn. And I just answered myself and I said they are using mechanized farming. So we got to move from that. Now, if you go, I have lived in Nyandarua. That's where my home is. My mama lives, or she lived before she passed on. And there's a bit of mechanized farming in Nyandarua County. Like my mama used to grow wheat, and she used to do mechanized farming. I mean, wheat you cannot do without doing mechanized farming. And when she grew wheat, she used to get a lot of, I mean, it was good cash for her. So if we move to mechanized farming, if you look at these developed countries, you either a farmer or not like unafanya farming kidogo kidogo. So if we help our farmers to move to mechanized farming and tuache hizi ng'ombe. Kuna ng'ombe nimeona Kirinyaga County. I don't know whether they are in other counties. I've seen some people with some cattle that is very productive. Mtu tu akona ng'ombe mbili, and at the end of the month he's getting over 100,000 just 2 cows. Very productive, very, very productive. So we got to go to that level and improve the skills of our farming.
That is zero grazing, is it?
Yeah, zero grazing. Now watu kuse wamenunua, they're just simple farmers. Maybe I should give you an example of Kirinyaga County because I was in Kirinyaga County. They're not very rich people. They didn't even, hawana masomo mingi, lakini somehow they managed to get some loan from the SACCOs and they bought one animal. I think when they bought it was about 60,000 or something. And that is the modern hybrid animals. And then they have these machines for preparing fodder for the animals. Wakona hizo machines, wanakatakata napier grass and all that. And they also know how to store that food. They make big storage facilities that they store that food. So you see somebody with 2 cows, iyo ng'ombe inaleta pesa mingi, those 2 cows. They take their children to extra county schools where they pay about over 60,000 per academic year. They take their children to academies. They have small houses, but they are permanent houses. They're not mansions. So if you look at those farmers, they are actually comfortable. What has happened? They have improved the production. They are not doing any more subsistence. They are not doing our traditional cows and all that. Yani wamebadilika. So I think that's the game plan. Now, Kirinyaga County is a wet county. There is a lot of rain. So we can now look at the rest of the Kenya and see that we don't have to say that Kenya is semi-arid. Now, did you know that we can harvest water, rainwater in dams, that we can make dams? We don't even have to depend on the rivers to harvest rainwater. Did you know you can do that? Did you know we can do that? So basically, because Kenya is an agriculture-based economy, we can do something about agricultural production. Then what was Baba saying? One county, one product. So we can move from selling coffee beans and we start selling processed coffee. We can move from selling raw tea and start selling processed tea. We can have dairy factories in Kirinyaga, all those places where we produce milk, and make dairy products and export them. Now, did you know that the horticultural economy in Kenya is so powerful that Americans buy flowers from America? I shared with you that one time somebody bought me flowers, and then I found some tag there, grown in Naivasha, Kenya. I just marveled and I said, this is wonderful. So what I'm trying to say that you trailing Udaku people, you don't tell people you give them 250 billion. You tell us we have a problem and this is how we are going to deal with that problem. You see, you tell us we need to increase our production. So we are going to do it this way. So mimi, your manifesto ya Udaku is a waste of time. And to summarize this, it's even a waste of time because the person telling us he'll do this, we cannot trust him with our land. We cannot trust him with our coffers. We cannot trust him even with our lives. So I'm sorry, Mr. Black, we cannot trust Ruto with anything. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Julia. Now I want to allow Makiadi to give his submission. Makiadi.
Thank you so much, Ndemba. I will try to be brief so that I give others an opportunity also. I want just to speak. I was listening to the show earlier on, and there's this issue of Martha Karua. I think there's someone who came on the show here and was making it as a laughing matter, sound like a laughing matter. I think if he was in the forces or in the security arena, as he claims, you should understand that before you discharge any firearm, you must have messed with the safety mechanism. I mean, if you have a grenade or you have a tear gas canister for that matter, you just don't take it out of where you put it and throw it to the podium. You have to take out the mechanism that puts safety on that tear gas. So this thing that people think that just because it was a tear gas canister, it doesn't make sense to make it look like a big thing. I think it's a bit underrating the situation. We have a situation whereby we have candidates that are running for the big offices, and their security is paramount. Right now, Martha Karua, Rigathi Gachagua, and the other two ladies are part of a ticket, and their security will determine if the election of this country will happen as stipulated in the law or not. So I think the guy that threw that tear gas must have went through the procedure of taking the tear gas out of the place he puts it, removing the safety pin, and then the premeditation was still there. So he went through all that process and then threw the tear gas. So this is not something that we can claim is an accident of some sort. This is something that he did after he had thought about it, and so he should be taken seriously. Because if we imagine, for instance, if this guy had a grenade for that matter, and he messes up with that thing and throws that, you know how many people could have been injured. Or let's assume that he had a firearm, and he messes with the safety lock of a firearm and then accidentally discharges that. Then we could be talking about something else. And it's not just a matter of Martha Karua, but any other citizen that would have been harmed because of carelessness of a person. I think if you've been in the security forces, there's one thing that is called accidental discharge. If you do something called accidental discharge, you might be sacked the same very day, because they assume that you do not know how to use your firearm. I mean, you can either cause friendly fire, you can shoot your fellow soldier or police officer, and that is not allowed because you go through intensive training on how to use your firearm. So I condemn that, and we should not take that as a joke. This is the life and safety of another person, and we should not make it look like just because it was a tear gas canister, then it doesn't make sense to sound an alarm. Now, the Ruto issue in Embu, I think Christine and Julia talked about it exhaustively. I would not want to go over that again, because I also expected Ruto to be talking about what he actually did yesterday, his manifesto, and not to go back and talk about Reg and BBI. People are past the Reg and BBI part of the campaign. Now, I was also watching the interview, remember the one that you talked about, the Spice FM interview with Sakaja and the three broadcasters or three panelists. I think they degenerated the debate to a point whereby they were talking about getting rid of the degree requirement for governors and other leaders. I think that's where I departed with their kind of thinking, because I believe there's a reason why we have some certain measures in the constitution and certain requirements in the constitution, and we cannot just wish away the issue of the degree requirement just to suit the politicians' demands. They can always look for other things if they don't want to follow what is the constitution. It is not a must for Sakaja to be the governor of Nairobi if he doesn't have a degree. There are other things he can do. Anaweza enda kuendesha magari vile alikuwa anaendesha kama driver, aendeshe ma presidential candidate and all that. So we cannot allow a country whereby we demonize education. It is education that builds a country to be a country that actually meets the global standard. If you come from Kenya with a degree and go to another country, we expect you to be treated as a graduate, as a person also who has gone to school. So we cannot always try to please politicians by trying to demonize education so that we have leaders who cannot even express themselves in international forums. I was talking to somebody today and I told that person, just assume Sonko was our president today, and the kind of dressing that he used to dress, the dreaded jeans, I don't know what you call them, and then by ile jeans inakuwa imeraruka hivi, and then he's going to an international forum to speak with other presidents, na amenyua kichwa ile anaandikanga ICC msitulete ujinga, the hairstyle with all these bling blings around his neck and stuff like that. I think there are some standards that we cannot just wish away, and we cannot do away with just to suit politicians. Now, there was also the issue that Sakaja talked about. I think, remember, you listened to Sakaja saying that he was frustrated. He stayed there for a long time until he made a call or send a text to a very powerful person, and within 2 minutes he had received, I think, the certificate, I mean, the clearance from the CUE. I don't know if you heard that. And I asked myself, who is this person that interfered with the work of the CUE? And Sakaja is not even intelligent enough to think that he will be incriminating himself in future for, you know, these shows that he's going to and talking about issues about his degree, because he said that if it was not for that text that he sent, then he could not have been cleared by the CUE. Now, even in the forces, if by any chance you are enlisted into the army, or you're recruited into the army or police force or anything like that, and then they actually take your certificates, your diploma, your degree, and then they go investigate. They do their own investigation. Even if you are 3 months or 1 year into the training, if you are a cadet, if you're 1 year into the training, and then at some point they realize that you had forged your certificate, you'll be pulled out and you'll be taken to the police station, and then you'll be prosecuted. And that issue of you and training will be over. So it doesn't matter how deep you are into this thing, as long as if your integrity has been compromised, then we should not allow people with fake certificates and fake degrees to go through a certain processes just because we are, you know, bound by time, or we are late. We have been passed by events like the IEBC wants us to believe. I also want to relate this issue of education to one thing that I was watching today. A very interesting, Julia, Ndemba, I think Coseo, and PK, Christine. I think if you guys get time, go to YouTube and type Arizona Republican governors debate. If you get time, just type that. Type Google Arizona Republicans governors debate, and you will see what we mean.
Is that the latest?
Yeah. There's one where we have candidates debating governors. Those people, candidates for governor for Arizona, Republicans. And you will understand why sometimes we on this show we should try to insist that education is important. I'm not saying that those guys are not educated, but I want you to see what a clown show looks like, where you have leaders. I don't want to judge their reasoning, but just go watch that, and maybe tomorrow you'll come here and tell us if we should get rid of education, or we should stick to the education requirements for our leaders. Go check that, and also if you get also time, check where is this lady, Liz Cheney, where is she from? Can somebody, Liz Cheney, the Republican? She also has they also have a debate that is a clown show. You should also check that, and maybe we'll have a different opinion on why we should consider and also make sure that our leaders are actually informed and educated. And then I think I'll leave it there so that somebody else can do his or her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi, and the above submissions. I want to bring in PK. PK, how are you? It's been long, man. It's your
Yeah,
time.
I'm doing great. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, it's your time.
Sitakaa sana. Just greeting all of you in general. I'll start by submitting on what I saw from I did not follow the whole manifesto thing, but there are a few things that I picked up. At some point, I think the DP told us that the document he was reading was prepared by a lot of people. He even said, I think he quoted a number of about 250 technocrats who had prepared the document, and it was a thorough document. And he actually said that most of those people were in the audience. And he asked them to stand up. And I was shocked that out of 250 technocrats, only a handful of people stood up in the auditorium. I don't know whether people saw that.
Yeah, there were about four people who stood up.
Yeah, who stood up. And I was wondering, all these 250 people who prepared the document could not come and attend his the launch of the manifesto, you know? And he was very, you know, and I think somehow he felt ashamed and moved on because he expected all of them to stand and they were there. Or maybe some people to just stand haphazardly and up the numbers. And then at another point, he gave the example of what he called the bottom-up economics by explaining how a gun factory was making guns in Kenya, and and the government invested a lot of millions or billions, and compared it to a factory in Kitui that makes garments, and then said that that simply explains what bottom-up economics is all about. I just wondered, how could he compare those two factories and then say that was the best example of bottom-up economics? One was a security firm, and you know security is very paramount. And the amount of money we put in security, even in our armed forces, some of that money does not come back, but we know it is vital. You cannot compare that to a garment factory that just makes clothes and you say that the amount of money that was invested in a garment factory was less and it employed a lot of people. And this is somebody who I think in his position sits in the Security Council. And as if that is not enough, at another interview with some international panel, he rubbished the Inspector General of Police and said that he was the worst in the world. And I wondered, was the IG or the current IG, is he worse than another IG who could not say under siege? I think he said under siege or something like that, if you compare the two. And this was an international panel with eminent people around him, and he could rubbish a whole inspector of police. And apart from that, the issue of Embu, when he went to Embu, he brought up the reggae issue and how BBI was stopped. And I kind of remembered at some point, he was gloating how they prayed to God and God was able to answer them. And that is how they stopped reggae. And they were able to throw away BBI because, you know, they were very prayerful and they depended on God. And I kind of thought God must have some sense of humor, because somewhere from nowhere, some guy called Wajakoya happened. And Wajakoya came with all the reggae that we know. He even came with all the cannabis and all the snakes. Huh? Where is this God of theirs that was able to stop reggae, that could not prevent Wajakoya coming to destroy the youthful and the undecided voters that are chipping in their base, if really they prayed to God to stop reggae? Where is this other reggae coming from? In the name of Wajakoya. And people can't see all these things. As of Sakaja, if I may talk a bit about Sakaja, I am very worried because I think for our judicial system that was able to stop BBI is not able to see through somebody like Sakaja. And for the IEBC that was able to stop, what was his name? This comedian who's Nyambane, who was running for president. And they cannot be able to stop Sakaja, who's running as governor. I can only say it is very telling. I have a feeling either our judiciary and the IEBC is compromised, and it might be compromised by the wrong people that we are just assuming. I just hope they'll end up doing the right thing, and hopefully we may not blame ourselves in the future should we see Sakaja going through and IEBC doing some monkey business, and then it would be too late to start blaming them. In overall, in my submission, I think the DP in his manifesto, you wonder where he has been all these years, 10 years, that he could not even implement at least 10%, at least 10% of all the things that he pointed out. He would be saying, if I become president, this is how I would move forward, because I have done 1, 2, 3, and I would improve it to another level. But it's like he was hiding all these goodies for a rainy day, yet he was in power and able to implement at least a few of them. Why would you hide all the good things so that you can use them tomorrow when you have the opportunity to do something today? That is the big question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PK, for your submissions. So many questions that you are raising there that are very, very important and significant. Just to highlight on something that I want to agree with you. The deputy president, in my view, Wajakoya's launching of the manifesto took the shine off his launching. He hoped that he will take that big day, and then for the next 1 week, people will be discussing his launch. But then Wajakoya happened. And for some reason, it has not gotten the impact that he thought it would raise. And you must have noticed, like Kuseo is saying, that the party of the launch of the manifesto, other than having a lot of money having been spent, it didn't have the pomp and glamour like it was in 2013, and even what Makiadi played for us here, that Kuseo wanted to have reference to, that seemed to have had more pomp and glamour. This one was the room was so gloomy. I don't know what had happened, and I think for some reason the organization part of it wasn't so well executed. I also noticed, if you guys have noticed something, as soon as Dr. Mutua came in the midst of all those arrangements, there seemed to have been some kind of lethargy in the deputy president's team. It seemed that there are some people who are thrown off. He removed some people from the center of power. And that, I think, has slowed down some of the people that were probably... did anybody see the chairman of UDA in that place? Was he there?
Mudama was not there.
Because the chairman of UDA, that is Mudama, had said that he will never share a podium with Mutua, Governor Mutua, until Governor Mutua apologizes to Machakos people. And I think he has maintained that. And Mutua comes in. If you guys notice, Mutua's problem was when Azimio NEC was being formed. He had positioned himself as one of the guys because he was working with Ngilu, was working with Kifuta. He had hoped that he will get appointed at the apex of the Azimio. When he lost that opportunity, he decided that the part that is going to be, he was offered that you come, we'll offer you a position at the apex of Kenya Kwanza. Now you see Mutua has become like the PA to the deputy president. He has removed certain people who used to be the PAs to the deputy president. Now it seems to be even when a presser is going to be given, he's the one who is guiding the deputy president on how to make the thing look nice. So he's surrounding himself with some conmen in the view of Governor Mutua, who is just pomp and people will not eat a White House. He has built a White House in Machakos. You have a big office, but yet your people are struggling with simple things like water. I mean, where are priorities? Now, I think with such kind of people, you don't need enemies when you have such kind of people. Yes, Papa Bob.
Even to add on something else, just a little bit.
Yes.
I think even the Q&A session at the manifesto was very questionable. It looks like those people were handpicked, and the answer, and I think he had already prepared for the answers that they were asking.
It was stage managed at some point to bring in Mudavadi, bring Wetangula, bring Mutua. Those were deliberate. You remember, what I'm not sure about is the issue on corruption. You remember the entire launch, corruption was completely absent until somebody from the audience questioned that, how will you deal with the corruption? Now, instead of answering the question, he was talking about building institutions, empowering institutions, releasing the judiciary fund. And yet he was just, corruption is a problem now. How will you deal with it?
But that question about corruption was, I think those were added questions. The ones that were choreographed were answered very well.
It was an afterthought
when
they realized
the
manifesto had nothing.
Questions,
it was
I think that one got it. Yeah.
Yes, Bob Papa.
I just wanted to add on something that PK brought in, and it is to do with the factory, the gun factory. That gun factory has a capacity of producing 12,000 rifles every year. For me, the question that the DP should have been asking is how much have we gained by the production of by the production of that factory? What have we exported? How much have we earned? And not to try and compare it with another factory in Kitui that is producing garments. And secondly, why does he have so much obsession about this gun factory, considering that he has a scandal of trying to obtain or sell some arms along with the one conman called Chesa? You see, there must be a relation, and for his obsession towards this issue of guns, because it really seems to have to offend him. And yet, from my research, is that we have drastically reduced our expenditure on purchase of small arms as a government. So, and we all know the prices that come with the purchase of arms. So there is something that there is a correlation between his obsession of the gun factory. He definitely must have lost an opportunity by the launch of that factory. And secondly, or lastly, yesterday when he talked about we having a very useless police IG, the most useless in the world. And later in the day, a policeman howls a canister, a tear gas canister, at a leading coalition, a leading deputy presidential candidate.
Campaign.
That tells you a lot. There are things that are going on that we do not know, but we'll leave it at that and hope that justice or the law takes its own course. Thank you.
But again, also you need to appreciate what Matiang'i said. I think I don't know if Makiadi was able to play that video. That these guys were actually involved in doing business with the police force, and that is why their first order paper is to change the police uniform. Who is the supplier of the police uniform? It seems that within Kenya Kwanza, not even Kenya Kwanza, UDA, they're already trying to create some business for some people whose money probably has been expended. And you see, Gachagua is saying that this uniform is bad, we need to change it back to the previous one. So who is going to be, where are they going to be, who is going to be supplying, you know? And of course, also Matiang'i talked about police boots, where I think a pair was going to cost like, I don't know, $900. And the police, I don't know, some vest. So basically, these are people whose businesses have been, thwarted. And so they're angry with the government. And it's so understandable, because you cannot spend 8 years or 9 years campaigning and using all that money. And you are seeing that you are most likely not going to have to return it the way you had thought you would. Because if you have used that money, definitely you have to check out how you're going to return that money. And that comes through government projects. And that's why he's talking about 90 billion, 50 billion, because he believes that first order paper is to recoup the money that he has used and start reinvesting into how he's going to give out again to capture again power in 2027. Now that likely scenario is, like mtu amekutoa nyama kwa mdomo. So he's a bitter man and bitter with everybody. And then Wajakoya comes on the day that he's supposed to launch his manifesto and occupy people's mind. Then Wajakoya comes with other things that now even excite people, and the people are talking more about Wajakoya and Tingiza Mti, and the other thing Wajakoya talked about, the Nini's hyena.
Yeah, Demba, you also realized that Matakarua also mentioned that thing while in Nyamira, and she said we need a lot of money in matters security, and the reason why Matiang'i is being fought is because he has refused to be corrupt. So these guys are very bitter. In fact, you've just said the right thing. Hii pesa inatafutwa na njia mbaya sana.
Yeah, so
if you want me to play the video, I can play it, but I don't know. It's a bit long. It's about 5 minutes.
Is that a little short? Okay. We can hear it. I mean, so that the guys can get a gist of what they want to talk about, especially Adams and Domi. You can play it.
Okay, let me look
and
for
just
it.
truncate it when we have gotten the gist of it.
Yeah, you can. Okay, I have it right here.
Raila Odinga has launched off DP Ruto's manifesto unveiled on Thursday, rather laughed it off, terming it pages of empty promises that he wants Kenyans to reject on the 9th of August. Odinga, who campaigned in Nyamira County today, said Ruto evaded the elephant in the room, the fight against corruption. Odinga's running mate Martha Karua told Nyamira electorate to reject Ruto and his team, saying they thrive on empty promises. Citizen TV senior political affairs reporter Stephen Leto reports.
38 days before Kenyans can exercise their democratic right at the ballot, Azimio caravan traversed Nyamira County, making stops in North and West Mogirango, Kitutu Masaba, and Borabu constituencies. Hingato into DP Ruto's manifesto, terming it hot air, filled with slogans and empty promises.
Jamaa jana wana launch ile manifesto yao. Wameongea mambo mengi. Mimi nilikuwa nimetega masikio. sijasikia ukitaja hata mara moja neno ya ufisadi. Hakutaja hata dakika moja neno ya ufisadi. Na hiyo ndio shida zaidi.
Azimio leaders questioned why the war on corruption did not feature in Ruto's much publicized launch.
Jana nikashangazwa na wale tunashindana na wao. Wakapeana mipango yao, lakini hawakutaja mpango wa kupambana na ufisadi.
They talk of criminal enterprise. Kama kuna criminal enterprise on corruption, ni hawa ambao wanandanganya kila wakati. Kabla mtu atoe ahadi zingine, watoto wa Kenya watauliza wapi laptop?
Odinga allies in a beeline attack said the manifesto was full of promises that cannot be implemented.
William Ruto, umekuwa naibu wa rais kwa miaka 10, my friend. Wewe ni mtu mrongo mkubwa sana. Tabia yako ni uongo kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, kuanzia usiku mpaka asubuhi.
Hawa jamaa ni wa chama ya udaku. Wako na udakumwi na ni watu wa geugeu. Na uongo ndio mwingi. Uongo wao ungekuwa petroli, ndege ingepaa.
Ruto alituambia kutakuwa na laptop kwa kila mtoto. Tulipata? Alisema tutapata stadium kwa kila constituency. Tulipata?
Ni mimi nitakuwa na kiboko ya kufukuza wafisadi, baba akisimama hapo.
Dear Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who also joined Odinga in the campaign trail, accused the Deputy President of running a divisive campaign targeting public servants who are not supporting him.
Mtambai anatuziwa hapa bure. Kuambiwa Mtambai is the incompetent police inspector general we have. Shida ya Mtambai ni kukataa kununua police goods for 13,000 ilikuwa inauzwa na marafiki zako. Sasa akakubali kununua police goods from local manufacturers for 2,900.
Na kishinyinya kwamba baba atalinda Matiang'i. Sawa. Yeye tumetoka naye mbali. Na yeye ni mchapakazi. Kwa hivyo nyuma ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 atakuwa kwa serikali.
The clarion call by leaders from Nyanza is a high voter turnout.
Tangu Mungu atengeneze Kenya kama nchi, hakuna siku rais alitoka hapa Nyanza. Kweli au si kweli? Kweli au si kweli? Safari hii tuko na nafasi ya kupata rais ambaye anatoka Nyanza region.
Sisi kama Wakisii tutakupea miaka 10. Hii miaka 10 tunaomba kwamba sisi tupee kazi.
Na tumesema sisi ni watu wa Nyanza. Sisi ni watu ambao tumekupigia kura 2007, 2013, 2017. Sasa 2022 tumesema tunakupa kura 100%.
Hapa Bogirango tunasema ni Raila
Amolo Odinga.
Tijiweti.
Safari hii kula sote ni za baba. Ni wangapi wanasema safari hii kula sote ni za baba? Tarehe 9 tutafanya nini?
From Nyamira County, Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga heads to his Siaya backyard to rally his troops behind his presidential bid and ensure the region registers a high voter turnout 38 days to the general election. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV, Ekerenyo Grounds, Mogirango North Constituency.
Thanks, Makiadi. I've sent you the one that just has the part that Nani talked. What's his name? Matiang'i talked. So you can look for it, download it if you can. But at least that one has probably brought some views on different people. I can see our sister Julia is ready to react. Yes, Julia.
Okay, I heard all that. I like that video. I think it's now clear that Ruto cannot talk about corruption. I wanted to talk about what Bob said, that about the factories and all that. Ruto does not believe in Kenyans being independent economically. Hataki tufike hapo. He wants to take us back into the handout economy and more. Yani, you sing for him, you bring your school children, you sing for him nicely, unanunuliwa soda na mikate. Simulisikia Rigathi akisema maneno ya mchele na nyama. That is what they believe in. So that's why he's talking about the 250 billion. Wapore serikali in the name of giving a few Kenyans some little handouts. So he knows when we have production at our county or manufacturing at the county level, he knows Kenyans are going to be independent financially. Anajua hivyo. Si ati haelewi, he understands that then, but that's why he keeps on fighting the CG factory ya Kitui, CG factory ya wapi. Hizo vitu hawezi weka them, but he can't. That's what I wanted to say. That's why all that kadabra at 250,000 billion, 500 billions, that's a scam. Kenyans, UDA is a scam. Keep off from scams. Asante Demba.
Thank you, Julia. UDA is a scam. Oppressors of yesterday trying to sell to us a tag that freedom is coming. Freedom from what? When Kenyans were fighting Sabasaba during those days when people wanted fighting one-party system, the deputy president was in the system. Youth for Kanu 92 was part of the system then, when there were people who were coming out so strongly to want to remove the dictatorial regime of Moi. The deputy president was part of that. He wanted to maintain the status quo. When Kenyans were fighting to remove Moi in 2000, when 2002, when Kenyans went to vote to remove the regime that had oppressed them for a long time, he stood with the oppressors. He was busy campaigning. Him and Mudavadi, the same two people, were supporting the regime that was there at that time. Freedom from what? When Kenyans wanted a new constitution, he has always stood against what Kenyans want. Now come 2022, then he wants to paint himself as freedom is coming tomorrow. Freedom from who? To where? What freedom can Ruto talk about? What freedom? He didn't support the constitution, which is enjoying, the first deputy president under the constitution that he actually voted against. Now he's busy saying he's bringing freedom. Who told him Kenyans need freedom that he offers? You can't take people to a place where they are suffering, then you pretend that you want to take them out of that place. I mean, Kenyans must be so stupid to imagine that he can sell the tag that now we are bringing you freedom tomorrow. When people were oppressing, I want us to remember when the 2007, 2013, and 2017, when Baba was coming back, and there was that Baba when you were away, he was coming from the US, and the policemen were, I was there. We were being tear gassed, and some of them were even lobbing live bullets at us. He was with the system at that time. Now, right now, he is cleaning himself up and hoping Kenyans are forgotten. And so we are going to say that now the person who is going to be the hero in this story is one William Samoei Ruto. I mean, Kenyans, I don't think we have stupid people, but I don't think we are stupid enough to imagine that he can give us the freedom. I want to bring in PK, then I bring Adams to give his submission.
Yeah, I just wanted to react on the video that Makiadi has played. There were a lot of things to pick out, but what stood out for me was Mother said yeye ndiye atakuwa na kiboko, but I think the right word is Mother Karua ndiyo kiboko yao. Thank you.
Thank you, PK. Karibuni.
Literally atakuwa na kiboko, PK. Kiboko ya ukweli.
Karibu Adams na Domi. Okay. Adams, ni wakati wako sasa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Themba, and and the entire panel. I just want to talk about Sakaja, just a little bit. You know, I know we have the law, we have the fidelity and the rule of law, but from the look of things, it is quite evident that Senator Sakaja is going to be on the ballot against all odds. And it may be speculative, but I may say that some check exchanged ways somewhere. And I may say that Mr. Chebukati is kind of compromised, because if you heard about his statement about the same, it means he has this form, like he's so much formed, he's so decided, such that Liwe Liwalo, that guy must be on the ballot. So it is very unfortunate, we as a people, because it is not right. But Kenya being what it is what it is. It is on the ballot. And Igade must tread very carefully. Otherwise, we are going to have a page 2, or rather another version of Mike Mbuvi Sonko. The difference between them is that one uses his brain and another one uses emotions. Otherwise, they are all the same. Yesterday, at what happened at Kissi, I know we spoke about it, about the police officer who I saw him being arraigned in court for because of what happened yesterday at Kissi during the rally. But then, coming to think about it again, I may say that whatever happened in Kissi yesterday was an attempt. It was an attempted assassination. It looks like somebody somewhere wanted to assassinate Martha Karua. It may sound weird, but yes, it looks like that. That's how people are being assassinated politically. It happens like that, and in between the mix, somebody threw the bullet, and the deal is done. So that one looked like attempted assassination on the DP nominee of Raila Odinga, Martha Karua. So I think Azimio group, moving forward, they need to beef up their security detail, and they need to be very careful and tread very carefully, because the enemy is within and can just take advantage. Nyamira looked good today. Nyamira is also, Kissi is good, but Nyamira is always shaky, but it looked good today. So I think, yeah, they did well. More so, I may not say that it has been bugged like the way the headline is running here. It is the crowd was bugged, but the crowds are the same. But I believe for our brothers who come from the mountain, I believe you guys will do a good job down there by waking up and going to vote. Otherwise, I think opinion polls will still do as well. I believe they're coming soon. So that's all I can say now. I just came in. I've not done so much into this. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see Makiadi, don't admit more people. Let's finish with this people. If we admit more people, we will stay here up to morning. So wacha tukae na hawa ambao wako hapa sasa tusukume sasa, karibu tunafika the 8th hour, and then normally after 7 hour 30 minutes we don't want to admit more people kwa sababu watu wanaenda na kwenda. Wacha sasa tuwe na at least hour we give our views exhaustively. Wacha nianze na Bob pale, ameinua mkono then say.
Mimi nataka kurusha mawe kabisa. Wacha ile mawe walikuwa nasema ni ya Jacaranda. Nataka kurusha mawe kwa huyu mtu anaitwa Adams. Adams, you are selling propaganda. Hii mambo ya kutuambia ati Sakaja atakuwa kwa ballot. Sasa hiyo ni kutuambia tuendelee ku support uhalifu. Hiyo maneno nataka uteme hiyo mate. Hatuwezi kubali mambo ya kusema ati Sakaja atakuwa kwa ballot. Akuwe kwa ballot namna gani? Akikuwa kwa ballot then hata sijui kama wewe uko ugaibuni kwanza ulienda kusoma ama usiungewacha hata kusoma urudi tu tukupatie ugavana. Kwa hivyo hiyo mambo tema hiyo mate kabisa. Shindwe.
Now, Adams, the only person allowed to come on the show ni Bise. Those are the usual suspects wa kufunga show. So that Bise, kama utaona Bise umruhusu akuje, sitaki vita. Unajua Adams, Bob, Papa Adams was just giving his views, and is free to give his is a prediction like normally we say. So usimtupie mawe sana. He's just giving a prediction, and you'd want to knock on wood that doesn't happen. But unfortunately, or fortunately, there's a likelihood, that like they say, the law can they say it's an ass, can be flogged either way. So you have to agree. You have to start agreeing that it is possible that he could be there, and who knows. Yes, Kusea, ulikuwa kuja after Baba before nipatia Adams.
Temba, you can hold brief for Adams, but I want to ask you, but don't answer. Where are these votes going to come from to give us another Sonko? Adams, I think you have not looked at the figures properly. Let me tell you, Sakaja or no Sakaja, there is no going back on this. What's happening is this, Azimio does not want to get involved in this, because it will look like, you see, when you are already, the enemy is already down. So why fight? Why don't you just want everything to go? In fact, personally, me, I want Sakaja on the ballot, because I know he's going to lose. Why? How do I know he's going to lose? Because I know how he won. And the factors are completely opposite this time around. He can't. First of all, remember, he was a Vifaranga. There is no way, and so was Sonko. Those things are not there this time. So, for me, what I said earlier is that Chebukati should simply follow the law and let the law knock out Sakaja. We do not want a situation whereby Azimio fellows troop to court to do this, because I know they would. Even as we speak, I know private people will go there to block him, and they will succeed. But for me, I don't wish that, because Sakaja himself, even during the interview today in that radio you are talking about, he was saying that this thing is political. This thing is political. What is political in studying for a degree? It is not proper. And let's not fall to that trap. Let's not fall to that trap. If the worst comes to the worst, somebody will block him in court. But personally, I want him to be on the ballot so that he loses squarely. Hmm?
Yes, Christine, you have addition to me.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Bob and Kuseo, as much as you're crucifying Adams, one thing I know, the confidence that they talk about, and sometimes I just suspect that, this is my opinion and observation, Chebukati appears to be loyal to Ruto. So, and if push comes to shove, I believe Sakaja might be on the ballot box. But again, I want to tell Adams, don't underrate these two men. I believe Raila and Uhuru, don't underrate them. Nairobi means a lot to them. And if you look even at the prior or past voting pattern in Nairobi, it's always been taken by Azimio, by ODM. And the last time Sonko came, Sonko was just a special case, you know? Sonko was a special case, and that's why he won. So I believe if Sakaja goes to the ballot box, I think Sakaja is smart, but again, he's foolish. So I think let him go to the end. My desire is for him even to be on those in the ballot box, so that he gets a thorough beating, because that's what's gonna happen. Nairobi wamechanuka. Sonko aliwachanua. I don't think they can make the same mistake twice or thrice. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I want to agree with Kuseo. I would want, there's no sweet victory like the ballot victory, where you're beaten free and square after all this drama has happened, and then you go to the ballot and then you're beaten. Utaambia nini watu? Tunataka ifike pale ashindwe, ndio saa tuseme okay, umeenda kotini ukasema Mungu amekuongoza. Ukishindwa utasema ni nani amekuongoza. So Nairobians should, I think at this point, I want to agree with Kuseo that let me pray like the deputy, the running mate of Sakaja, because I'm sure wherever he is, he knows Sakaja, even if he's elected, he will be impeached because of lack of qualification, and that will see another turbulent Nairobi County going back to the drama that has faced them with Sonko. So I think Nairobians should be told that if you elect this person, he's going to go anyway. So if that is what he's not going to govern, I mean, that's how it is, because the court process will go. He doesn't have a degree. He will have to go back to school. I think he said today that he will go back and finish that degree. He said that in Spice, that he was not able to finish because he lacked school fees, but he will go back and finish the actuarial degree. So that means he is still yet to go back and finish that degree. And yet he presented papers. Why would you want to go back to finish a degree, yet you've already presented papers of having graduated? So I think Nairobians, you need to be told, even if you're going to decide to waste your vote on voting for Sakaja, even if he's going to be on the ballot, be rest assured that he is not going to govern, because his case is in court because he doesn't have papers. And because he doesn't have papers, he's going to be impeached. He might be the first governor to be impeached if you go and waste your vote and vote for him. But I'm praying like the deputy governor, his running mate. His running mate is seated there closely and hoping that this guy finds himself in the ballot, so that once he, in the event he's voted and is impeached, of course, he'll be the governor. But Nairobians should not waste their time to go and vote for someone who will be impeached anyway. Why do you want to suffer that? Go vote for Igathe. And some of you here are really underestimating Igathe, because I hear some people saying, oh, Igathe, that guy is a movement right now. He's campaigning every single day, and he has been able to reach Nairobians and with the tag Nairobi to Itakayo. It is it will shock you guys. It will shock. I'm sure some of you have not envisioned and even seen the way Igathe is campaigning. It's going to shock some of you, and I agree with Kuseo. It's gonna be different this time round. Yes, Bob Papa.
I want to mention two things that I'm willing to stand alone as long as I know it is the right thing to do, not having Sakaja on the ballot. The issue is not about we want to beat him in the ballot. The issue is about doing the right thing. So, Demba who say Christina who want the guy to be on the ballot plus Adams, you are on the other side. You are now against us. You are not for ideals. You are there to propagate bad ideals. So I will not work with you on that part. I'm very sure PK will and Julia will stick with me. Even Makiadi, I think, is on my side. So if we are to vote here, we'll definitely kick you out as a small parliament. Secondly,
tutaleta Chebukati, you will lose. Bob, you lose.
I don't want rebuttals.
Let
rebuttals. I'm going to
be
walk
the
alone.
referee. You lose.
Secondly, I just want to also mention, PK, you mentioned about 250 professionals that our Ebo DP mentioned. I fail to understand that where one of the professionals, also a category of professionals that were missing there were legal experts who would have advised him that you cannot appoint judges in 7 days when the matter is in court, unless he has intentions of making or creating a second judiciary wing in the constitution that we do not know, so that he can take over the cases that are in court. So these professionals were really wanting, and I want to agree with you that there were no professionals there. The only professional that has decided to throw away all his education was one man called Ndi, who was actually just laughing like he was in a comedy show, like those ones you guys normally have in US of Chris Rock. You know, they were all laughing and clapping and laughing. Even when somebody lies to you and you clap, it makes you look like a fool. So hiyo parliament tumefunga, ninasimama peke yangu.
You can't buy by yourself and win by yourself, my friend. Now, another thing that I want to say, maybe on the part of the 250 professionals, what can the deputy president find a narrative that sticks and that is consistent? He was saying that the manifesto will be written by Mama Mboga na watu wa boda boda. My expectation was I will see a Mama Mboga and a mtu wa boda boda reading part of the manifesto in that launch. You know, like we have one Mama Mboga coming in and with the, you know, the way they would go to those forums, economic forums, and then they have those Mama Mbogas putting on their stuff, I mean their uniform, and then talking. So I hoped, because we have the director of Cobra Squad, the movie maker, Governor Mutua, who was the one directing the whole thing, he would probably direct some kind of a movie drama where we would see a Mama Mboga coming in and, you know, saying that now in terms of, you know, agriculture, we are going to do this. And then someone with the boda boda, because he said they're the ones who are going to write, only to turn out that there were 250 professionals who are put together to write it. And then those 250, only 4 turned up at the launch. You know, you need to have some consistency. Even lying requires some level of intelligence. You cannot lie without being intelligent about it, because it's going to be, you're going to be smoked out. There are people who look at you as you're talking and they are able to tell what you are saying. So when you come and lie as if we are living in some century where we don't have the internet, where we don't have media, where you don't have records, and right now anything you say, there's record. People can just pull it out. This is what you said 3 years ago. This is what you said yesterday. They seem to be in a world where they think the internet doesn't exist. Then they talk about 50% women. And the pictures they are showing us is there, I don't know, one woman and a group of men working together. So what kind of government is that? And then he goes to Tharaka-Nithi and he says that, you know, I'm number one, Gachagua is number two, number three is Kindiki, number four is Mudavadi, number five is Kingi, number six is Wetangula. Now tell me which woman is there in that kind of lineup? And you're saying we'll have 50% women. At least have some semblance. Give us at least 3 women working with you everywhere. I think the most we can do to these people is, like I usually say, for the next home stretch, I don't think there's anything new they will be telling us. So for peace of mind, I want to invite you in the way I look at it. Do not cause yourself a lot of stress by listening to UDA lies. Instead, be positive, drum up Azimio support, and we see where we are going to go. I want to bring in Adams before I think I allow Christine also had something to add in there. Adams, you have been accused by Kuseo and Bob. Kindly, you have a right of response.
It was with a light touch. It was with a light touch, we understand. Don't make Adams worry himself for nothing.
No, Kuseo, relax.
You see, Kuseo is a turncoat. Kuseo, when he sees the heat, he runs away.
Come down. Bob. It is Adam's time.
Bob, just relax. Misa is not here yet. Now, this is my thing, Mr. Bob. When I started my statement, I used the word unfortunately. I did not stamp my authority, like I did not say it is going to be like that. I said, unfortunately, he might end up being on the ballot. Because right now, as we speak, the only thing that is standing in between Sakaja and the ballot box is the court. Nothing else. All this you can say are just words. The only thing that stands in between him and the ballot is the court. That the only thing which can stop him is the court. And then Kuseo, let me tell you something. Sakaja becoming a senator in Nairobi, he was not part of the vifaranga vya computer. Sonko was. Himself, he wasn't. He beat Sifuna squarely. That one you have to know. Let me tell you something. I'm a Nairobian. As you may think you are, I am. Let me tell you. Nairobi is a different ballgame. As we speak, the truth of the matter is, I belong to Azimio, and our ethos and ethics and principles are very clean and clear. You know them because me and you, we belong to the same aisle. But the truth of the matter is, Sakaja is being felt from the suburbs of Karen up to the mud in Mathare and Mukuru kwa Njenga. Everybody feels him. They know him very well. He may lose, I don't deny, and that is the thing we want. But him losing is not just something you will just wake up and Sakaja loses. No, it's not easy for him to lose.
He will lose. Not me.
Relax. You can't even give me the formula in which he will lose. He may lose. He may win. It is 50-50. I know Igada is working for sure very well. We don't want the country where anybody can break the laws and do what? And just get away with it. But as things stand now, it is not easy. That's what I mean. It is very unfortunate. Mr. Bob, look at me. It is very unfortunate that he may be on the ballot box. And the likelihood is very high. And Chebukati is supporting that guy. You guys need to read things between the lines. Chebukati is very, very flexible. He's very okay with Sakaja. The law may block him, but he's okay with him. So let's articulate that one, putting in consideration. That is why I said he may be another version of Sonko. The difference is Sonko was reacting emotionally, but this guy uses, in as much as he's fake, he got some brain left here. But Sonko was just out of this world. That is what I mean. Thank you.
Don't worry, you don't have to explain to Bob, Papa. Bob does not want to accept reality. Reality is that Sakaja might be, just like it might be. It's now a court process. So we await a court. And if you read what the court said they cannot stop. They are not going to stop the process because they cannot determine for IBC how IBC runs its processes. But again, also, there's expedited case on Monday that is going to be listening to Sakaja's case. So hopefully from there we will know. But as at now, it's good to have an open mind in these matters. That's what you're saying. It's not that me, Kuseo, I and Adams are happy that he's going to be on the ballot. But we are just being realists. Realistically speaking, it is a possibility.
Themba, you need to clarify. Themba, you need to clarify. There is no court case unless somebody takes it there.
No, it's already there.
Oh, it's already there?
Yeah, there's already a court case. There's already... Actually, the court case was there even before the letter. This is what happened. There was a letter that was written earlier that was addressed to the tribunal, that is CUE addressed to the tribunal to withdraw Sakaja's, documents. But Sakaja went to court, and the court, kind of gave a long. There was one thing that we were reading here. I gave a long reason as to why that letter should not be admitted. Then immediately, of course, the next day when the hearing was to happen, CUE withdrew that particular letter. Okay, and so they were told that, of course, there's no need for a case because the letter has been withdrawn anyway. Now, the case had already been lodged in court, where the person who had gone there had even, had already said that he doesn't have a degree and was wondering even how come he knew there was a letter and he went to court. So now this is a new letter. So their argument was there's already a court order against a letter. But you see, the court order was against the previous letter, not this new one. Now, this one is not addressed to the tribunal. It's addressed to the IEBC, right? So, chair. So when it goes there now, the IEBC is supposed to decide what it does with the letter. But you see, there's already a case. Now, the case in court, maybe someone can enjoin IEBC. I don't know if IEBC will want to be enjoining it on Monday. Of course, and then, of course, we see how it goes. So let's see how the case goes. Now, I want to bring Christine. She's been raising her hand. And then the video that we had, Makiadi says it's ready. We can listen to it, and then I bring PK. Christine.
Thank you, Themba, for giving me this chance. I would have responded to Papa, but I think Adams has clarified well. So, Papa, next time when Europeans are talking, pay attention. We also don't want him, but unfortunately, it might happen. Finally, I want to tell Adams, yes, you are claiming, I don't know how true it is, you are claiming that you are Nairobian, you know how things are being done in Nairobi, Sakaja beats, Sifuna fair and square. Kindly follow the history of what happened during the last election. Sifuna was a newcomer, Sifuna came in late, but he still managed to garner some things. If Songo was a faranga computer, Sakaja also falls there. So I think that one, you've made me believe that you're not a Nairobian as you claim. Go back to Nyanza.
I want to agree with you, Christine. The analysis by Adams was, in my view, a little bit misguided. He's saying that Nairobi. I think I know Nairobi. I know Nairobi politics, and I've participated very actively in Nairobi politics, and I can agree with Kuseo. Sifuna was, Sakaja was vifaranga vya computer. Of course, there was some mistakes that what was that NASA did. You know, they in some places, because Sifuna lost by around I think 600,000 votes. Was it 600,000 or something thereabout? Not a very big margin, but you realize even Sakaja himself was surprised how he won. So vifaranga vya computer was mostly senators, governors, of course, na presidential. So the ones that were not affected by vifaranga vya computer are MPs and all those ones, because those were the ones that they were very much interested in.
Please
So
ask Adams. Jubilee and ODM can be beaten. Sakaja can beat Jubilee and ODM.
no, you see, I see Adams' understanding of Nairobi politics is one thing. And if indeed he understands, then maybe he's still in 2007 or 2000 somewhere, or 2002, but he hasn't.
You know, Temba, let me tell you,
Sakaja is in UDA.
I'm not supporting Sakaja. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Sakaja Sakaja is not part of 54 point something % stuff. He is not part of that. Remember, Edwin Sifuna had vied in Western, and then he came to Nairobi. He came late, just like Christine said. He was popular. He could win. ODM was the best party there, but he came in late. That is why he lost, and he lost narrowly. Edwin Sifuna lost so narrowly. So, but Mike Sonko was Mike. So in Nairobi, it was Mike Sonko, that guy for Langata, Korir, that guy for Dagoretti too, KJ, the former comedian, and the Stare guy, the musician, Jaguar. Those were vifaranga via computer. And the guy, and the duo, the guy from Mbakasi, the one from Moja, those 5, those were vifaranga. Sakaja was in Jubilee, yes. Jubilee are the people who committed this fraud, but he was not formed as part of the 54 point something %. Sonko was, Sakaja wasn't. But
how do you know that he wasn't?
Because
you know why
he did not win with 54 point something %. He's not part
why
of that.
your logic is not making sense, Adams, even as you're talking. How do you now tell that this one should not be an MP will be a vifaranga of computer, a senator will not? How are you able to tell that apart?
This is how it is, Mr. Themba. Korir won with 54 point something %. Jaguar the same. Sonko the same.
It's not about the winning and the margin. It's not about the margin of 54.
It is the manipulation. It is the manipulation that took place.
That's not the logic. The logic is not 54.4%. That's not the logic. It can be manipulated to 60% or 70%. It doesn't mean that it is not vifaranga vya computer.
Okay, that is arguable. That is anybody can just argue about that, and it depends on how you understand it and how you take it. But what I'm talking about the 5 guys I've just mentioned, that is factual. That is in record. It went to court. That is factual. But the rest you are talking about is just arguable. You can think like this, and you can just argue your case and make it. Otherwise, that's what I mean.
But if it goes to court, doesn't mean that it is factual. Because it went to court doesn't make it factual. Yes,
Pemba, let me tell Christine something about Chebukati and DP.
Hold on, Kusem. Let's hear Makiadi and then we come to you.
Mine is just to respond to what Adams is saying. I think Adams, what we should agree here is that the 2017 election was a sham. In Nairobi, especially, I will look for the videos. I was surprised, even before the elections results were announced. I was surprised to see ballot papers being burnt in estates for the governor, for the senator. Some were dumped in gunias, in trash cans. I mean, it was a sham. I don't even think there was an election in 2017 in Nairobi. I don't know about the other regions because I know what I saw. And I can tell you for real here that even the election of Sakaja is questionable. The election of Sonko, we should not even talk about that. I mean, all the MPs in Nairobi, I don't know why you're saying only 5. The election was a sham. I saw ballot papers, they were all over. The internet was full of, people carrying ballot papers. Some people even had pre-marked ballot papers. So the 2017 elections was a sham, not only in Nairobi. I don't know about the other regions, but Nairobi even don't even try to give us the percentages because there was nothing there.
Yes, Kusea.
I just wanted to agree with what Christine was saying. You see, the truth of the matter is that Chebukati has always leaned to the side of the powers that be. I want to put it to talk safely like that. Now, ask yourself where Chebukati came from. For those who may remember, Chebukati actually was an ODM member. I think he even contested, I think he was even an ODM official somewhere but the original ODM, by the way. And who took him there? It was the DP. Now that would tell you that their friendship or whatever relationship started long time ago. And even like now, I think Chebukati is just finding himself in a fix. How does he shake it off? It is the truth that they have always been together. So if you don't be so surprised to find that he's leaning, more or less, he can't help it. He'll always be leaning towards what the DP is for. And it has been demonstrated all along. Even Chebukati himself has been defeated, even how to hide it. I think I want to stop there.
Yeah, yes, PK and then Julia.
Am I supposed to submit or ask the question?
You ask a question. It's just continuous engagement.
It's just an open forum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have two things to mention about the case Adam has presented to us on about Sakaja. I think anyone who values education, as much as I personally admired Sakaja. In fact, at some point, I wished Sakaja was on our side. I was very surprised when Sakaja crossed over and was on the other side because I really liked him. But as I started by saying, anyone who values education, anyone who has gone to school and knows the pain of going through schooling, and any parent who has taken his kids to school, I'm sure they are at pain to understand how Sakaja pulled out all this move. I don't think any parent, anyone who's been to school, would be in their right sense go ahead and vote for Sakaja. I don't believe so. Unless Adam can do that and some other people, but people who know the value of education and see what Sakaja has done, and then it comes out that he has no degree, and then he goes ahead. It's just a fraud. This is a fraud. I don't think there's any other way we can call it. It's just a fraud. And I don't think people would be happy to go ahead and just vote for this guy. The other point I wanted to mention is I expected Gachagua to rise up to the occasion and at least clean up himself during the manifesto launch. But as usual, Gachagua just did his thing again. He went ahead as if to praise. He was lamenting about the police and as if to say that they are going to make them better so that they can be proud. He said the last time the police had a pay rise, the last time the police were treated well was during the Kibaki government. So one wonders, if DP was in the current government and never treated the police well, the only person who treated the police well was the Kibaki government, in which Baba was in that government. It means that previous government was better than the one that Ruto was in. And how do you expect them to treat the police better if they take over? If they could not have treated them well now that Ruto is in power? Because he runs away from being in power when we know very well that he was in the mix of everything. And Gachagua was so, the way he told the story, it is like he was talking of a good thing, that the Kibaki government was doing better than what his boss did not do. He did not realize that he was making his boss look bad. And people were clapping. Sometimes I don't understand these Kenya Kwanza guys. He makes a point that makes his boss look bad, and people are clapping about it. Either they don't understand sometimes, or they make fun of him. As for David Ndii, as somebody I think David Ndii yuko kazini, provided yeye anafanya kazi yake. I don't think he's very serious. Ndii is just doing his job, pesa iingie na arudi nyumbani alee watoto. Thank you.
In the hindsight, I think do you guys, okay, let's think for the strangest reason, for argument's sake. Are the people advising the deputy president, was it possible that they were sent there to make sure that he doesn't win the presidency? Because the kind of steps he's taking, I want to bring in Julia and then I'll bring in Papa.
Okay, that question is interesting then, but it is not they are held, not that they're held captive. What PK is saying, they were clapping even when the deputy coughed. Did you realize that? At one time he was coughing and they thought he was about to speak, they clapped. Then when he asked for water, they clapped again. When he said, nafikiri nataka, nahitaji maji, they clapped again Demba. So when Gachagua was speaking PK, they were supposed to clap. So they were not listening to what he was saying. The DP is in his own world, in a dictatorial state, where I say, you do what I say, and you don't have to think about what I'm saying. You just need to do. Na hawa watu Demba wamemeza hewa. Sasa hawa watu, they are in this situation. Some of them are ashamed because they can see the freedom on the other side. They can see the freedom and the democratic space in the Azimio side, and they can see the spirit in the other side. But this other side now, they're already in. Hawezi fungua mdomo. So it's not that they are trying to set him up for failing. They know he's failing. Did you see Sakaja's face there? Did you see? I saw him. He was in kama vile Demba mkona bibi na bwana. Your bibi is knowing you are so stupid and you are doing something so stupid. Ako so helpless pale kanisa kwa mchungaji. Hawezi kaambia mchungaji, by the way, my husband is an idiot. Hawezi fungua mdomo because kuna something at stake. Kuna doa, kuna watoto, kuna mafamilia. Sasa hawezi sema, by the way, mchungaji, they all knew it. They all knew it. That they were not in a team. There was no excitement. So PK, if you are waiting for them to, they were clapping at everything. Even when the DP coughed, they clapped. You didn't see that? He was coughing. That coughing also, Demba, was not a real cough. I saw it. Alikuwa anachanganyikiwa. Alifika mahali akachanganyikiwa. He was trying to excite the crowd. Na ni kama there was some disagreement somewhere or something had happened. There's like alikuwa anaangalia around. Kuna mtu alikuwa anatafuta. Sasa unaona uko na kitu nasoma. I was expecting Makiadi somewhere. I'm looking. I can't see him. There's something going wrong. So I need to continue with the speech. So to distract you from my confusion, I think I need some water. So when he coughed, they thought he was about to talk. They clapped. And then when he said, I need some water, they clapped again. I mean, uko kuna stress mingi. And there was a thing that Gachagua, that the DP wanted to be with this this other who jamaa mwenye alitolewa akuwe vipi ni nani? Who was this guy from Tharaka Nithi? What is his name? Kindiki. At DP now likes walking around with Kindiki. Na Gachagua amepata hiyo story. Sasa Gachagua ameanza matusi kwa kichini chini. You people, I told you Makiadi, one of these fine days Gachagua will call out the DP names in public before tupiga kura. Atamuita majina yote iko kwa kichwa yake. Now about Gachagua saying stuff about police. Sijui wako na shida gani na polisi, but I think Gachagua cannot change. Now I need you people to investigate. Gachagua alisomea wapi? Now, do you know any of his classmates? I mean, did he really pass his tests? Or what is his problem? Okay, I wanted to comment about what Adam said. Now, about Sakaja, I really don't think we can talk about the 2017 results. Even the Sonko thing was just a banged election. I don't think there was anything real. We can't use that statistics. But I want to talk about now. Now, remember that Nairobi, there are very many people from Mount Kenya in Nairobi, especially from Murang'a County. In fact, a lot of Nairobi is owned by Murang'a people. Then we have the other communities now that were backing Baba, and they stayed put. And you can see Baba's support was very huge. And you can see even the MPs that went through is because those people really backed Baba. Now we have now some people from Mount Kenya when you amend Pandia Baba. You people tell me how UDA is going to stand in Nairobi. Muniambie tu kweli. Hawawezi. Now, I was looking at the opinion polls in Murang'a and nimeona Jamle Kamau is leading.
Please tell Adams.
Yeah, I was looking at the Murang'a County right now. The Jubilee nominees are leading. I'm telling you, what's happening in Murang'a County, there's a flip happening. If Jamle Kamau is leading in Jubilee, it means that there are chances that even the members of parliament for Jubilee in Murang'a County are going to go through their chances, which means that is going to be translated into Nairobi City. Hawa watu ni na biashara, hawataki mchezo na biashara zao, hawataki ujinga wa Sonko type of people, hawataki. So I am telling you, they are going to back Baba. Now, then bringing back Baba's old support. What do you think? I don't think Sakaja is going to get anywhere near what Igathe is going to get. Sidhani, Adam, hiyo nimekataa. But for Sakaja getting in the ballot, I think it's going to be there, Bob. Sorry, I'm not supporting you today, but don't say Shetani Ashindwe, because I don't trust Iebc, and I want to buy Christine's idea. Let us from Azimio ignore them. Let them go to the ballot. Wacha Sakaja apate kichapo cha umbwa. That will be good. That's what we need. We should even not talk about it. The MPs from Azimio should not even talk about it. Okay? Let him go to the ballot. Wacha apate kichapo cha umbwa. We'll be so happy saying we can't have illiterates in the city. That's my point, Demba.
Okay, I want Makiadi to play a video, and then after the video has been played, now I'll invite us to take our closing remarks. So just hold on right there. After the video Makiadi has played, then we will go into our closing rituals. I'll give you time to give your closing remarks, at least a minute each person. You'll have a response maybe, and then we do our other rituals. Thank you so much. Makiadi, if the video
an attack on the Inspector General of the National Police Service, and an attack on His Excellency the President. Ukitaka kuwa kiongozi, tunataka kuongoza nchi yetu. How can you attack public servants before foreigners? Tunachukua Inspector General wetu, unamutusi mbele ya wazungu wamekuja kwa ofisi yetu. Na shida ya Mutiambai, niwaambie ukweli hapa, watu tukubaliane hivi. Hii mambo Mutiambai anatuziwa hapa bure. Kuambiwa Mutiambai is the incompetent police Inspector General we have had. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua police boots for 13,000 ilikuwa inauzwa na marafiki zako. Sasa akakubali kununua police boots from local manufacturers for 2,900. Shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa, shida ya Mutiambai ni kukataa kununua bulletproof vests for $900 kwenda directly to manufacturers to buy it for $90 sold by your friends. Sasa hiyo frustration ndio naleta kutusi Inspector General wetu. Let us be very honest about this thing.
Sijui kama unataka nicheze kiini cha hiyo video ama niache namna hiyo. Nitaharibu mood za watu.
Acha tu namna hiyo. Acha hapo, tunataka kumaliza show. Hataki kwenda kama tumekasirika. Now, I will want you to give your closing remarks as you respond to that. But before then, I want to appreciate all those people who have joined us. Kindly mute kidogo, Bob. I want to appreciate all the people who have joined us on the comment section. The show goes for almost 8 hours. Where Makiad and I come to us the last 2 hours. And of course, if you want, I don't know if anybody, one day I'll do a random check. If anybody goes back to check the videos and listen to what they said, but I will not do that today. So it goes on for 8 hours. You come in towards the last, Makiadi and I come in towards the last time. So I mean the last 2 hours and thereabout, just to see watu wa kukuja kufunga show. Kuzee ametujoin sasa kwa hii yetu ya kufunga show huku jioni. Alikuwa ni mtu wa kukuja mapema, naona sasa wameanza kukuja huku. We have one person who is missing, anaitwa Mise, pia uanga ni mtu wa kuja kufunga show. Julia pia anakujanga kufunga show, lakini siku hizi anachomoka, but hakuna shida, no problem. Ayeche Ann, thank you so much for joining us. Presidente J, asante. DA, asante. Steve Mutumbu, Gitao wa Mukui, Yufi Matieno. Hey, Christine amekuwa active juu na chini. Watu hii dunia. Panda, asante. Caris Official, anaitwa nani yule? Bands Nyags, asante. Bushman, Kahugu Mirori. Education should never be trivialized or be used for political issues. Sakaja is a shame to us, a shame to the world. Yeah, thanks PK. Steve Mutumbu. Watu wa UDA wamehepa kwa comments siku hizi, hata hawaji kwa sababu ya aibu. Inakaa hii vile tunaendelea kusonga, the space is getting smaller for them. RMK Media, asante. Hata jamaa mmoja anaitangwa Black siku hizi hata anakuja anatoa comment moja anahepa. Hii hewa tumewapimia hewa sasa, mwana wa Ingo, asante.
Sasa Black alikuja kutoa manifesto ya Sakaja na akashindwa kuongea juu ya hiyo whatever manifesto ya UDA. What's happening to these guys?
The confusion there, my friend, is real. RMK Media, Adams, ulikuwa umeenda huko chini kusalimiana na kuona huko chini. Adams, hata wewe pia. Thank you, Jabe. Jabe na meta kisuka chini. Adams. Linetu wa bomba. Asante. Black, the hater, asante. All right. Now, I want us to give our comments kindly before you go. If you haven't subscribed to Mutembei TV, tafadhali subscribe. We like the way you're doing it. That's how we support the channel and we get it to reach to as many people as it should. And I also want to request you. Now, waomba tafadhali. Naona subscribe kwa ile channel yangu. So tafadhali pia muende kama bado ja subscribe channel yangu na my daughter inaitwa Themba. Nisipoisema hapa, my daughter will be on my case. So kindly go there and subscribe if you haven't. Very many videos coming on there. Tafadhali nenda subscribe. Support us. Tafadhali support. We really appreciate your support. Ukienda pale una support, unafurahi sana. Yeah, thank you so much. Now, we would love to please, but you have to leave. And how do we leave? We start by giving our closing remarks. You may respond to the video if you have to, but I want to start with Christine, then I come to PK, then Adams, then Bob, then Makiadi, then Julia. So acha nianze na Christine. Tafadhali, your closing remarks, dakika moja.
What should I say as my closing remarks? Okay, about the video today, the last video that Makiadi played, yeah, there's been some bitterness between Tuamchele and Tuamchele with that accent and the police. Anytime he'll comment things negative about the police uniform, he'll say a lot of bad things about the police until you wonder, what did the police do to him? But from Matiang'i's statement, now we are starting to understand where the hatred for the police officers are coming from. As per Ruto, Ruto should learn that I'm here and I know Americans love their country. Americans love everything they own, and that is the perception of all these white people. Ruto calls a press conference, meets with them, talks negative about his boss, talks negative about his country. Like, where does he stand? A boss is always right regardless. So me, I would just want to say we should be patriotic. We should love our country, sell our country. Let us continue spreading the Azimio message. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. We have 37 days as of today. And it's unfortunate Kuseo has left without saying bye. Otherwise, I just wanted to tell him like that, remind him that next time he should turn off his camera, but today he's done a good thing. He's turned off his camera. Thank you all.
Thank you. PK?
About the video that I just played, what I can say is I think Matiang'i should be allowed to talk more. There's a time he kind of pleaded or kind of suggested apatiwe nafasi aongee ama tu aambiwe aseme. Because it looks like Matiang'i has a lot to say. He has a lot to... There's a way he can construct those guys from the information he has and the depth of knowledge he has with all these Hustler Nation people. The bit he talked about today is very telling about why they are so mad and why they were talking about the Inspector General. And I think he brought it out because it touched on his docket. And him being the CS in charge, I think he had to come out and say something. But apart from that, Matiang'i seems to know a lot. And if he was allowed to talk, and of which I think with time he might say a few things here and there. And he is very good in the way he articulates issues and the way he discusses some of these people in a question form, like the way he went to church and said a few things, and he hit on the church at the same time he hit on the people he was addressing, and which is the same thing he did today. I think Matiang'i should be given more airtime whenever we have a chance to let him say something. As for Sakaja, I don't want to go there again. I'm just tired about him. And as for Mother Karua, I think hiyo kiboko ameahidi kuchapa watu. I think aitoe saa hii, anawachapa vizuri na aendelee kuwachapa kiboko hivyo hivyo. By the time he gets to office, itakuwa tu ni kuwanyorosha wale wamebaki wakienda jela, wengine wakiwacha kazi zao, manake hakuna huruma. Sitaki awahurumie kabisa, nataka wachapwe kiboko, Kenya ilainike, and at least we have things put in order. I have noticed, even though there is a sense in which Baba is so he's so calm nowadays, especially after picking Mother. it's like the job is done for him, because mother seems to put everything, you know. It's like an answered prayer to so many things, to an extent that I'm sure even this guy from my place called Kalonzo looks around and he realizes that he could not even have done half of what Mother Karua is doing, from the reaction. And he's also content with where he is now, because the reaction from people and what Mother is doing, I don't anybody can fault why Baba picked Mother Karua. Mother Karua has even outdone herself. She has surpassed a lot of our expectation, and I think it was just God given, and we wish her well, and we hope that our security agents and all those involved in securing presidential candidates and their running mates, they should step up and make sure that we don't have any mishaps going forward, and we take care of the Iron Lady so that she can deliver for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, PK. Adams.
Yeah, right, thank you. My last panel shot is about today. I took time. I was off duty, so today I took time to go through the entire manifesto of Raila Odinga, and I also took time to go to the contrary manifesto of Ruto. Save for the one for Wajakoya, which is just a page, which is okay, easy to read on a WhatsApp. Now, there are only two things which comes to light. The one for Raila Odinga is a manifesto. It is for the people. It talks about economics, how economy and governance and a lot of things about we, the people, where the government is going to be formed for the people, by the people. So if it is well done, like if it is well articulated, it can really help people. The other one, I cannot even call it a manifesto. I can call it a lie-festo, because there is a lot of lies in it. So I call it lie-festo. But this other one, I call it manifesto. The one for Wajakoya is theatric, a form of comedy. And though he can argue his case though. But by and large, I think we're moving in a right direction. But just one thing I need to tell my friend Bob. The electorate, the Kenyan electorate, or our people, are not so much, when it comes to voting, sometimes what people consider while they are voting are things that when you sit down, you wonder. That is why at the end of every electioneering period, we end up with good people and bad people. And these bad people, they are not bad that they are visitors, that we don't know them. They are bad people who live in our midst, and we know they are compromised, but they still end up being in office. And they're being voted by us, we the people. So sometimes it is hard to really understand what people really want. But no, the bottom line is poverty. That is why I'm talking about the manifestos. Our manifesto can really deal with the vice of poverty if it is well followed to the letter. And I believe our duo will help it go through and make Kenya a better place than we found it. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob.
Yeah, I just want to make one final comment, and it's with reference to what PK said about the Aibu Rais Makiadi's friend. Now, You know, we have a duty to educate people, and whatever Aibu Arais is saying about the police force or the men in uniform it tries to create an impression like it is a forgotten part of the government that nobody cares. But we have something called the police reforms. And the police reforms, we have a directorate that has been carrying out reforms in the police force. It is not like their issues have never been addressed in terms of pay, in terms of welfare. And there is a website that is very transparent. It is nationalpolice.go.ke. You'll go to the Directorate of Police Reforms. They have a special directorate, and there you'll see all the initiatives where the progress that has been made. And it beats me when the Aibu Arais does not even know that recently, in fact less than I think 6 months ago, Matiangi. These guys, they sound like they're similar. Matiangi launched, he opened a police clinic, one of its kind. It has got everything that a policeman needs. Can go there, get treated, be admitted in person or family. There's a housing program that is going on. So these people of UDA are trying to mess around with the wrong place. That is security, and they're trying to make them feel like nothing is being done about them, and they want to raise emotions. And security is one important sector that we should hold very dear, because they're the ones who protect us, who are able to make the country governable, but by ensuring that there is peace. So Kenyans should be awoke and not to fall for the lies of these people, because the path they want to take us is a path where they want to ensure that we do not have harmony or peace. Lastly, regarding the issue of security, even with where you guys, most of you guys are, one of the pride of the US is selling arms in this world. And I don't want to imagine a situation where the DP is not even proud that we are producing arms in this country, and in a very legal manner. That is one thing that generates income for the US government in a very large scale, because they supply the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Africa. It's all over, and we should be proud that we are producing such a product. So we must begin from somewhere. We began with small arms. In the future, when the funds allow, we should be moving to planes, to whatever. So this man, let us keep away from this man who does not want to see development for our country. Thank you.
I'll just speak from where Bob said, and I'll say these. I like the way you think, Bob. I don't think you can compare the cost of setting a company like Dilaru with that of crushing cassavas in Kenya, because one has its own standards. The equipment used are different, and the amount of technology that is used in such companies is different. So William Ruto saying comparing a gun company to a garment factory was actually a sign of incompetence in his line of thinking. Now, Matiangi's video, I actually realized that there's a lot of state capture, and the hypocrisy in UDA when they talk about how the government has been captured by people was shown by how they intend to do their tendering processes, and you see they have a lot of stumbling blocks right now. So I'm really afraid, and I actually shiver when I think about a country where William Ruto is the president and Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy president. And black sometimes I think you should come to the panel and we should ask you, if you had your two children in the house and you are supposed to go for a journey between Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua, whom would you trust to stay with your children until you come back? I think that will directly answer why you see us on this other side. The issue about qualifications. I think Kenyans should never allow politicians to dictate the parameters unto which they, that is the politicians, will be judged. When they set the degree standards in the constitutions, we were not there. We were just asked. They sat somewhere and they did this thing. They passed it. Most of the people, you give your opinion, but most of the time politicians have their way. So if they decided to have a degree for the governor, for the president, let them follow that. And we are not going to allow politicians to dictate what they want and what they do not want. Now, finally, there's a video. I mean, there are videos of Martha Karua's reception, and PK, I think you mentioned this. I sent Julia another video today when Martha Karua was landing in Nyamira, and I told Julia there's a high possibility that Martha Karua will be the president before William Ruto. I still stick to that. The reception and the enthusiasm that Martha Karua is causing around the country is something that people should be noting and looking at very keenly. It is a high possibility that Martha Karua is going to be the president of the Republic of Kenya even before William Ruto reaches that position. I would want to finish by telling our viewers and all the panelists, kama hujapima suti, pima ya blue, shati nyeupe weka ndani, tai tutatafuta kala, na upige pasi kwa sababu tunaenda kuapisha baba na mama. Asanteni.
Thank you. Julia?
Asante Demba. Makiadi, is not that William Ruto or mother will be president before William Ruto. Is that William Ruto will never be president of this country. In fact, he's gonna vie for presidency again because the most likely thing he's going to be in jail. Why I'm saying he's going to be in jail because William Ruto is the king of lawlessness. Now, we can trace him from so many scandals like Hustler Jet scandal, the Moi referral teaching land referral, the Langata primary scandal, the Mutesh farm scandal. And then I heard William Ruto saying that in his manifesto thing that that the police should be given independence to run their finances, that they should be given money to spend. I mean, now I understand where that is coming from after you played this clip. Now I see is that these people had so many tenders that they have been denied. Now, Matiang, I'm also saying Makiadi. I don't know whether it's Makiadi or Matiang. Matiang just said this, that they were buying bulletproof vests that they were spending. Somebody was making them, the government pay $900 per vest, and then now they are paying at $9. And then he also said that they were buying the police boots at 13,000 Kenya shillings, and now they are spending at around 2,400. These are criminals. William Samoei Ruto is a king of criminals. He's a king of lawlessness, and Kenyans cannot trust him. Now, fellow Kenyans, William Samoei Ruto has been saying that the current government is responsible for the cost of unga. Did you know that before William Ruto became cabinet secretary for education, the price of unga was 45 shillings, after which it rose to about 140 shillings. So we blame him even for the rise of the price of unga in Kenya. Now, where is this man taking you? I want to ask you again, in whose hands are you safe? Are you safe in the hands of the king of corruption and the king of lawlessness? We cannot do that. We shall not do that. And after Baba's presidency, I want to tell fellow Kenyans, we are not supporting Raila because on tribal reasons. Now, pay attention. I come from Mount Kenya. I am not a Luo. I am supporting Baba because I believe it's the right thing to do. Now, this will be the end of tribalism. We are crossing into an era where any Kenyan can become president. You do not have to be a Kikuyu to become president. You will not have to be a Luo to become president. You will only need to be qualified and to be able to fight for Kenyans and to stand for us. So fellow Kenyans, let's cross this bridge because Baba is helping us cross this bridge. Now naomba mwache kupoteza kura zenu. Akina Black, it will be a waste of time voting for William Samoei Ruto. This man will lose miserably. This man will not get more than 6 million votes. So please don't waste your vote. Na waomba mvuke sakafu. Mje pande tupigie Baba kura. Don't waste your vote. Don't waste your vote, fellow Kenyans. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. West no vote, 15 million strong for Azimio. Someone is saying that this is a time that we need to tell everyone who has registered to make sure that they vote. If you want to confirm if you're registered, kindly go to Iebc. I think there's a number. We'll be posting it here, where you can send SMS. And you check if you're registered. If you are registered, we will be posting that so that it's clear for everyone. Now, everyone should be able to talk to like 5 people, ask them if they're registered to vote and if they're ready to come. That's the focus. So right now is the time for us to focus on delivering the votes. It's not over until it's over. It's not over until it's over. Until 9. We cannot rest, and the only way that we can make it happen is by weka mkono chini Bob jamani. I gave you time to speak. Ukirudi unainua mkono. Iko nini?
A personal question to PK. PK, it is alleged that you resemble the husband of one Waiguru. Are you the same Waiganjo? We know. Please clarify.
Bob, why are you looking at people's husbands? What is wrong with you?
Unajua ni weekend, unaona Bob anapotea kwa kamera alafu anarudi.
Bob, hiyo ni tabia mbaya.
You should understand.
People's husbands and wives alone. Kama ni Waiguru nataka kuongea na yeye, tuambie.
Na wando liacho na Julia na Chris.
Yes, clarification.
Bob, I want to buy you. Bob, I want to buy you a mzinga. Brand yako ni gani?
Am I really supposed to answer that? In quick succession, watu wawili wamekuacha within 5 days. Anyway, thank you so much. You know how we do it here. Like we're saying, I was before the rude interruption from Papa Bob. He's a cool guy. We were saying that you need to get people out to vote. At least know 5 people that you can talk to get out and vote. We say it's not over until it's over. And if it is not yet over, it's the 9th. The 9th. Wanasema toka piga kura, linda kura. You have to make sure that the vote has counted and your vote has to count. And it's good, usually say as Kenyans, we come here and we talk together. We have so many areas that we differ, but of course there are many more that we are united in. One of them is we have those symbols of national unity, the Constitution. The other one is the national anthem. And therefore here we have taken it within ourselves to continuously take the listeners through the symbols of national unity. We realize that some of us know everything that we differ on, but they don't know what unites us as Kenyans. So we want to make sure that there's that civic education. We are here to entertain, educate, and also inform. So we inform you, and we believe that if you know better, you will do better. So if you know them, that there are many things that we unite as Kenyans. Even after 9th, we'll have a Kenya. We have a Kenya to keep. We have a people. It's only that we don't have another way of getting leaders. Now we have an election. So let's come together as Kenyans, vote wisely. And here we don't say vote wisely, we say vote Azimio. You can't vote for any other and you say you are wise. Voting wisely is voting Azimio. That's what we stand for. Now I want to invite Makiadi to take us through the constitution.
So leo tunasoma article 91, and before I read, I think remember there's a person with a funny name on the comment section. Sitaki kusoma hiyo jina. Naona anaweza spam hii feed.
Yeah, I saw that. I read again.
Don't read.
Nilifikiria ni mapinki.
Sawa. Wacha nisome article 91. It talks about the basic requirements for political parties. 1, it says every political party shall A, have a national character as prescribed by an act of parliament. B, have a democratically elected governing body. C, promote and uphold national unity. D, abide by the democratic principles of good governance, promote and practice democracy through regular, fair and free elections within the party. E, respect the right of all persons to participate in political processes, including minorities and marginalized groups. F, respect and promote human rights and fundamental freedoms and gender equality and equity. G, promote the objects and principles of this constitution and the rule of law. And H, subscribe to and observe the code of conduct for political parties. And that should be the end of that. We'll read part 2 tomorrow.
Okay, now the other thing that we do here is we have taken it upon ourselves to take you through the Azimio Manifesto. So we are not comparing. The other one was a budget that was read. We don't come to read the budget here. We read manifesto. So we are reading the Azimio Manifesto. And yesterday we were looking at the livestock. We looked at an intro to it. I want us to look at the opportunities. So our opportunities in livestock. One is the opportunities for technologies and methods of addressing the vagaries of weather and climate change, including droughts and floods in their cells exist. So 2, the opportunity to improve security, transport and communication. 3, the opportunity for veterinary services, feeds and suitable credit for livestock farmers. 4, the opportunity for growing local markets for processing and value addition in the livestock sector. 5, the opportunity for improving water supply, increasing grazing resources and innovative methods of livestock farming. 6, government's willingness to provide compensatory instruments for livestock losses. And 7, the opportunity of communal group ranches with pasture and water support for arid communities. Tomorrow we look at the commitment that Azimio has put to livestock in the manifesto. So you look at those, it pushes you to understand the Azimio manifesto. So yesterday we had a beautiful rendition of the East African anthem by our one and only Julia, and she did it pretty well. And now, Bob, you know what you'll be missing. The voice that can sing to you, give you a nice lullaby to sleep. You missed that just because of, simple mistakes that you did. But don't worry. Today we are doing the national anthem. And Adam's is going to start for us the first stanza. PK stanza 2. Then, of course, Christine stanza 3.
In English or Swahili, Temba?
You do it in Swahili.
Wacha nianze, sijui ya pili, wacha nianze ya kwanza.
Ni mimi naanza.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ulete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Alright. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
I think stanza 3, is it the one that's natukai na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi?
The stanza 3, Christine.
Niyo.
Yeah, I think I've done it well.
Oh no, Adam, stop misleading Christine.
Okay, let me sing. Adam, stop misleading me. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Adams. Did
I say the right thing, Adams?
Yes,
What's
you
funny?
said.
What's making you laugh?
No, you said the right
You got
thing.
it. You got it.
I just like the way Adams wanted to mislead you.
I think Adam scared Christine until she went behind the curtain. We cannot even see you, Christine.
Christine, toka
You
kwa
can't
curtain.
see me?
Da, toka kwa curtain.
Why? Oh, sorry. Oh, there I am.
Now,
Chris, uko poa, sawa.
PK normally tukifika wakati huu tukishafanya maombi. Sasa tunafunga, tunakuwa na free mode. Atuongei siasa sasa. Sasa inakuwa ni easy moment. So you are free to leave. Manake huenda watu wakasema vitu ambavyo labda hautaki kusikia. Na
Yes, PK, let me advise you from a sister like me who cares. Watu saa zingine ni kama wamepotea. Hata siku hizi mimi nimehama kwa hii camp, naambia Wakenya good night, good morning.
Julia, ngoja usikize muziki kutoka kwa Makiadi. Nini wewe?
Can I mention something? Can I mention something?
Yes, PK, go ahead.
There's something Adam said about the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza. And I thought about it, and it sounded like the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza is manifested, as in cash, money, manifested.
I said it is a manifesto.
Thank you. Now, Makiadi, tupe wimbo.
Haya, wacha sasa tusongeshe gia sasa. Kabla nipeane huo wimbo, ningependa kufanya jambo moja tu hapa. Kuna mtu aliniangusha hapa Bob Papa leo. Na nadhani kama mtu hajui kitu, hebu sikia hii. Kama mtu hajui kitu anyamaze.
And for you Rumba lovers, legendary Rumba musician Bilia Bell is in the country. The South African songbird who arrived in the country early Friday told Citizen TV from her hotel that she was excited to be back in the country after many years. Bilia Bell and her new Viber band will be performing live at the African Night concert on Saturday, 9th July at the Carnival grounds from 7 p.m. Royal Media Services is the exclusive media sponsor of the event, and she will also be hosted on Citizen TV's Roga Roga show this weekend.
Watoto wa Kenya wanapokeaka mimi vizuri, na mimi napenda watoto wa Kenya sana sana. Jo vile mimi nafika, mimi nakuja kufanya show tarehe 8 Julai na Carnival. Niko na bandi yangu mzima, wachezaji, uimbaji na wa guitar, kila kitu. Mutafurahi sana watoto wa Kenya. Mama Bilia Bell na kuja. Tukutane 9 July. Tarehe 9 July carnivore hapa Kenya. Napenda nyama choma sana, napenda na samaki, mboga, kila kitu, matunda. Harambee, 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 Nyayo.
I think
Makiadi, did you say South African?
Hold on. It was a slip of tongue. It was a slip of tongue. I think she
wait, Adam,
Adam,
please don't support South Africa.
Adam Sapana tetea huyo.
Adam said ulale. Enda ulale.
Mimi.
It was a slip of tongue.
No. Unaona Adams, nimekuambia hata kabla nicheze hiyo video, nimekuambia mtu kama ajui kitu afanye nini? Anyamaze.
I'm sure maybe PK is not a fan of rumba, lakini anajua Bilia Bell anatoka wapi. Wacha kutudanganya bwana Adams. Wewe kwanza, of all the people, wewe unasema unajua hii mambo ya rumba, alafu unaanza kusupport mtu, a whole media house recognized. Kwani editor alikuwa anafanya kazi gani?
Let me tell you, Lilian Muli labda anajua, but the editor, because no, they read news. In broadcasting journalism, people read news. So she was reading. So mtu aliandika ndio aelewi rumba. Lakini Lilian Muli alienda
Adams, you like mediocrity. Wewe unapenda mediocrity sana.
Leo
nimekuona kwa mbali 18.
Leo hiyo ya South Africa I think imetuangushia, nimetuharibia muda hapa. Hata nilikuwa ninataka nichape kibao cha Bilia Bell, lakini huyo mrembo ameniharibia mood sana.
Huyo mrembo ni sister yake PK bana. PK huo ni sister yako bana.
Hiyo sasa PK kama mtu ajui Bilia Bell ametoka Zaire, sasa hiyo hata tutaongea kweli?
Hatuwezi ongea hapo.
Bas, na umesikia ameimba Harambee, hata amefunga kesi. Sijui kama kuna kitu kingine tunaimba hapa leo. Ndemba, umeona hiyo kweli?
Ati nani amesema ametoka wapi?
Ati Lilian Muli anasema mwanadada ambaye anajulikana kama Bilia Bell ametoka South Africa, mwanamuziki kutoka South Africa.
Huyo ni editor wake bwana, alimfanyia.
Hapana bwana.
Thank you Themba. That is what I just said. You read. Alikuwa anasoma kitu imeandikwa.
Unajua editors wanafanya kazi alafu wanaziweka hapo. Sasa unajua shida yake labda hakuenda through the notes kabla hajakuja kwa nini.
Anajifanya yeye ni utero, akaingia tu chapa.
Akaingia tu, unajua anatoka anajua wacha huyu.
Adam.
Yes.
Adam. Unajua kitu inaitwa proofreading?
Yes, I do.
Sasa
wewe umeandikwa kazi ambaye wewe Adam analeta mediocrity.
Haya, wacha tuachie Adam. Haya, sasa kuna microphone iko. Okay, so wimbo wa leo nilikuwa kwa heshima zake mwanadada Bilia Bell. Kuna wimbo wake ambao nitaukariri leo. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Yamba Ngai. Synopsis kidogo ya wimbo, it's so a woman expresses her joy at getting married religiously. So she discusses her emotions during the marital ceremony. She actually asks her partner to accept her faithfully in marriage. So having chosen a husband from among so many men, she promises her fidelity, dedication and obedience through their life together. Hiyo wimbo inajulikana kama Yamba Ngai. Nikisoma tu mstari wa kwanza pale inasema Yamba Ngai na ye maboko poleli motema ngai ya mpembe. Yamba Ngai na manage Yamba Ngai na busani banzela nyoso. Okoteli ngai na mutema nzoto na ngai na pesi yo. Yani Yamba Ngai ni embrace me, na ye maboko poleli. I came empty-handed, maboko ni mikono. Alafu inaenda pale inaendelea kusema mutema na ngai mpembe, but my heart is pure. Inasonga kidogo tena nasema Yambangai na marriage, yani embrace me in marriage. Yambangai na Busani Bazela Nyoso, embrace me, I gave up the other men. Yambangai, hiyo ni Yambangai na Busani Bazela Nyoso, yani embrace me, niliachana na wale watu wengine wote, kwa hivyo embrace me. Alafu inaenda kusema pale Okoteli Ngai na Motema, yani you have entered my heart. Kumbuka niliwaambia hapa roho ni Motema, Motema na Ngai, nisema Motema na Ngai ni roho yangu. Alafu pale line ya mwisho inasema Nzoto na Ngai na pesa hiyo, yani I have given myself entirely to you. Asante Ndemba.
Asante sana, naona Dia amefurahi sana huko chini. Kariso official amesema kwamba ni manifesto. Christine leo ana raha, mise amepotea. Kwani ulimpatia mapenzi mengi na vile ulienda mpaka ukatengezwa nywele ndio mise aone.
Imagine, I'm disappointed. He'll compensate for it.
Get used. That is what happens na vijana wadogo. Unajua there's something about kina Papa Bob, consistency. Vijana wadogo.
Themba, ubaya wa Bob, instead of concentrating on Christine yake hapa, is busy throwing missiles at me, while mimi niko inana wa
ana throw missiles na wewe uko comfortable. Naona Yufimo Tieno pale kwa comment section anajisikia tu. Yufimo bwana alikuja leo mapema sana bwana. Leo yani sijui limpa nini bwana. Yufimo nako sawa kabisa. Hata DA naona yuko ngangari. Wana yani ni tu. Sasa papa nyinyi wawili muliachana, sasa leo mko kwa matani wote wawili.
No, I think you should give him a chance to dedicate a song. Let Papa dedicate a song to Christine.
Papa dedicate a song to Christine now that mmebaki nyinyi wawili.
Why me, Adams? Why should a song be dedicated to me? There's no link between us.
Because he's lonely.
No, you can just dedicate a song. I mean, Christine kuwa mpole.
No, I have to be told the reason as to why a song is being dedicated to me.
Penzi likisha umebaki mazoea. Itakuwaje mimi na wewe hata jambo hakuna. That is what was sung by the musician.
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Mimi,
go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I already gave my dedication to Makiadi, and I wanted Makiadi to give us Christina by a fire test, but he has been dodging me. But Christine, you know, you must understand that normally love becomes stronger when you disagree to agree. You now know the limits. Now I know how much you probably got pissed off with me, but I can welcome you with open arms. Now that I see the young man called Mise has deserted you. You know, sisi wazee huwa mambo ni taratibu tu. Na hii ndio makosa hata Mutua alifanya kwa Lilian. Angekubali makosa arudi nyumbani, abukaribishe nyumbani. Sasa mimi nakukaribisha nyumbani.
Bob, tuma flowers. Bob, tuma flowers. Send
Bob, you'll give me time to take painkillers first. I'm still in pain. I need some painkillers.
Please, see flower utapokea tu lakini.
Lakini that's a good thing. Unajua kuna kitu inaitwa kuna persuasive skill inaitwa foot on the door technique. The fact that amekubali ataenda kufikiria ya kwamba amekusikiza, that's good enough. In fact ametoka kutoka kwa sitaki kusikia tu, sasa wacha niende nikafikiria. That's a good thing, Bob. You're on the right direction.
Alisema jana ashaoga ameingia soko na hata Adams akarecommend the best soap. So sijui kama ni gani alitumia leo.
Labda aseme mwenyewe.
No, unajua Christine, sometimes kuna ile inaitwanga self reflection. Unaenda unafikiria unasema lakini wacha ninyenyekee pengine nilikuwa nimefanya makosa. Unajua experience, nimekuambia experience hii ya wazee si mchezo. Inaweza toa nyoka pangoni.
Wacha nimeze painkiller, but one thing you should learn to watch kiburi na majivuno haisaidii.
Kwa hivyo that is a reunion. Yeah.
No, there's no reunion. Under 18 wangu ako busy, amenitumia message under 18 anatengeneza pesa, so for tonight he's making money.
I think we should allow, Bob Papa is not hana hizo vitu zote Christine amesema. I think Bob Papa is just confident. Unajua kila mtu anajijua.
Sasa women don't need confidence.
Adams, don't look at the face value. Nimemaliza. Bob ameelewa ile kitu ninasema. Wewe unaiangalia tu juu.
Bob Papa, Christine tayari ameanza ku warm up to your nini. Mpatie hii wimbo ya Kenny Rogers na Dolly Parton, Islands in the Stream.
Perfect.
Temba,
unajua nimesikia kuna
Rogers, baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine tune. Come by was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We ride it together. Making love with each other.
Bob, sasa weka instrumental hapo ndani.
That is what we are.
Yani, Bob hana emotions. Yani, he doesn't look
Who can it be wrong? Sail away with me.
Sail away with
me. Another world. And we rely on each other. From one love to another.
Hey, Ndemba, lakini wewe pia ni master, nimekubali. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja nimesikia Christine akiongea, na hiyo wakati wetu ile wakati zama zetu ni kitu ambaye tulikuwa tunatumia sana wakati tunadanganya. I'm in a meeting, niko kazini, natengeza pesa, wewe tulia tu. Sasa hapo ndio nilikuwa nataka kumwambia jihadhari.
Papa, siku hizi kuna video call and we've chatted via video call. So I'm very sure and I trust him. Trust is more important.
Thank you very much for informing me about this technology. I think niko old fashioned kidogo.
Bob, when I was growing up back in the day, I loved one person called Michael Kijana Wamalwa so much. And Michael Kijana Wamalwa told us that life begins at 40. So wewe mwenyewe nikikuangalia hauko mbali uko juu ya 40, lakini si ati uko mbali sana 40. Kwani hiyo zamani ni lini?
How old was Njonjo when he got married? He was 50.
It was 50, and he said he's just beginning.
Yeah, so you can't, and but he died at 100. So you have so much ahead of you, and you start saying that
Bob anaongea ni kama he is done, like he has
wrapped. Adams, but truth also be told, when Njonjo was at that age, Njonjo had money, and even me, even if I met him at 100 with all that money, I would not let go. So
Chris,
tell Papa to work hard. Yamesha give up. Mfuko iko empty. Nani
Chris,
atampenda?
Papa has worked hard. Papa is sending you the tickets. Unasikia Christina, mama. Uko wapi?
Chris, Bob said that he started
Kutafuta sikuoni.
he started working
Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta. Akila nifikapo sikuoni.
Na unajua eti ya Papa pia lazima akule Nyasore Adams. Bure hakuna mwenye atavumilia.
Yufimo Tieno amesema hatoki kwa Adams. Adams, wewe ile kitu umepeana, nasikia unatuma flowers, sijui unatuma nini, yani onyesha Bob vile wewe umekuwa hodari wa mapenzi, umepata hodari wa mapenzi.
Adams, mimi nataka kuambia Adams, unajua for the record,
yes,
nataka uweke hii tarehe, a very important day, 2 months after the election, 9th of October.
Yes.
Mimi nataka sasa ununue utanunua hiyo promise yako ya tutakuwa tukicelebrate inaitwa nini 50 years inakuwa ngapi? Jubilee ama silver? Is it a jubilee?
Silver jubilee.
Jubilee.
Yeah, now I'll be celebrating Jubilee +2. So Adams, ukiona mwili imekaa vizuri hivi ni kwa sababu ya kukula vizuri.
You know, Bob, I'm going to Kenya next month. You can even make me to postpone with another month so that we be there together. I'll be in Mombasa. I'll come and say hi.
Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Sasa Adams, ni Bob utakuwa unaenda kuona ama ni Yufimo Tieno? Yufimo Tieno ndiye yako hapo Kenya bwana.
No celebration. We celebrate with Bob. Just we pop a champagne, but Yufin is the host.
Oh, okay. Haya. Sasa anaitwa nani? Mary Jones. Barnes, well said. Haya, sasa nani anasema Bob anasema tayari he's warming himself to go back to Christine. Christine amekuwa stood up na Mise leo, hata baada ameenda akatengeza nywele akang'ara ndio aonekane. Mise has been missing in action. That is what happens when you are tagging around with unserious people. And we keep telling you this thing, Christine. Hii story ya kukuja na unaanza kuninina akina Mise, you utahang up mpaka next week, 3 weeks from now.
Do you know, Temba, I'm supposed to be kissing 1,000 frogs. I'm just at 99. I still have many more. So
you haven't even kissed Mise. He disappeared.
Mise only cares about money. Yako kwa kutafuta pesa sasa.
Mise ameenda kutafuta pesa, utabaki hapo
na hizo pesa ndio nataka.
Wewe ni pesa unataka ama ni Mise?
Christina, nimependa sana hiyo nywele fupi, ni nzuri sana hata wakati wa kwenda kuogelea kule baharini. Nimefurahia sana, uko na nywele nzuri sana leo.
Papa, I wish ningekumit December. Do you know nilikuwa Kenya for 4 good months?
Sasa unaona Papa tayari Christina amesharudi sasa official. Nasikia vile amesema I wish, ameanza ku regret. Ameanza regret.
Mapema ningejua kama anahitaji Nyasore ama hahitaji. Those are the things unajua that are bothering me.
Christine, wajua huyu ni Jagot.
Nini?
Huyu ni Jagot.
Jagot donge gimoro kanyo.
Hey.
Haya, sasa kwa sababu Mise has been missing in action, Papa Bob, rudi kwa kiti chako. Naona Christine has started having heartaches. Makiadi na Adam naona bado mna maintain, which is good. You see there's some level of stability. Azimio kuna some level of stability. Makiadi amerudi, DA ako locked. Adam Suko Yufin ako locked. Papa Bob hapa kwa Christine sijui Christine naona ameumia sana. We just need to pray.
And yet today I'm down. Today I'm down. I'm gonna take some painkillers. Today I'm very down.
Yeah, don't allow yourself usiumie sana. You know, get some serious people. Unajua Papa ndio is all over, but at least he's available. Sometimes availability is key.
Team Fisi, who can just take herself to Team Fisi, Akiona?
We used to say, Chris.
But that Fisi is available. You see him every day.
Christian, we used to say back in the day that when the desirable is not available, then the available becomes the desirable.
Exactly. You see,
Hey, so Papa, you are the desirable today then.
Bas. So now that desirable is available. Is both desirable, is available. Acha kuwa na mtu ambaye yuko desirable and is unavailable. Surely. Hata Christine. I mean, this life is too fast. Already, time is money.
Mimi sasa kuanzia leo mimi inaonekana na change tack, ni lazima ni adopt hii ya Makiadi. Unakaa tu unaangalia tu kwa umbali, you only comment when necessary. Sasa ndio nimeingia hiyo, nimeona sasa.
Unajua Bob Papa, mimi nilipoa roho, sasa sina mambo mingi, but what I can advise you, hiyo kitu yenye ulikuwa unatafutiwa labda ni ile ya Wajakoya. Sasa sijui kama ni ile msemo ya Wajakoya ama ni gani. Unajua kuna vitu mbili Wajakoya na represent. Sitaki nizitaje jina, lakini we unajua.
Zetu ile endangered ama ni ingine?
No, kuna unajua alianza na ile ingine ile illegal. Akaona ni kama yuzi akachange slogan. Sasa sijui ni gani inaongewa hapa.
Ingisabiti.
Ati umesema inaitwa namna gani Bob Papa?
Nimesikia kuna kutingiza miti, sijui miti ni gani inatingiza.
Anayekupenda unaambiwa pale na Linet wa Bomba Makiadi, anayekupenda pendana naye. Linet wa Bomba Makiadi ameshaingia ako locked na DA. Na ukiona DA huko chini unaona ametulia. Wale watu ambao wametulia hapo chini ujue wako locked. Watu wa roho chafu kama Black, tafadhali Black usiingie wakati unaona mpaka nani ametoroka Christine, lakini at least
Black anamezea mate rapemo hapo bana.
Hii Black kijana amepotea kabisa. Black, by the way, Makiadi, you are very close to this Black. One, in terms of representing UDA, he only pops in to defend and disappears. You need to explain, and this guy comes from coast here. Na sijui yani huyu sijui ni mtu sampuli gani bwana. Manake hata huko ingine kwa udaku ni namba moja, anarusha anatoroka, anarusha. Huyu mtu ni sniper bwana.
Wacha mambo ya siasa. Wacha mambo ya siasa, tulishatoka. Sasa ni kupiga gumzo bwana.
Ndio mimi nasema
wachana na Black.
Hizi tabia ameleta hapa kwa comment.
Umeambiwa good night huko na Christine, inaonekana huko lipa Spectrum, inasemekana Spectrum imejam. Ni kama amekatiwa internet. Sasa wewe jua kesho.
Papa bwana, hebu tuma pesa ya kunini Spectrum bwana. Naona sasa hizi aibu bwana mnatuletea hapa. Cheza kama wewe.
Mimi unajua vitu ndogo ndogo kama hizo huwa siangalia, hata hizo ni small time. Sasa unaniingiza kwa mambo ya kitchen. Unajua kitchen inakuanga ya mama. Huwezi ingia kila saa kwa kitchen kusumbua vitu ndogo ndogo.
Black,
I think Black ni into a western lakini anaishi coast.
Lakini cost anaishi cost hapa.
Ni mtu wa Ingo.
Ni rafiki ya Makiadi tu, Makiadi ndiye anamuelewa.
Mimi unajua Bob Papa, mimi ni rafiki ya kila mtu hata we ni rafiki yangu Adams Ndemba, kila mtu ni rafiki yangu, lakini ingine sasa unajitetea mwenyewe hapo siwezi kutetea.
Wabomba ulisleki, alafu kidogo Mise, naona kwa nini ulimwacha Mise. Mise ameenda kwa Christine, ndio huyo ametupa tena. Christine amerudi kwa Bob Papa. Bob Papa sasa chunga Christine bana, tusije tukapatwa na shida tena hii weekend ikisha.
Christine kuna
ni lazima pia nataka ajieleze vizuri. Unajua kuna ile lazima ujue ile mahitaji unataka, lazima ajieleze vizuri, manake mimi ni mtu wa mambo mengi. Nataka hii vingine na delegate inafanywa, unajua ndio anapata raha pia. Kila kitu mimi ndio hands on, no. You must be able to delegate.
Sawa, anza na kulipa internet basi.
Christine umesharudi kwa Bob bana. Wacha story mingi. Mise is missing in action.
No, we Makiadi, si angoje sasa, kama hajapeana details itabidi angoje hii free bundle
ukitaka details zake ziko. Niliwaona mchana hapa wamejitangaza ya kwamba wanataka kupeana details, so onana na Bernard, watakusaidia hapo. Mtu itisha tu details direct, si kusema wajapeana. Unajua wajapeana ni lugha ngumu sana.
Wanataka watu wangapi wapeane?
Na nani? Hii ni lugha ya Wajakoya, wajapeana, Wajakoya.
Tuko Makiadi. We have the certificate. We have the papers.
We have the necessary qualifications.
We are graduates.
We are graduate. When we moved to the port,
we went to school.
We are a responsible government. We cannot waste money.
Ukiona mtu anaanza kuongea ndio hapo kuna kauongo kanapita sasa.
Alafu unajua ulimi inalambangwa hivi ndio mtu afanye. Ukiona amefanya hivi ujue ile uongo inataka kutoka hapo.
Hiyo likaswali kamewekwa.
Huyo jamaa ukiona amelama ulimi.
Alafu unaona anaangalia kando. Ukiona ameangalia kando kauongo kanatafuta.
Na kuwekea kidole namna hii hivi.
Ukiona body language ya uongo, ukisoma tu body language ya uongo unaona inakuja tu yote, unaona hapo sasa kauongo katapitia hapo.
Inaanzianga hapa.
Akichora hivi
akikuwekea hivi vidole namna hii, alafu ulimi ipite juu ya lips namna hii.
Alafu
unataka kuambiwa hapo hujawahi sikia.
Alafu ukitaka kujua Ruto anasema uongo, anza kuona ameanza kusema figures. Approximately 100,000, 1,500 kilometers, approximately 50 billion. Ukiona figures zimeanza kuja, kuna kauongo kanakuja hapo.
You guys inaonekana mmefanya hii body language analysis.
Jamaa tumemwangalia tunajua. Akikuwekea tu hivi, alafu anze kumention numbers. Sasa wewe utaona kitu hujawahi ona.
I think nadhani unajua Makiadi, mimi nafikiria unajua pengine huyu jamaa ile mistake alifanya, aliangalia video za Obama, ile skills, na unajua Obama was very flowing, but Obama was talking with facts, backed with the facts. And he was factual. So this guy tried to imitate Obama, but it's a disaster when it comes.
The only difference is, unajua wale watu wanaitanga kwa kizungu snakes or salesmen,
Yes.
Huyo ni mtu anaweza kuuzia kitu hata haijawahi exist. Ndio huyu sasa. Ni ulimi peke yake. Ulimi ni nyembamba, very swift, very swift tongue. Wembe.
Unajua mtu akitaka kukutanganya anakupatia hizo ma big figures so akishakupatia big figures, ile nabaki kwa kichwa yako, before you even think about the figures ashapita. So unajua you are stuck at the figures. Wewe niambie, wewe hujaiweka hata tuseme hata milioni moja kwa mfuko, mtu anakuambia tunataka kujenga hii kitu ya 50 billion. So wewe unabaki kushangaa 50 billion kitabu fikiria ashapita, ameenda. So
you know, when yesterday I don't know whether it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was scrolling on videos that were pending I've not watched on Facebook, and I came across one of Hash Papi, and I just compared it with the DP. You know, Hash Papi.
Wewe tafuta. One thing you need to do if you want to get the nini of conmen, they have a pattern and a body pattern. Yani, you know, conning is a skill you learn. So unakuta kuna pattern. Number one, as a conman, you need to be consistent in your conning, right? So angalia Ruto everywhere ameenda kwa rally zake, mahali ame-mention figures, hizo figures zote, he has built 1400 kilometers of roads in every place ameenda. That's a figure he has consistently mentioned. Enda kwa rally wherever he has gone, kuna consistent 1400 kilometers ya nilisi tumejenga. Kuna certain kilometers ya stima wameunganisha. Now that kind of thing, uki-isolate figures utaona zote ni the same figures everywhere. Akienda huko ni the same figures. So that tells you the kind of, you know, the lies he's trying to bring out. Two is forgetting what he said the other time. And you know, katika hiyo nini ya kukon, the assumption always is people will not be keen to look at the details. So that's the assumption number one. You must assume that even if I tell you anything, you'll not be concerned with the details. Utachoka kufikiria, so utasema tu nipatie tu. So I'll bombard you with a lot of information. You don't have time to even think about it. Utachukua tu. Why am I doing that? So that you can trust me to be the one who can do that. Okay, where Miss Yele, where could you find? You know, that's the idea. Because if I make it easy for you and you can do it, then you trust me. Right? So that's kind of what he's doing. And Ruto, Bob, personally, unajua kuna when you're looking at personality of politicians, he tends to be someone who has some kind of a sense of personality. Probably he went through a lot of stuff when he was young, and he might have been denied quite a lot of stuff, and the people around him when he was growing up might have you know, made him look, so it might have injured his ego.
Inadequate.
So they might have made him feel inadequate at that point. So he must have grown up saying that I want to prove certain people wrong. That explains his desire to be the only one to speak and nobody else. And that sense of narcissism, whereby you are correct and any other person is wrong, you are the only one who is correct, is a sense of a personality that someone exhibits when you come out now. You know, when you interact with people and certain behaviors that they try to give you, you can get to know how did they develop that sense of personality. And in politics, we have some of personal inadequacies that now we present them as public interest. And you study Ruto at that. You can study him vis-a-vis even Hitler. The stuff that he later came to express wasn't so much about the interest of people, but was his inadequacies that were now coming back in public, and they're taken as public interest. So
lakini ile kitu inanishangaza na huyo ni, can you imagine if Rao was to give just a quarter of the lies that he gives? How Makiadi ameita, what did you call them? What marketers? Snake oil
salesman. They sell you something that does not. I gave a story here one day before. I mean, some months ago. There's these guys, when we were going to Western using buses. There's these people. There are these people that came into the bus selling some mafuta inaitwa aloe vera, and so this guy would come with only one chupa, and would stand in between your aisle na kuambia watu, hii chupa nimebakisha ni moja peke yake na ninauza 50. Hii chupa itakusafisha uso, damu, utang'ara ngozi. Alafu anajipaka hiyo aloe vera, anajipaka yeye mwenyewe kwa kichwa, anang'ara, na waambia unaona vile nakaa. So anasema nimebakisha chupa moja peke yake, ama niko na chupa 3 peke yake, hizi zikiisha that's it. So nyinyi wengine munaingia sasa, Waluya sasa wanang'ang'ania kuingia kwa mapocket kutafuta 50 bob wanunue, wanapeana. Wakati imeisha sasa, anarudi chini ya pale conductor alikuwa anakaa, anachomoa bag sasa, anachomoa bag, anauzia basi yote hiyo mafuta. Akifika Nakuru, mkielekea ile junction ya kuingia sijui ni Egerton University, anashuka, anaruka barabara pande ile ingine. Sasa anangojea basi yenye natoka Western kwenda Nairobi. Sasa anaingia, anarudia the same drill the whole day, alafu anatengeneza pesa yake na ako na kitu ya kupatia conductor. Those were the kind of people nawaambia, those snake oil salesmen. Atakuuzia kitu yenye hai exist, but lugha peke yake. Na nakwambia, ukiona DP amelamba ulimi namna hivi, alafu akuite my friend, akuite listen my friend, hiyo ni hata sijui tunaelekea wapi kama nchi. Na hiyo ndio mtu tunataka kupatia presidency. Alafu I even ask myself, sasa wewe tuseme, in any case the constitution is very clear, DP ana take over from president in any case. Sasa wewe acha hata Ruto tunajua, sasa bwana Dio, wewe Bob Azimio, wewe niambie sasa, who is worse than the other? Ni Dio ama ni DP?
You know, unajua jana I was also thinking, I don't know whether it was Demba talking or PK, but I was thinking like, just imagine a whole week of the current DP out of the country on official assignment, and we have the DO as in charge. Do you know what this country would go through?
But the DO said clearly juzi, his first agenda ni kuhakikisha pesa yake imeachiliwa na koti, ndio aweze kujengea watu mahali ya kuchoma wakikula nyama, na wamama mahali ya kukunywa uji wakiimba.
Alafu what's his name, Kaboga alishasema, can you imagine, God forbid if something happens to the main guy DP, alafu Dio ndiye anachokuwa presidente, my friend. Now I think we don't want even to imagine. I think we need to go now. Thank you so much everyone, we really appreciate. Christine is still thinking on whether it is Bob or Mise, but at least we have succeeded in making some two beautiful people, that is DA and Eufin, to be stabilized at least for now.
Angalia Demba hata Julia Jalala na amesema she's leaving. Ndio huyo hapo.
Julia aendangi yani anataka kwenda, lakini ile anataka kuona papa atamalizia.
Julia ni mshai
huyo. Ile wivu inampeleka mbio, ni kwamba anaangalia hivi anasema, yani Christine ulininyang'anya, sawa tu.
Hata Adams ame drop off, lakini yuko huko kwa comment section. Anaenda kumalizia game yake huko.
Adams yuko insecure, anataka tu kuengage, yeye tu ndio anaweza engage Yufin. Mtu mwingine akiengage Yufin, Adams hawezi tulia kwa studio.
Unajua hiyo simu ndiye anatumia sasa. Ameona akitoka hapa anaenda sasa, inabidi aende tu hapo kwa comment sasa, aende ablock. Ameblock kabisa sasa, hata hakuna mtu anaweza jaribu kuongelesha Yufin.
Hapa iko maneno. Adams kuja tu hapa. Hii mambo, unajua hii mambo ya wiwi, kuja tu hapa useme ile kitu unataka. Si lazima utorokee huko. We can still see you.
Ati
Julia anasema, where have you seen me in black? Is imagining me. Wah! Unaona sasa? Hii naona ni masaa ya watu kwenda kulala Ndemba. Sasa hiyo vitu imeanza kuongewa na Julia huko.
Hata Julia, Father Danny Darius anasema Julia ako na maumivu moyoni. Julia, unajua Bob, nafikiri Julia na regret kwa nini alienda.
Wacha hata tufunge. Mimi naona hiyo mambo imeanza kutokea hapo. Na mablanketi sasa tutaenda kwa duvet.
Sasa watu wako kwa blanketi na duvet na wanatuangalia na sisi tuko hapa. Adams anasema Bob, you cannot break the boundaries. Okay,
sawa.
Sawa bwana, you guys have a good night bwana.
See you again tomorrow.
Yes, man. Thank you, man.
Yeah.